It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, May 2nd, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. It's a not so nice Monday outside here in New York City, but let me tell you, it is blazing hot inside. And if you're wondering, and if you're someone who likes to watch our show live, as I know millions upon millions of you love to watch the show live, you're probably wondering, why is the show starting an hour earlier? Did the clocks change? Is it spring forward, fall back, daylight savings, blah, blah? No. Actually, I think this is the first time that we start an hour early. Maybe since the AOL days, maybe never, I don't know. And the reason is, if you'd like to know, we're pumped. We're revved and ready to go. I said to the boys yesterday, I said, hey, you know what? I can't wait. I cannot wait. I just had one of the best weekends of my life. I just witnessed one of the greatest sporting events of my life. I just witnessed one of the greatest fights of my life. I was just at the Mecca. I just witnessed history. We got to start early. Now, is it possible that one of our guests needed to come early? Maybe, but that's the story that I'm going with. We witnessed history. I am still buzzing. I am still on a high from this past Saturday. I am still on a high. I am not joking. I am still feeling a certain kind of way, a certain kind of buzz from what I witnessed Saturday at Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. By now, you know about the story. By now, you know about the stakes. By now, you know why it was so special. It was Katie Taylor. It was Amanda Serrano. It was at the Mecca. First time two women headline an event at Madison Square Garden, a boxing match or an MMA event. And by now, you probably know that not only did it deliver, not only was it the greatest women's boxing match of all time, it's one of the best men's boxing. It doesn't matter the gender in this regard. It's one of the greatest fights that I've ever seen. By now, you know that Katie Taylor won via split decision. By now, you know that my dog of the week won in two sports, boxing and MMA, and we'll get to that. And by now, you know that it was one of the greatest spectacles that we have ever seen, one of the greatest fights, brawls, boxing matches, displays of heart, will, determination. It was incredible. That fifth round was incredible. I was so honored. I was so privileged to be there. The week was great. Meeting so many fans of this show was great in person. Getting to catch up with so many people, getting to hang out with so many people, mingle with so many people. There was such a good vibe in the air all week long. I am legitimately still on a high, and I can't wait to get into all of it on today's show. And I can't wait for the rematch, hopefully in Dublin. And I can't wait to talk about it with the guys in the back. It might be the first and only time that four of us actually attended the same event this past weekend. When has that ever happened? Actually, five of us. And if you include Yoon, who isn't here today, six of us. Crypto was there. Crypto Joe. Corporate Alex was there. New York Rick was there. Connor was there. Frank was there. I was there. Yoon was there. Was Tucker there? Couldn't make it. That's seven. 7 members of the team. Am I missing anyone? I don't think so. 7 of the 8 members of the team were all there. How about that? And all different vantage points, all different experiences. Some of us have been to events before, boxing events, MMA events, some not. I can't wait to get into all of it. It's going to be great. Now, and by the way, I understand it's not a boxing show. I understand you don't like your boxing talk on the MMA show. Well, guess what? There's plenty of MMA talk this week as well. It's the road to UFC 274 in Phoenix this weekend. Fantastic card. The 2 top fights are tremendous. Gaethje Oliveira, we've been talking about this one for months. Esparza against Rose 2, a fight almost 8 years in the making, a rematch almost 8 years in the making. Getting into all of that and more on today's program. So, as always, I do have to remind you that our program is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the MMA Hour, and a little outfit called the UFC as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use the code the MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Now, today's program is going to be great. It's going to be lit. It's going to be on fire. It's going to be the opposite of sus. I was trying to think of as many cool millennial words that I could think of. I could only think of lit and sus. That's all I got. And one means a good thing, one a not so good thing. Back into the show, we'll check in with GC and New York Rick, we'll recap the weekend in bets. By now, you know I'm 7 for 7 with my underdog picks of the week. We picked Marlon Vera. We picked Katie Taylor. I mean, you know, for a guy who doesn't really like say professional bettor and puff his chest out on Twitter and like go around telling people that I invented, you know, betting and all this stuff and just picking winners and having an eye and a nose for this type of stuff, I'm doing pretty damn well. If I do say so myself, if I could just give myself the old Barry H. We'll check in with them. At 3 o'clock, we'll talk to Chito Vera, the pride of Ecuador. And one of my favorites in the game, Marlon Chito Vera, who had the fantastic win over Rob Font this weekend. Where does he go from here? And remember, I said this after the Jose Aldo loss. The loss, I said it. That's when you know if you're legit or if you're sus. I said it after the loss. This man will fight for a belt. I believe that now more than ever. At 12:30 Mountain Time, 2:30 our time. See what I did there? Holly Holm is going to join us. And she obviously was invested in this past weekend's fight. Taylor Serrano, she's a pioneer of women's boxing. In fact, she's going to be inducted into the International Boxing Hall of Fame in June for her tremendous boxing career. Talk to her about that. Also, she's headlining an event later this month against Ketlen Vieira. So stay tuned for that. Holly Holm will stop by at 2:30. At around 1:35, Cris Cyborg will be in studio, the reigning defending Bellator featherweight champion in studio, right over here. Cris Cyborg, MMA royalty, will be here. Can't wait for that. Carla Esparza will join us 5 days away from her title fight this Saturday. Can't wait for that. And at around 12:15, feels weird to say 12:15, Eddie Hearn, headman Matchroom Boxing, will be back in studio to recap this amazing event this past weekend. I asked him to come on Zoom. He's like, you know what? I'll pop in studio. I mean, a mensch of all mentions. Only the greatest combat sports promoter right now in the world, in society, in the entire damn hemisphere would do something like that. I look forward to recapping the event. But I do actually want to check in quickly with the guys. I don't usually do this right off the top. Frank, first time at an event, correct?
First time at a boxing event, yeah.
Well, no. I meant like a fight. You
I understand now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I guess a concert would be a concert. A sports
I have
game.
been to events before, but yes, this is my first boxing or combat sports.
You never been to Taylor Serrano. Remind me, and GC, if you just want to check in real quick as well. I just was curious if you guys, I forget if you picked a winner on Saturday or if you were just kind of neutral on this one. Remind me who you guys picked.
A split decision win, and this is the kind of trash talk we get.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I remember you had a flag, you had a shirt, but I think it was the tricolor.
I had a flag.
Yeah. What happened with the flag? Tell me, was it the same flag?
Same flag that was on the show. I had one for Frank. You know, we were all going to come in supporting Puerto Rico. Madison Square Garden forced us to throw them out.
I can't believe this.
If you saw flags in there, people.
I saw a lot of flags, by the way. That's why I thought it was a little weird when you said that.
We tried to put it in my girlfriend's purse.
Yeah.
One of our friends tried to tie it around their neck and be like, it's like a scarf, and they were like, nope, you have to throw it away.
Mask.
The best part was they were like, you can hide it outside somewhere and get it after the event. I'm just like, dude,
what's the point?
We're in the middle of Manhattan. Like, where am I going to go hide this?
But also, you brought it for the event.
Yes, I brought it for the event. So, yeah, that was a bummer.
So how did it feel when you walked in, you saw all those flags?
The people right behind me had an Irish flag. I was like, wow.
Do you think they were targeting the Puerto Ricans?
No. The whole trash can was just filled to the top with Irish and Puerto Rican flags.
So what did you think? I mean, other than
of the event?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, it was unbelievable. I had high expectations for it, and it blew my expectations out of the water. Like, when they were announcing the fighters in the ring, it was so loud. Like, I was turning to everyone next to me, and I was like, this is crazy. This is absolute madness. Like, it was amazing.
Frank, what do you think?
Yeah, man. It was, the energy was quite high.
Were you sitting with Connor?
No.
Where were you?
Was in my own section.
You had your own?
He was one section over because he waited too long to buy the ticket.
Wow. Yep. Who were you sitting with, Frank?
My entourage.
You had an entourage?
We had my wife.
Oh, wow.
We had Yoon and her significant other.
Wow.
There were a couple strangers, but they were also part of the entourage.
And you were all going for Serrano. The word on the street was Yoon dropped a Benji as well on Serrano. None of you wanted to listen to me.
Yeah, she did.
Wow. That confident, huh? Who knew Yoon likes to get down like that?
She was even like, do you want to go higher? I'm like...
What, you dropped as well?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Did New York Rick bet on this one too?
Oh, yes, I did.
And
But I
on.
picked the right side of
Let's
the
go.
equation.
See?
Come on.
Rick's always on the right side of the equation. We
That's
never get
right.
to see the slips, though. You know.
I can show
Oh, so he is sus.
He's okay. First of all, we're gonna
stop saying
stop.
sus.
We're gonna stop saying that.
Why?
You're not using it correctly. You don't really know what it means. Let's
Wait.
cut that. Let's cut that out from the vocab now.
Wait. My boys say to me all the time, "You're sus, Dad. You're sus."
They might have the kindergarten PG version of this going. We're gonna eliminate that from the vocab.
What are you typically doing when they say that to you?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, do you know what that means? And they're like, yeah, like you're like, and I say suspect, right? Isn't it suspect?
Yeah.
Suspicious.
Suspicious, suspect. So what's wrong with
Sure.
that?
No, colloquially it doesn't mean quite that. So we'll move on from that now. Not
So
to
word
too
on the
much
street also putting money down. Yoon's boyfriend, but he put Katie Taylor first round knockout.
What?
Yeah. Got to be one of the worst bets I've ever heard of. I'm sorry if Yoon is listening to the program right now, but yeah, that's a bad one.
Wait, and the word on the street was, correct me if I'm wrong, they never put Katie via split decision on the books, right?
We'll actually get into this later
Oh.
in the big hitters. But yes, I could never find it. I was looking for it on the way over to the arena. I was telling anybody and everybody at the little Friday meetup, I think I was about 5 Guinness deep, yelling at Chuck Mendenhall how I wanted to take the fight to end by split decision. But someone got it at some FanDuel. I guess they didn't have it in New York at plus 500. So it was out there, but unfortunately I couldn't take it.
Well, in the so you guys can't be biased. I could be unbiased. You guys have to be biased because you're just degenerate gamblers. But the truth is, 6'4", Katie was the right call. At worst, 5'5". I don't understand how anyone can pick it for Amanda Serrano, but it was super, super close. Scored for Serrano. The 5th round was one of the greatest things that I've ever seen, and I was right there when Serrano had her trapped in the corner and was. I mean, we've never seen Katie in trouble like that before. We've never seen her rocked like that before. Obviously, the talk going into this fight, the last 2 fights weren't her best, a little lackluster. But we've never seen her challenged like that before. We've never seen someone bring the fight to her like that before. And I wonder if it's a 3-minute round, if she actually gets stopped in the 5th. And then the 10th round was just something incredibly special. Them essentially in the last minute, 30 seconds or so, just being like, F it, and swinging for the fences. Amanda's that kind of fighter. Katie, historically not that kind of fighter, a brawler like that. It was just so amazing. And, it reminded me a lot of UFC 205, obviously being there with the Irish fans, Connor's, big MSG debut and all that stuff. But in a way, it was actually more unique, if that's even possible, and more special, if that's even possible, for this reason. UFC 205, as great as it was, and I'm not trying to diminish it whatsoever, it was incredible. It's a night that anyone who was in attendance or watching at home will never forget. UFC 205, excuse me, was a coronation. It felt like a coronation, not only for the UFC, but for Conor. It felt like 95% of the audience was there for Conor McGregor and there to see him win, right? Everyone wanted to see him win. And what was so special about Saturday was it felt like a 60-40 split. It felt like a 50-50 split in terms of the crowd. It felt like gladiator stuff. It felt like this half of MSG was Puerto Rican and this half was Irish. And at the beginning of the night, the Puerto Ricans were louder than the Irish, and then the Irish became louder than the Puerto Ricans. They nailed everything from the ring walk special, from the anthem special, from the vibe in the arena special. And so it felt a lot more level, and every time someone had a big moment, it went like this, and the pendulum then went like this, up, down, as opposed to everyone just trying to will one person on top. That's why it felt different, right? And yes, I would love to have seen 12 3-minute rounds, but that really took nothing away from it. It only made me feel like I was being greedy, asking for more. And of course, there's a lot to discuss as it pertains to the rematch and where it could be held and would it be immediate, all that stuff and more. I can't wait to get into all of that. And I can't wait to ask people like Holly Holm what she thought of it. And I can't wait to ask people like Carla Esparza, who's about to fight this weekend for a belt of her own, what she thought of it. And please make no mistake about it. I know we're called the MMA Hour, but if you can't appreciate what we just witnessed on Saturday as a fight fan, and I feel like the majority of MMA fans were watching on Saturday, even if they're not the biggest boxing fan, I just don't know how you can just be an MMA fan and not appreciate what these women did. And by the way, MMA fans are the kinds who have embraced and welcomed the female fighters way sooner than boxing fans. Let's give the UFC 1,000% credit. Let's give MMA and its community and its fans and its promoters 1,000% credit. Not just the UFC, but Coker before him, Elite XC and Strikeforce and Hook and Shoot back in the day, and Japan, of course, back in the day. We are used to this. We're getting Zhang Weili versus Joanna 2, one of the greatest fights happened back in March of 2020. We are used to magical moments involving women's fighters, and it's about damn time that boxing embraces the women like we have in MMA, and it's about damn time that they headline arenas and events all over the world, and it's about damn time that they are viewed as equals not only in pay, but in stature and importance and in media coverage as the men. And that's why I feel like it's about damn time they fight 12 3-minute rounds as well for title fights. But I'm just in awe of what both women did. Again, one of those classic fights, and I've said this before, where there's no loser, no one's stock went down, and I can't wait to get into it with a man who has now become like a co-host on this program. It's amazing. He's back. Eddie's back. Hello, Eddie.
How are you?
This is wonderful. How are you, my friend?
Good, mate.
Great to see you
I feel
again.
like, is this going to be...
Is this a thing now?
Yeah, I mean, I was on the verge of asking for a fee.
Okay, well, I know it's an appearance.
I didn't know if
it's a lot.
If you do that.
Well, I see you do interviews with these guys in boxing media like literally every 12 hours.
Yeah.
I go on IFL and you just talk to the guy.
But I say to him like every day.
Yes.
Nothing's changed.
But there's still stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
You still get the views. I didn't want to say anything. I actually beat you in views on one of the days.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the one with Gareth Davis?
No, it was the one where I was slagging him off. But the next one I went.
That one was brilliant.
It was good. Yeah.
really
Enough
good.
of that guy.
Really good.
You don't like him, huh?
I don't mind Gareth Davis.
I thought.
No, I don't mind Gareth Davis.
Okay.
No, I like Gareth Davis, but he's a bit out there, isn't he?
He is a bit out there. Thank you for doing this.
That's all right, mate. I was here for another day.
Yeah, so I thought you'd be in Vegas.
I'm going very early tomorrow morning. So
okay.
We've got the arrivals tomorrow, but I thought, stay in town and do some big media opportunities. Couldn't find them, so we're here. But in all seriousness, great to be back on the show.
It is great to have you.
A great weekend.
Yes. Can you even put into words, like Sunday? What is Sunday like for you after an event like that? Not only, with the fight delivering, but it's MSG. For you personally, how do you even go to bed Saturday night after that?
You can imagine how the fighters go to sleep. I don't think they do.
Right.
After a fight. I'm probably not the same kind of adrenaline levels because I think that's impossible, but probably quite close. So it's just when you get a good show, that for me gives me a great feeling because that's how I'm judged. Just like if you're, in any job, you're judged on your performance. And when you see people leave MSG and when you go for a coffee on Sunday and people can't you, and I heard this a few times, that was the greatest night of my life.
Wow.
I mean, that for me is everything because my job is to put smiles on people's faces, to kind of remove them from their daily life and give them an experience in an arena that will create great memories for them and great feelings. And that event, there was no one in that arena that didn't leave just blown away. So as a promoter, that's the greatest feeling. So it's a mixture of I remember when Anthony Joshua beat Vladimir Klitschko and he sort of became a huge star and unified champion. You go to bed and then you're like, can't believe that. And then it's like, right, what happens now? Mm-hmm. We're going to get a letter on Monday from a governing body telling us we've got a mandatory. This guy's going to try and get him stripped. Okay, then you've got to try and think about the next opponent. What we're going to do? We need a venue, and this was similar with Katie Taylor. It was like, wow, how do we take it to the next level? Because I've got that kind of sick mentality where it's like, a lot of people would look at Saturday and go, it can't get any bigger. Mm. But I look at Saturday and say, how does it get bigger? Mm. And that, in my mind, starts working literally from the final bell, especially when you get back to the room and you're just sitting there thinking about what's next. And what is next is Canelo Bivol. But walking around yesterday was really special because it's great to hear Irish and people like that, but to hear it from Americans, obviously for someone trying to come into this market and to hear people on the street, New Yorkers, say, wow, been to so many events at the Garden. And that was my second promotion at the Garden main room after AJ against Ruiz, which was another epic night. So maybe there's something in the arena, but you were there. It was just, it delivered. I knew it would be a good fight, but when you get the hype, the platform, everything, the whole eyes of the world watching that, and this is what I've always said about Kate Taylor, I said it on the show, just watch. Mm. And that's when you got a great product. You can relax, you can say, just watch. And the card, everything, it's a dream come true.
So many elements that I want to ask you about, but just on a personal note, you just mentioned AJ and Ruiz a couple of years ago. That was a great night, but somewhat of a nightmare for you, right?
Yeah.
So now to leave MSG, second time you're there, I felt a bigger event, and you come out on top, so to speak. Your fighter wins. Can you compare the emotions as you were leaving on Saturday as opposed to June?
That,
2019.
The lows set you up for the highs. They make the highs feel so much better. But you learn a lot in the lows and the defeat. You learn about yourself. You learn about how you can bounce back. Similar to if you're a fighter, I guess. But winning's everything. And Saturday was. I was very proud of Katie. It was almost like. The ring walk, she chose this song. She's very religious, right? And this was quite a religious song. And I listened to the song, like on the morning, and thought, what about you too? Or something like that. Yeah. And
did you say this to her? Or you were just
I would
thinking?
never say it to her because she petrifies me. Right. And I listened to, but I knew it was important for her. And she said, look, this is something I feel very strongly about. And she walked to the ring like a snail. At a snail's pace. Yeah. And it was just like, I felt like just spiritual. And it was like all the years of dedication, all the years of sacrifices, all the years of no, can't, that it was like that was her moment. She's never done that before. Just walks to the ring normally. But it was like, and what a fight. What a fight. I mean, how she come through the 5th and 6th.
Yes, and we'll get into all that. But I'm curious, when you were watching her, because the talk going into the fight was, has she lost a step? The last 2 performances, a little lackluster, losing motivation. I don't think motivation was ever in question going into this one because the stakes were so high. But I felt with the walkout, she wasn't just walking out and taking it all in. Her head was high. Like there was an air of confidence. I even tweeted it. Her confidence level was at like plus 10,000. Yeah. It felt like she was a truly confident person. What were you taking away from her?
That when we made the fight, I was a bit concerned, but I felt it's a true 50-50 fight. And it was, but her last 2 performances, you're quite right. And then I saw clips of her coming back from the videographers and our social guys in our gym, and I thought, she just looks different. And then when I saw her on fight week, her condition, on the scales, everything. I mean, she's a very small 135-pounder. Serrano was tweeting today saying, look, it's a day after the fight, I'm still 134 pounds, I'm not really a lightweight. Katie could make super feather. Like she's probably 136, 137 today. But she just looked different. And like you said, all week, like that air of confidence and that ring walk, I was almost looking at her going, blimey, she's ready. And she was. She had to be. Because if she was not 100%, she wouldn't have won the fight. And fighters have to understand that conditioning and lifestyle is everything. And she got asked a question at the post-fight press conference, which was, how did you get through round 5 and 6? And it's just conditioning. It's just lifestyle. If you're not conditioned right, if you haven't worked hard enough, if you haven't lived the life, you get stopped in those rounds. The fight's over. So to come back, it's about making the weight right. It's about living well out of camp. It's about doing all the right things in camp. And she's the ultimate professional. And fighters need to learn that because you see it all the time, people that haven't lived the life, and it shows.
What are you thinking in the first 3 rounds, 4 rounds? Because I thought maybe Amanda, the moment might get to her, she might start slow. She was hunting her down. I think if memory, I haven't watched it. I can't wait to watch it again, watch the broadcast. I think I gave Amanda the first, and then I gave Katie 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. I was hearing from people that Mannix on the broadcast had it 3-1 for Amanda.
Yeah, strange. I mean,
what are you thinking?
I thought Katie was in complete control. 4 rounds, I had it 3-1 to Katie. And boxing beautifully, too fast, in and out. Amanda was walking her down, but there's a difference between walking someone down and winning rounds. You can't just win rounds with pressure. It can help in some judges' eyes, but you've got to be landing, you've got to be doing things. So 3-1 for me after 4. And then I said to Katie, what were you doing in the 5th? It's something in Katie Taylor that draws her. Like she just wants to be in battle, in enemy lines. She wants to be up close, trading. And she decided to sit on the ropes and have some fun with it. And it's like, come on, and catch and counter. And actually, when I watched it back, she was doing it quite nicely. But then she got caught a couple of times. Then she spun off. Then she got caught again. And she was in dire trouble in the 5th and the 6th.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, honestly, I think it's over.
Really?
Yeah. I'm like,
if that's a 3-minute round, she gets stopped maybe.
Maybe. But you know what I keep saying about these 2 and 3 minute rounds? Yeah. You don't fight in the same way.
It's true.
So you would not, and this is a problem not a problem, but a discussion point of moving from 2 to 3 minute rounds. It won't be as exciting, I promise you, because 2 minutes, they come out the gate and it's like crash, bang, what, you want to try and win the rounds. It's difficult to do. Over 3, okay, so we've got a longer round here. So would there be more stoppages? Yeah, possibly. But Katie wouldn't put herself in that position over a 3 minute round. So it's hard to say, but certainly another minute of the round wouldn't have gone down very well.
In your mind, in that 5th, you're thinking,
I'm thinking we're in massive trouble. I'm actually thinking, I can't believe this.
Right.
You're in total control of this fight. It's going perfectly. And you've just decided to have a war for no reason at all. And now you're banging trouble. 5th, goes back to the corner. I've never seen her like that before, But I've seen her, in the Pursoon fight, she was run ragged, but she wasn't hit as hard as she was by Persona. And as Serrano. And Serrano, beautiful punch selection. She'd be upstairs, then she'd slip and hit the body, like good angles as well. It was really good educated pressure. 6th round, again, like treacherous, but not as bad as the 5th round. And then I'm looking at Katie, she looks tired. And then somehow comes out for the 7th. It was almost like Serrano take a round off, but was clearly tired. And Katie capitalised on that, won the 7th. Actually had her winning like the 8th, the 9th, I think. And the 10th was quite close as well. But when I got in the ring at the end of it, I couldn't really believe how she found her way back from the 5th and 6th. Like to win the 7th, that just gave her the momentum and that respite to go again in the 8th and 9th. And the 10th was epic. But she was so tired, her knees dipped a little bit in the last sort of 10 seconds. And I thought it was 6-4, 6-4 for me. But at 6-4, a draw's no problem.
Right.
And 7-3 is no problem. But
there was no way you thought she lost.
No.
They seemed very adamant.
Yeah, we were. But at 6-4, you can lose.
Sure.
You can lose 6-4. Doesn't mean it's a bad decision. It's just someone sees something a little bit differently. I think one judge had it 7-3, one had it 6-4, and one had it 6-4 to Amanda.
To Amanda.
Yeah. I don't see how Amanda Serrano won 6 rounds in that fight, but there was a lot of close rounds and over 2 minutes. One judge, the judge who gave it 96-93, I think, to Taylor, had it a 10-8 round in the 5th. Which
you agree with that?
No, probably. I always think a 10-8 should come from a knockdown, personally.
Right.
But, and it was really only the last 40 seconds of the round, 30 seconds. But, she was seriously under fire. She wasn't very happy with a 10-8 round, Katie. But, she just came back.
Has she ever had a 10-8 against her?
No.
Wow.
No.
That is incredible.
No.
One thing that was really fun about it all was, and we'll get into the Jake stuff in a second, but if you're co-promoting with someone, let's say you're co-promoting with Aram or, I know that you and Frank aren't the best of friends, but even if you're co-promoting with anyone, I would gather you're not sitting next to that guy. Those shots of you two kind of cheering and being cordial and fun, but like at this point, you don't have to be unbiased anymore. You are clearly rooting for your fighter. That was brilliant stuff. Whoever's idea was it to have you two sit next to each other?
We were supposed to sit on the promoter's roll.
Okay.
Right? But in America, it's quite strange. You sit behind the barrier, right? In England, you don't have a barrier. You just have the ring and then you have seats. So I sit in the corral all night because I want to be as close as possible to the action. But I'd agreed with MVP that we'd sit on that row for the main event. And then when we were walking there, I said to Jake, do you want to just sit here? He was with his mum, his girlfriend, and he said, yeah. So we just sat next to each other. And I had a bit of back and forth with Jake. I don't think he liked my comments on our stuff about him being an average fighter, which again, I stand by. Like that's still quite complimentary, I feel, although it's now become a meme. He loves boxing. And I don't have a problem with him being involved with boxing because he genuinely has a passion for it. So can he be a little bit of I joke with him, a plonker, as we say in England sometimes? Yeah, so can I. But he does love the sport. And anyone that loves the sport, like or hate them, I feel that because I have a passion for it as well. So when you see him jumping up and down, and we were both, we were in pieces.
Great.
But it was never and it was quite respectful. I'd say, what do you think about that round? What do you think about that round? And he's not an idiot. He knows, all the stuff about the robbery and stuff like that, that's to get people talking and just to create interest. He knows. I said to him after 4 rounds, I think it's like all square. after 8 rounds, you know, or something like that. So, and it could have been a draw. So, but I enjoyed it. I thought he was a massive asset to the promotion. No one from either side, the broadcaster, anybody could have done any more to make that any bigger than it was. And in anything in life, when you walk away at the end of something and say, I couldn't have done any more, that's a great feeling because you can look yourself in the mirror and he was great for the promotion and I believe we'll do it again.
What do you think of his outfit?
Strange. I didn't know is that like a holster or something, you know.
I like you're wearing the traditional tux.
Yeah,
He's
he had
got the millennial tux going on. Like everything about it was perfect. You've had some big nights, some big moments. Is that number one for you as a promoter?
Yeah, I mean, so many events on so many different reasons, like AJ Klitschko, like even back to Carl Froch against George Groves at Wembley, 80,000. It was like, God knows how long ago that was now. It's 7, 8 years ago. That was like my first big breakthrough event. So that was important to me. AJ against Klitschko, just probably the greatest fight in British boxing history and very close with AJ. Canelo against Billy Joe Saunders, breaking the record at Dallas Cowboys, felt like a breakthrough moment. Even AJ against Ruiz, like for different reasons, I will always remember. And you know, Saturday night, that was more pleasing because no one thought it was possible. So that was years of people telling you you're wasting your time or this isn't actually as big as you think it is and no one's interested. And when you believe in something, you keep going. You know, you keep rolling your sleeves up and saying, I believe in it. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's like anyone who has a product, it's exactly the same. You know, you get turned away, the distributors don't want it, you know, you're getting bad feedback from the customer, but you believe in the product. So you keep working, you keep working, you keep working, and you think one day we'll get there. And Saturday, we got there. And it changed everything. Like even Franchon Cruz de Zern against Cederos, undisputed. Amazing fight, amazing. Like the two best, I mean, Liam Smith, Jesse Vargas was also a great fight, but, you know, it's now, I think female fighters wake up on Monday. The managers are probably going to be calling me this afternoon asking for more money, but so good for them. And it's just showing them that what a massive opportunity for them. I didn't feel like women's boxing really needed a shot in the arm, but it got a huge shot in the arm because so many people viewed that. And I think DAZN will release some viewership numbers, but it was massive.
Any idea how it did?
Huge. One of the biggest viewed fights ever on DAZN. And I think, you know, in terms of subscriptions, in terms of viewership.
More than you expected?
Yes. Yeah. US, UK, huge numbers, you know, obviously the two main markets, but globally as well. And, you know, in terms of media-wise, DAZN did such a great job, and Fred Meller, I think, sitting in your room somewhere, the numbers, you know, in terms of the media analysis, right up there. I think even eclipse sort of Canelo against Saunders and those kind of levels. So now we have to go again this week. You know, it's like, you talk about the come down. Well, that was a little bit like that.
You're not exhausted? You're not exhausted?
Yeah, but then how can you be exhausted when you're about to promote the pound for pound #1 this week and fly to Las Vegas? I mean, you just have to get a little bit of spring set. That's why I chose just today to stay in New York and just relax, go to the gym later, land tomorrow, fighter arrivals, straight back into it. And again, I go back to, I know it's cheesy with people like Canelo, but just the energy, you know, arriving at MGM foyer with the ring in the middle, the Maharachi band. It's like it's a dream come true.
On Wednesday, I was taking questions and a fan wrote to me. So back when it was Mayweather-McGregor in 2017 at the post-fight press conference, I asked Leonard Ellerby, why were there sections that were completely empty? Like there were literally sections that were empty at T-Mobile. And this fan brought it up. He said, make sure you ask Eddie and Jake why there were empty sections after this fight. I looked around. There were no empty sections. There were hardly any empty seats. And so the official word is a sellout, 19,000 plus. Does that blow your mind?
Yeah, 19,100. Yeah. The only seats that were available were, we had a small section for sort of additional media that weren't on the floor. And there might have been, you know, you do get people that don't turn up, by the way.
Sure.
Like if you bought a ticket and then you're flying in and your flight got cancelled or you got COVID or I don't know.
Right.
But you could see there was hardly a seat in the house. And that was great. You know, when MSG posted yesterday saying over 19,000 in attendance. Because you know what, Ariel, as well? It's like this week with Canelo. I don't know how many tickets we've got left. A couple of hundred, right? 400 or 500. Of the expensive ones dotted about everywhere. It's like there's such a kind of like pollution of people in the industry where they start posting things on social media or getting people to post, oh, look, have you seen here? There's a few hundred tickets.
Yes, I see this.
And like Taylor Serrano, there were literally people posting going, they haven't sold what they've said they've sold. You know, we sold over 1,000 tickets on Saturday for that show.
Wow.
On the day of the fight. You know, probably 800 on the Friday. Probably like 4,000, 3,000 or 4,000 from Monday to Saturday night. You know, and we got to like, I don't know, 14,000 on Fight Week. Oh, there's still 4,000 left. It's like, they'll go.
Chill out.
Oh, yeah. Nah, he's saying it's going to sell out. It won't sell out. It's like, why are you even bothered? What are you doing in your life to really get on social media and worry about this, you sad individual?
Yes. Thank you for
You
saying
know
that.
who you are.
Yes. Well, there's a lot of those people online. A lot of them. Was there any chance if Katie loses that fight that she retired?
No.
No chance.
Some people are saying to me now, what a great way for her to go out. Honestly, if you said that to Katie Taylor, she'd be very disappointed. Like, she'd go,
Offended.
she'd go, I think that was my best performance. You know, it's like what it was. But, and again, it goes back to what is important in your life. If you love what you do, why would you take that away from someone? Of course, you want to remain healthy and all these things. And she's she lives the perfect life of a fighter. But she also feels like she's pretty much still in her prime. And she'd be devastated to lose boxing from her life. And the rematch, you know, we'll have to see whether we can reach a deal with those guys for the rematch. And I'm sure we can because it's still the biggest fight for both.
Right.
But
there's no one else right now that would even come close.
I mean, look, we keep talking about, do you look at a crossover fight, you know, of an MMA fighter? Maybe one of the past. You know, I mean, Cyborg was there.
Yes.
Right? I spoke to her.
She's coming in today.
She wants the Taylor fight.
There's someone else that really wants it
Holly
as well.
Holm?
Yeah, she's also on the show today.
But we've talked, you know,
you've talked to her a little bit in the past.
Some of Katie's management team have talked to Holly Holm.
Do you have interest in that?
Yeah, I mean, Holly Holm can box.
Right.
You know, it's not like she's
going to the Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah, exactly. So it's different. You know, but I think there's no one really in boxing right now. I mean, you got Chantel Cameron's a unified champion at 140. She's from the UK. She's going to be undisputed at some point. She's good, but we've got to get her profile to the same kind of levels. Jessica McCaskill, undisputed at 147. Katie beat her previously. Another great fighter. But how do you match the magnitude of Saturday? And I guess a Cyborg or a Holly Holm can do that, but it's going to be very difficult to avoid the draw, the demand for Taylor Serrano too.
No, it has to be the rematch.
Yeah, and
it has to be.
And Katie's like, I mean, you never get Katie say no. You know.
I was actually surprised that she was so open about it right off the jump.
Anyway, normally people aren't. Especially, she didn't like some of the things that Jake Paul said.
Like what?
Like, I think Jake Paul put a tweet out saying, you know, Katie, you and your team are all talk and all this kind of stuff. And
in the build-up?
On the day of the fight, I think he posted, because Katie came out, the media said to Katie, look, Jake Paul said this and said this, and Katie said, he's not a fighter. He's never been in a fight. He'll never be in a fight of this magnitude. So basically, he has no right to comment on me.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came out and said, you're all talk, you're this, you're that. I mean, just for the promotion, but she's not a fan.
She doesn't play like that. Yeah.
So I wouldn't have, you know, been offended if she said, no, I'm done with them. But she's not like that. She's like, well, what a great fight. Let's do it again. And that's quite refreshing.
Absolutely. And you said afterwards, MSG people came up to you.
Straight away. I mean, look, you've got Croke Park in Ireland. She's never fought in Ireland, right?
Why is that?
Just because there's been sort of political problems within boxing and stuff like that. And we haven't done shows there. There hasn't been a lot of boxing, and it's a lot of sort of aggravation and hoops to jump through. And really, she was doing so well in England and the US that we just kept on going. But every time we fight, you see the same comments. Like, this is Ireland's greatest ever fighter, maybe their greatest ever sports star. How can she not fight in Ireland? And you would do 60,000 at Croke Park, and it would be the most stunning night like you've never seen. And she deserves it so much. On the flip side, MSG come back and said, guys, you have to bring the rematch back here. And there was something to be said about the Puerto Rican and Irish, wasn't it? I mean, it was almost like the Irish was slightly louder, but it was very close. Mm-hmm. And that added so much, in my opinion, to the event itself. And I'm not sure you'd get the same amount of Puerto Ricans flying to Ireland, but it'd be nice. And then, we've had a couple of calls from the Middle East to say...
Already?
Yeah, to say, look, there's a big movement in the Middle East right now. We did Joshua Ruiz in Saudi Arabia. We're talking to a number of other countries as well. They want to make certainly a medium-term commitment to boxing. So they're looking at the mega fights of boxing and Taylor Serrano. Like if you turn around now and said, what are the 4 or 5 big mega fights in boxing? You'd have to put Taylor Serrano 2 with all of those, with Canelo Triple G, with AJ against Fury, so that's right on their list, and that would be groundbreaking within itself. So, but for me, to take Katie back to Ireland in front of 60,000 people at Croke Park, like that would be.
So that'd be your top choice?
I think so, yeah. But, and I think it would be Katie's.
So there's 2 things I want to ask you about Croke Park. Number one, I was always told, because, Conor wanted to fight there too, Conor McGregor, that there's a curfew, so it has to end at a certain time, right?
Normally, I mean, the problem with doing a UK fight for a US audience is the US broadcaster will always want you to go as late as possible.
Right.
So, but we would be able to go probably at 9 or 10 o'clock local time. But the problem with that is it brings in sort of 2, 3 p.m. Eastern time event on US, which traditionally doesn't do as well.
Right.
But, with the Zones Global platform, there's as much focus in the UK as there is on the US. So it would be okay.
Another thing that was brought up to me, and I know this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you, but you sort of just alluded to it, this Daniel Kinahan situation. How big of a problem or how big of an issue, how many obstacles would be in your way to do, is it possible that boxing could be momentarily dead in Ireland? Like no one's going to be allowed to do events there?
For a long time, so
can't do anything.
No, there just hasn't been a big event, or people willing to.
There was that incident a couple of years ago,
So, I think that it's slowly, I guess, and we'll have to see, really speak to relevant people there and see if everyone's comfortable for a big show. But we'd like to do it. And I think it would be a shame to go through Katie's entire career with not fighting in Ireland. I think one day we'd look back and kick ourselves because we've never done a show of any magnitude, really. My dad did Eubank, Steve Collins in Cork, probably, 25 years ago now. But as a business, we've never done it. And it was really nice to give Katie, or not give her, she got it, but be a part of delivering that for Katie on Saturday because she deserves it more than anyone. I mean, you couldn't meet a nicer individual. Like you couldn't meet someone that's more dedicated to the sport, who deserved it more after all the years of sacrifice. And that's why I said the ring walk was so special, because it was like, and I posted on Saturday, I said, you've paved the way for so many others, but tonight is all about you. And she struggles with that. She's so selfless. She would never say, tonight is all about me. She would say, no, tonight is all about showing people anything's possible and inspiring the next generation. I'm saying it is, but please, this is you. This is everything you've worked for. This is your moment. And that was really rewarding. And we'd get that at Croke Park as well. That same kind of feeling.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever met a fighter who's so wholesome, pure, who doesn't, maybe I'm wrong here. I feel like she doesn't have a single skeleton in her closet, right?
No.
Have you ever met someone quite like her, where she's just pure?
That was when I first met her. She fascinated me. She inspired me. Like I was left almost dumbfounded. I remember we had the meeting with her and Brian, and then we went for lunch. And I sort of spent the next day or so just thinking about her and that conversation. And I was like, I told you before on here, I said, what, tell me about you. She's like, what do you want to know? I said, well, tell me about your life. Like, what do you care about? What do you love? And she's like, boxing and my faith, really, and obviously my family. And when you're working for a fighter, to know that they're going to give everything, to know that they're not going to sort of, skip sessions or on their off season go out and you've got to worry about them and doing that, and do they really want it, and what, it's just, I don't even have to, like I said the other day, Katie's probably, she's like, she's the closest fighter to me that I don't actually spend time with. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them you're with all the time and you're very close to, but you don't need to be around. She doesn't want you around. Like, if I pop to the gym, okay, nice, but she doesn't really, like, it's fine, you know. And then we've got that relationship where she's just, you know, we've given her all the opportunities, but she's done so much for me and us, and I think the sport. And she's amazing to work with, amazing. Because
what a dream for you, right? Because she's probably not too like needy.
She's not needy,
or
but
jealous.
She's also turned down millions of dollars in sponsorship,
really,
and appearances.
Why?
Millions. Because she's not about that. She doesn't believe. If she doesn't believe in something, she would never, like, you'd never, can you imagine Katie sitting there doing an advert for a brand that, it's just, that's not her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've gone to her so many times. I mean, sports betting, you know, that she's not a huge supporter of, for example, which is why my bet with Jake Paul probably didn't go down too well.
Okay.
But on a serious note, she would say, no, not for me. And it's like, yeah, but can I just tell you about the deal here? No, I don't need to hear about it.
Wow.
It's like, but, you know, or an appearance. Oh, no. What have I got to do? Oh, you've got to turn up and, you know, do a few photos and spit. No. It's like, but I learned that many years ago.
Right.
And now I don't even bother, in all honesty. She has a tiny number of sponsors that, and every deal that you do, you're very honest and say, she's not really going to do that much. Anything that takes her away from her training, anything that affects her preparation, absolutely not. She'd rather not do it. So, you know, but you get your head around that quite early doors with her. But the one thing I'll say about her, she embraced the media build-up to this fight more than I've ever seen. And she really enjoyed it because she got pulled everywhere in the promotion to this fight. But she was really proud of the attention of this fight, I think, and was fantastic.
So you alluded to the bet on Thursday. Who called you guys to tell you can't do this?
I spoke to Sean Palmer, who's our sort of chief head of council.
Mm-hmm.
And when I came off the stage, he was like, you know, sort of, it's not a great look. It's very sort of grey area of a promoter betting on a fight that he's promoting.
Right.
You know, in terms of integrity, it doesn't look great and blah, blah, blah. So we spoke to Nikisa and Jake, and they were like, yeah, okay, well, what do you want to do? It's like, well, we can't really do the bet, I think, but do you want to come up with something different? And we sort of kicked through a few ideas. We didn't actually finalise anything, but I think the last thing was, if Katie lost, I would have to go and spar with Jake.
Wow.
And we'd probably stream it, maybe even for charity or something like that, and, you know, have and if we won, then I would send someone to spar Jake.
Okay.
Which we'll see. We'll see if they still
you have
want to.
a person in mind?
Yeah, quite a few. I was going to send you.
Yeah,
I'd
be down.
Tony Bellew would be a good one.
I saw Tony. I saw, and
I mean, the problem with Jake is that he's now in a world where it's like strike on sight world. Do you understand what I mean by that? So if you say something to someone that's offensive or disrespectful, in this world, it's not a conversation, it's strike on sight. So if he said something to about Tony Bellew that was disrespectful, particularly to his family or anything like that, there's no conversation. He will iron him out on sight.
Well, I saw Tony right after he crossed paths with him, and it looked like his eyes were.
Well, he was, yeah, but sort of Jake came up to him. I think he could see him, and he sort of went, "Oh, hi," you know, and he was quite respectful. But he never said anything that was. But you know, like Jake said stuff about Conor, and when I've heard it, I was
Gregor,
like,
you're talking about his family, yeah.
I was like,
yeah, it's a lot,
and it's a different world. This isn't YouTube or Disney, where you can get away with saying basically whatever you want. This is strike on sight world, and there'll be no conversations, there'll be no mediations with the wrong person. But that's the game he's playing, you know, and he's pushed that game very hard with a lot of people. And listen, it's working for him. And I still like Conor McGregor against Jake Paul. I've got to say, I mean, I know there's a bit of a wait, but Conor's looking big these days.
Yes.
But
who do you think wins that in a boxing match?
I don't want to disrespect Conor because I really like him, but it's the size is the problem, you know? And again, when I said Jake was like, he can fight. He's quite explosive, can punch a little bit. But Conor is, a lot of people don't know, Conor was a decent amateur fighter. He does have good boxing fundamentals, like much better than most mixed martial artists. his boxing is much better. And even in the Mayweather fight, I know that Mayweather was holding him up really for most of that fight, but he was competitive enough. It certainly wasn't embarrassing, and he fought the pound for pound number one at the time. So Conor can box, but really he's what is he, 147 pounder? Really, Conor? I mean, I know 147, 154. I know he's pumped up right now.
He's gone all the way up to 70.
Yeah, but Jake's at 200 or whatever he is,
he's
and he's probably 220 right now. So, but I don't, I'd like to see it.
Can you imagine same card, Katie Amanda 2?
Keisa mentioned it to me.
Really?
He said, look, what about Taylor Serrano and Conor McGregor against Jake Paul? Same night. I think they're almost, obviously, Jake's huge, and so is Taylor Serrano. It's probably better on over 2 cards, but it's a hell of a night. But I just can't see Conor and, ultimately Dana.
That's the one.
I mean, Dana's really not going to do a deal with Jake Paul.
No, he's not. Well, and Nikisa as well.
Yeah.
They have a history.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
That would be insane. I think that gets over 2 million pay-per-views.
Oh, yeah. And some.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. So, all right. So you and Jake, you're cool now because
always cool.
The thing,
yeah, he wasn't
happy on Thursday.
No,
yes.
on our heads.
Yes, and that thing blew up.
The problem is, I won't be disrespectful, but at the same time, I'm not gonna brown nose him, as we call, because I'm just gonna be honest. And I didn't feel that, like, there are so many fighters out there that I would say are average. Like, that's not poor, that's not good. It's in the middle. So I'm saying that you're an average professional fighter. That's a massive compliment. But he didn't, this is a guy who he would say to me off camera, in 2 years, I will beat Canelo. And I'll sort of look around for a camera and realize there isn't one. And I'll think, wow.
Do you think he believes that?
Yeah. I think he's so deluded. So deluded. But that delusion and that confidence will actually help him in the ring, because he does genuinely go in there think he's a world-class fighter. It'll get him knocked out eventually, but it will, I think people sort of get a little bit baffled by his confidence, and it's not fake confidence. He actually genuinely thinks that he is a world-class fighter. But like when he said, I've been sparring these top 5 cruiserweights, I've never heard of them. And I know every fighter in the world.
Right.
He said they're the top 5 cruiserweights in the world. I said, well, there's 4 world champions, and then they're not them. So, but I think did he announce yesterday's fight in August 13th?
August 13th, but no opponent.
Yeah. I think he's great.
You think he beats Tommy Fury?
Probably, yeah. But that's what I said. Like, Tommy Fury's average. An average fighter. It's not terrible. He's not any good. He's average. But I don't mean that as disrespect. There's a lot of average people in a chosen profession. You've still got to be a certain level to even be in there.
First time you met him, you didn't even think he was average.
Terrible. That's what I said.
Yes.
But when he boxed Anderson Kidd, it was, to be fair to him, he did knock him out in a round.
Sure.
But you could tell it wasn't. But he's massively improved. Massively improved. But I'm excited to see what he's going to do next. I think he's very exciting. He brought a huge amount of eyeballs to Taylor Serrano. I think he's an engaging character, and I think he can fight a little bit.
So the next time, so he's still with Amanda, so you'd have to work with him again, and that was all good, right?
Brilliant.
Is this the easiest co-promotion you've ever had? Because it felt like good vibes the whole time.
I think, again, when we go back to that sort of disease of the industry,
right?
People, like, you could do a co-promotion with someone, and they almost want it to fail,
right? Because
you're involved. It's weird. Boxing's a weird business. Really weird. Like, they'll freeze you out on something that could make the event so much bigger and make them so much more money, but you're not involved, and that's beautiful. Like when Canelo boxed Caleb Plant, they wouldn't let me in anywhere. When I went to the weigh-in for the PBC event.
What do you mean, they're stopping you at the door?
No credentials, and to the point where, for the weigh-in, obviously Canelo gave me my accreditation, went to the weigh-in, and next thing I've got like a security guard here, and I know what's going on, and I know they're just basically saying, don't let him get backstage, don't let him get,
What do they think you're going to do?
Nothing, but it's a freeze out. So it's anything to stop him.
Were you frozen out of Fury White?
I didn't really choose to try and attend. I mean,
you weren't welcome there either.
I wouldn't have been no, certainly not. I mean, if I tried to get in the change room or anything like that, no chance.
No chance.
No chance. But also, not really with Bob, because I think, I've been to top rank shows, stuff like that. But I remember Canelo Plant, so funny. I was in me and Stephen Espinosa don't really have the best relationship. He had Anthony Joshua. I took him to DAZN, bit with HBO at the time. And I was in the Hennessy Lounge for the Canelo Plant fight. And I saw Stephen. And I thought, I'll just go and say hello. And I went over to him. I went, Stephen, how are you? And he went and walked off and wouldn't shake my hand. And I just thought back to Conor McGregor, at the Mayweather presser. And I was like, yeah. But that's like, the pettiness of that is unreal. But that's what exists in the business. It's frightening. And the great thing about Most Valuable Promotions, working with them was, there was a few difficult moments. I probably had a moan up about Nikisa, he would have had a moan up about me, but they genuinely want the event to be a huge success. So, and that's just common sense. And therefore, we all did a great job, pushed it as hard as we can. And don't forget, Jake spent a lot of time pushing that show. Mm-hmm. He's got a big audience and he brought massive value to it. But these industries are really diseased through sort of the guilt and sort of aggravation that boxing and brings to you, that it's fascinating. That's why I look at PBC, I look at Al Heyman, just will do anything not to do a fight. Everything's about only if you do this. You look at Crawford Spence now. The only way that fight's really going to happen is if Errol Spence turns around to PBC and Al Heyman and says, make that fight, right? No other fights, make that fight now. Or if Errol Spence has to sign Terence Crawford has to sign a long-term deal with PBC, well, they don't get the fight. Now, when we did the Undisputed Road with Canelo Alvarez, he went Callum Smith, Billy Joe Saunders, and there was one left, Caleb Plant. And it was like game of chess. So we made an offer to Caleb Plant. They would never, ever have let Plant fight on DAZN. So Canelo went, okay, I'll go over there, take the belt, come back. And that's a problem with boxing.
Well, if Amanda was still with Lou DiBella, does this fight happen?
I think that relationship was very fractured over the years and it wasn't necessarily Lou's fault because there just wasn't a market for women's boxing. And Lou was a believer in women's boxing and he's done he was a part of what happened on Saturday because he's been a long-term campaigner for that. But it seemed like Jordan Maldonado and Amanda, they never really trusted or believed in him enough. And I feel a bit sorry for Lou because he'd done a lot of work with Amanda over the years, but obviously she left him, went to Jake Paul. Jake come in, raised her profile straight away, championed her, and ultimately doubled her pay packet for that fight. He got her twice as much as Lou DiBella could have got for that fight. That's the reality. And he got that because of the increase in profile that he gave to Amanda, but also the value that he brought to the event for DAZN. So, when we pitched the fight to DAZN and told him it's going to cost this much, Jake Paul's involvement probably got that over the line. So, but see what Amanda and Jordan's relationship's like with Jake and Nikisa moving forward. Maybe they fall out. I don't know. That's just boxing. And I always think that personal relationships and trust is everything. And that's the relationship we've got with Katie, which is, Eddie, I trust you 100%. And Brian, Peter's our manager, we trust Eddie, you do your job. And we'll argue, we'll negotiate now and again, but trust is everything, especially in the fight game. Because it's it's a horrible world. But, sometimes when a fighter believes in you, it's a great feeling and you give them everything back. After a night like Saturday, do you hear from your father? And if so, what'd he say? Straight away. He watched the whole fight, every fight. And it's like... Stayed up till 3 a.m.? He started, I think it was 9:30 p.m. UK for Before the Bell and then 3:30. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I'm getting texts every night, every fight. Right. Oh, I like him, he was good. No, it weren't very good. Oh, what? And then, all of a sudden, this is a good fight. It's like, Dad, leave it, And then the next day, it's quite a painful phone call on the Sunday because he wants to talk about literally every fight. And when you talked out, you've done the media. Yes. That kid, that 6-rounder, he was good. And I like the way he did that. And I was, but he just said, one of the greatest things he's ever seen.
Wow.
You know, and he's living his life through boxing. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame promoter, but when he stepped back from boxing, now he just lives it through me. So he sits at home watching these shows thinking, wow, that's my boy. That's Matchroom.
That's got to feel good for you, right?
Amazing, of course, because the family business is everything to
Right.
us. So, and that's the legacy that I take forward. But for him, you know, and he had those same arguments, those same fractured relationships with everyone. So it's almost like, that's my boy, go and sock it to him, you know, and he'll say to me, don't take any shit off these people. Go and smash them to pieces, all of them. You know, and I might say to him, oh, you know, PBC or Espinoza, you know, which, yeah, that's why, because they're petrified of you, son. That's why. And, you know, he's a good little cheerleader for me as well, because sometimes, you know, when, especially in America, when everyone's against you, not you, but the industry, it can get a little bit, you know, you can start thinking, oh, dearie, I might just go back to the UK and just sort of dominate over there, because this is a bit, but actually with me, sickly goes the other way. And when I see them do that to me, I just think, I'm going to crush you. Whether it takes a month or a year or 10 years, I'm going to crush you.
Do you feel like you're number one right now? Like there's not even a close second?
I think it's a 3-horse race with Matchroom, PBC, and Top Rank. You know, these are very, I mean, Top Rank particularly, very good promotional company with a very good broadcaster that have a huge tradition in sports, right? But none of...
You watched their show on Saturday, by the way.
I haven't watched it, no. But Shakur Stevenson is an outstanding fighter. But they know how to, you know, we're quite similar in terms of the mechanics of promotion, you know, branding, product value, like brand profile, all this kind of stuff, social, we're quite similar. And PBC, aggressive. But I look at these businesses, Ariel, and I think, you know, and in the UK, you have to post your accounts. So anyone can look at any company, any limited company's accounts in the UK. It's strange. But you can't, that doesn't exist in the US. And I look at these businesses and I wonder about the long-term sustainability or the underlying sort of value of these companies, because I look at some shows they do. I know every number of every show we do down to a T. And I look at some of these pay-per-views and I think, how have you done that without hemorrhaging millions and millions of dollars? And some of that comes through investment, you know, that these companies have done. And that's why I just say, I know that long term, the way we run our business, the way we operate, we're unbeatable. But again, it's time. So when we came 3 years ago, we weren't even here. You know, we came into the market, it was very difficult. Now, already, we're top 3 and we're battling out with the big boys. But if you're going to listen, I mean, you won't hear from Al Heyman because he doesn't speak. But if you're looking at it now and you're saying Eddie Hearn and Matchroom, Al Heyman PBC, and Bob Arum and Top Rank. Bob Arum is 90 years old, legend of the sport. Who are you backing? Who are you backing? Who's your money on over the next 2, 3, 5, 10 years? You know, I know where my money would be.
I'll never understand the Heyman not speaking thing, because to me, like, you need, like, this is part of the magic of...
The biggest problem the PBC have is a lack of spokesman.
They have no face.
There is a real mindset in the sport. People don't like... Al Heyman hates promoters, right? He hates someone to be the figurehead, the spokesperson, the face.
You need that.
You need the face.
Yeah.
I'm the mouth, right? I'm out there 24/7. Good stuff, bad stuff, controversial stuff, but stuff all the time. And you can't, as a fighter, as an event, you can't rely on the fighter to continuously be part of this machine. Dana White, the success of the UFC comes from the figurehead.
That's the brilliance, yeah.
And that's the person. And also, at the same time, it increases the value of your own business and brand, where you don't necessarily need to rely on talent all the time. Of course, if you have the best stable, you're in the greatest position. But that's the thing with the PBC. You know, they employ ultimately, or work with, smaller promoters that they think aren't dangerous. You know, they're not a threat. They're very happy to be in that position. And nice people, by the way, but they're never going to be standing up in front of the media holding court, you know, getting fighters head to head and, You know, that's you have to be a face, a name. And who is going to be that face and name to take boxing forward in America? I don't see them. I don't see these emerging promoters coming out, the ones that are reliable, the ones that won't flake off for a month and go to, I don't know, somewhere else and think, oh, I can't do this anymore. Where's the ones 24/7, 7 days a week that are there and not going anywhere? And as I say, Arum is a brilliant, like you can't knock Bob Arum. He's 90 years old. Where's the future of that business? Who's going to pick up the mantle and be the next Bob Arum? So, and people might listen to this and think, "Cool, he's arrogant." But I'm just telling you that if you have any brain, if you have any common sense, what is the future of boxing in America? And it's us. That's how I feel. Whether that's a Jake Paul delusion or whether that's just me being egotistical, I don't think no one can live with me in terms of the passion and energy that I've got and the time. And I've got time. I want to do it forever, but I've got a lot of time.
We had the nice chat about balancing work and family. I saw this great piece, I'm sure you saw it as well, in The Guardian, and they showed the photo of you as, I think, a 10-year-old standing behind you. You're in the exact same room, and they did this thing. You saw this thing that they did? It's amazing. Same phone as well, same red phone. And I read what your father said, and of course I know who your father is and what he's done in his legacy. But when I was reading it, I was like, now it all makes sense. Everything he said of himself, I was a bad father. I was not there. And it was like almost the exact, I can see why you're able to be at terms, at peace with the lifestyle that you have, because that's the lifestyle your dad had.
Yeah, I mean, for me growing up, like he never felt like a bad, and he was a good father. You know, when he was around, he would give me 100% all the time and actually go beyond, trying to make up for not being there. And the same thing with me. And I'm away now for 2.5 weeks or whatever it is. So when I go back, you know, I'm missing my kids dearly. But it's a sacrifice. And I hope they will understand. They will understand because they understand what the business means to us as a family. If you have Sunday lunch with our family, we get told off 30 times, me and my dad, every Sunday lunch. We can't stop talking about business. But it's not really business for us. It's sport. And it's life. So where you might, you might have a conversation debating about an MMA fight, I'm having a conversation debating with him what's right and wrong about one of the sports that we're promoting or whatever it is. And my mum will say, "Will you stop?" Right? She's lived a life of 40 years of this, and it's not going anywhere. So you got to, and again, our deep conversation last week, it all comes down to how much you want it. How much do you want it? What sacrifices are you prepared to make? And I want it so bad. Like nights like Saturday, how can you even compare anything business related or life to that experience on Saturday? Family's everything. Business close second. That's our famous saying within the family. But
I think you have that in your bio.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But he didn't have mobile phones back then. You do. So it's harder for you.
True.
Like you say, he gave you 100%. He was able to give you 100% because no one was interrupting.
We didn't have mobile phones because, like you say, he'd get home.
Yeah.
And we'd go play football, play cricket, whatever it was.
It's impossible.
Now it's like, oh, jeez.
You find that you're addicted to it.
Park.
I saw you in the ring, Eddie. I saw you in the ring. You were on your phone.
Yeah, but that's more of a social media reaction.
Okay.
I'm over the park, I'll be on the swings and I'll be like this.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
I know. But it's like you never want to take your finger off the pulse.
I know.
So, and if you want to be the very best, that's the lifestyle you got to lead. It goes back to the fighters. If you want to be the best, if you want to be the greatest, you have to make the sacrifices that when you walk through those ropes, you couldn't have done any more. That's the greatest feeling in the world. And when we started that show on Saturday, that's exactly how I felt. Well, have a good show, everyone. Let's be honest. Could we have done any more? No. The Man in the Glass, read the poem. Greatest poem ever. It's about looking yourself in the mirror in the eyes and knowing I couldn't have done any more. And that's what life's all about.
So as we wrap this up, this is tremendous stuff. I appreciate the time. I'll let you go in a couple of minutes. So we look ahead now. Rematch is what you want. You'd like for it to be in Ireland if you had your way. How soon could it happen?
I mean,
because she was beat up. Is she okay, by the way?
Yeah, I looked at Katie in the change room. I thought she broke her jaw. She had quite a lot of swelling around here, but she got scanned yesterday, and she's okay. So
all good.
Yeah, all good.
No breaks, nothing. No. Amanda, do you know, to the best of your knowledge?
Look, I saw a video of her a bit bashed up. But okay.
So
I mean,
realistically,
where are we now? We're coming up
early
with May. So June, July, August. The problem is to go Croke Park, you really have to go
because it
end
gets
of
cold,
August.
right?
Yeah, end of August at kind of like the latest first week of September's pushing it. So
That too
it's
soon.
quite a fast turnaround. I mean, you know, for a fight end of August, you got to start training in June, beginning of June. You got a month. It's not ideal.
Yeah.
Not ideal. But also, if it was the difference for Katie between fighting at Croke Park and not fighting at Croke Park, then, you know, we'll look at it. But I think when you get to that level, a lot of people talk about activity, fighters. A lot of top fighters outside of Canelo Alvarez really aren't active enough. It's a conversation I have with AJ quite a lot. The bigger names tend to only fight twice a year. It's not that active, especially if you have a fight that might only go a few rounds. So, but Katie's kind of at that stage now where she will only have 2 fights this year. So we'll have to see where that rematch could be held.
And if the timing doesn't work out because of the weather, is it MSG?
Yeah, MSG,
like number
Middle
one?
East. I mean, you know, you're
Okay with Middle East for a fight like this? Because again, to your point, I was comparing it to 205. UFC 205 was Conor's debut at MSG. It was UFC's debut at MSG. And it was incredible. One of the greatest nights that I've ever witnessed. And why I thought this was maybe more special, I just said it before you came in, was 98% of the crowd was for Conor on that night. This is November of 2016. And it felt almost like a coronation. Saturday felt like a 50-50 or a 60-40 split. That's what made it so special. You go to Middle East, I know the money's great, but is the vibe the same?
It's like, I always have to take the criticism when we go somewhere like the Middle East, you know, taking the fight, what people will say, away from the fans. This is a prize fighting. This is the most dangerous, brutal sport you could ever imagine. And if I can generate 3-4 times the payday for a fighter that I could here, one, I would have no choice. I would have no say. They'd be taking it, right? Some different to others, Katie particularly, but still, you know, if we were in a situation where there was 3 or 4 times more money on the table for Katie Taylor to take that fight, I would be saying to her, the decision is yours, but you've got to take this opportunity. And that goes back to AJ against Ruiz. That goes back to particularly AJ against Usyk, which is a co-promotion where it's a split in revenue. Do you think that when I say to Alexander Usyk, you can make X to fight in London or 4X to fight in what do you think he's going to say? It's prize fighting. I agree with all your points in terms of that night out, that moment. So for me, I think it's Croke Park or probably back at MSG if we can't do the thing. But if there is a life-changing offer that comes in for this fight, we'd be mad not to consider it. And people sometimes don't understand that, Ariel, you know. And all I can ever be is as honest as I can be with a fight fan. And say, you have to understand, this isn't a game of tennis. This isn't 18 holes around a golf course. This is a fight that can change you forever, physically and mentally. Please let these fighters get what they deserve. And on Saturday, they got what they deserved. But there may be something out there that just changes their life, the next generation of their family, and the next generation of the family. And there's nothing more rewarding as a promoter when I see someone step away from the sport with all the spoils, with the legacy, with the belts, but financially secure to never have to worry again for them and their children. And that's what they may have an opportunity to do. But you tell me what I want.
No, of course.
And you know, I'm a fight fan.
How much do you think she could get, like, for this rematch?
I don't know. I mean, the fight's much bigger. You know, they just made 7 figures each.
What does she walk away with? Are you able to say?
No, not really.
All right, I don't know if that was the thing.
She did very well.
Okay.
And she'll make more money in a rematch. You know, that's...
Most of her career on Saturday?
What made...
Yeah, purse-wise. Was it the highest?
Of her career?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. By a long way.
And the rematch could be... Because I heard Jake say 8 figures for the...
Yeah, I mean, Jake says something. I mean, Jake actually said 10 figures in one interview. And I was trying to realise how much. Was that $1 billion? You know, I was like, wow, I hope you're paying. But look, again, we'd have to do a deal with Serrano. You know, she lost, but she'll think that she's worth more than she was in that fight. She may have a point. So it all depends what revenue can be generated. What's the gate now? How much will DAZN pay? You know, how much would a sponsorship be this time? Is there a site fee? And that's how we won't just pull a number out the air like some people. It'll be calculated.
It was magical stuff. It was an honor for me to be a small part of the
You're
build-up.
a great part of it, Ariel.
I appreciate
Gone
it.
down very well. A lot of people telling me,
Thank you. Yeah.
got to bring you into the boxing world.
I'm not such a bad guy. When you meet with Dana later this week, tell him he's not such a bad guy.
Really? I'm pretty honest, like, and I like you.
I appreciate
I will be
that.
telling that, and I like him, and that's why I tell people he's a good guy. You can only take people as you find them.
I agree. Thank you for that. And what a night. I mean, I don't. You don't need me to say it, but I will never forget that. I will truly. I still feel like I'm on a high.
Yeah, but I bet you do as well. That's the greatest feeling for us, because that was presented by us.
Yeah, no, it's tremendous.
That's how we judge.
To you and everyone.
So, and that's how we'll build our fan base. That's how we'll get respect from fight fans for providing value for money and nights they'll never forget.
I'd never worked with DAZN before and never really met your team. Everyone's a gentleman. Everyone's a sweetheart. I mean, just a fantastic group of people. So I enjoyed every second of it. Thank you so much for coming in. And I guess we'll see you on Wednesday's show as well, since you're now a full-time co-host. We got to talk about Canelo and Bivol.
Cinco de Mayo weekend.
That's right. I mean, good luck out there.
Coming?
I'm not coming. No.
Really?
No.
I bet DAZN end up flying you out.
All right. We'll see about that. Can I go on the PJ?
Well, we'll see.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so
you're
much.
paying.
Good luck. I'll pay for the petrol. Eddie Hearn, everyone. Appreciate you coming by. Thank you, Eddie, and congratulations again as he walks out the head of Matchroom, Canelo Bivol. The fun doesn't stop for Matchroom, unbelievably. And DAZN. They've got the pound-for-pound king fighting this weekend, going up against UFC 274. You hear me, Frank, on this? Because I don't hear myself. Oh, wait, you know what? I just turned myself down. There I am.
You good?
Frank, I'm good. That was a lot of fun. So I guess Eddie will be on the show on Wednesday. He's now a full-time co-host. Love talking to promoters. You guys know I love talking to promoters. I love talking about the business of the sport. Are we going, is she there? Frank, is Carla there?
1 second.
We went to the camera shot, so I thought you guys were trying to tell me something. But that was great. I appreciate him stopping by. I appreciate Fred of DAZN stopping by. And honestly, I didn't really get into it at the top. I was a tiny part. I did the 2 face-to-faces, and that was it. I was on their boxing show on Friday. That was a lot of fun. Akam Barak do a great job with that. It was fun for me to be a part of it. It was fun for me to be on the floor at MSG. I never sat on the floor as a fight journalist. They usually have me in the rafters behind the behind the beams. The whole thing was just good vibes. Everyone was so kind, so nice, so welcoming. The whole teams that I, came in contact with, everyone was just absolute gentlemen and just gentlewomen, gentlemen, sweethearts, as welcoming, as warm, as friendly, as nice as can be. So it was really special stuff. We'll talk more about that night throughout the program, talk more to Frank, GC, New York Rick, anyone else who wants to chime in, and of course a couple of guests will chime in as well. Cris Cyborg going to join us in studio in a bit, but first, let's go to the Zoom machine and talk to the woman who's going up for the UFC strawweight title this Saturday, a rematch almost 8 years in the making, the one and only Carla Esparza joining us on the program. There she is. Hello, Carla. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How's it going?
Everything's going really well, and thank you for doing this on the Monday of your fight week. I know it's a really busy time, a hectic time. How crazy is it, by the way? Like right now, do you feel like your head is spinning? Is life very crazy or pretty good?
I mean, it's a little busy for sure. Just with the added media, I think my last 3 fights, there wasn't much media because of the pandemic. There was no crowds in the fight. There was hardly any pre-fight media. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a change going into a title fight.
And there's so much that I want to ask you about with regards to the title fight. Just curious, because we've been talking about it on this show and last week as well. Did you watch that Katie Taylor-Amanda Serrano fight on Saturday? Maybe you're interested. It's women. I know women were accepted a lot sooner in UFC, but I'm wondering if you watched it and were inspired by them going into your title fight this Saturday.
I actually didn't watch it. I tend to not watch too many fights right before my fight because I really just try to stay in the zone of my own fight. Ah,
that's interesting. You've always been like that?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to me, watching fights gets me really amped up, and I my brain starts moving, and I just try to think about my game plan and what I have to do the following week.
And what a crazy couple of weeks for you. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this Saturday you're fighting for the belt. The following Saturday you're getting married, right?
Correct.
This is crazy. You're getting married. So which date came first?
I've had this wedding planned for like 8-9 months. So that's been planned like well in advance. And then the fight, I think I found out maybe like around 2 months or a little more ago.
Okay, so when you got the call, you obviously knew the date. It's like ingrained in your mind, right? It's a big day for you and your fiance. What was your reaction? You're finally getting this fight. We've been talking about the saga of you trying to get the fight for so long. What was your reaction when you got the call that it's a week before your wedding date?
Well, my reaction was like, I have a choice to make, as opposed to like, if the wedding was, a couple weeks before, I would have been like, I have to cancel it. Or if it was the day of the fight, I would have been like, no questions, got to cancel the wedding. But this was like, okay, well, now you have a choice. You can potentially go into, a wedding, maybe with a nice belt and a black eye, or, just tore up, like, is a big decision to make. But fortunately, like, my fiance kind of helped me come to the conclusion that, hey, let's just keep it. We're all, he's like, I love you no matter what, black eyes and all. And, everyone coming to the wedding. It's a small wedding. Like, they know what's up. It's not going to be like, that's weird. Where'd that black eye come from?
Right. And so your fiance was totally okay with it. No problems, no hesitations, no questions asked.
Yeah. He's actually the person that helped, made me solidify the decision. Cause I went to him, I was like, I feel really stressed out about this decision. Planning a wedding is very stressful and you do it months in advance. And, I was like, I don't want to go into, I'm stressed out, like how, I could go into the wedding. I want to feel beautiful. I want to look beautiful. And he was like, look, when I asked you to marry you, I knew what I was getting myself into, asking a fighter to marry me. And he's like, you're beautiful no matter what. He's like, we're just committing to each other. So that's all that matters. And
wow.
I support whatever decision you want to make. And to me, that solidified it. I'm like, if he can see me as like beautiful no matter what, like that's all that really matters.
What a gentleman. That's a real keeper right there that you got on your hands. Well done.
Yeah.
That's an amazing thing.
Sure.
And by the way, like I know, most women would have some nerves, some thoughts, all kinds of things before their wedding date. Do you even think about your wedding at this point, or are you kind of holding it off until Sunday after the fight?
I mean, it's hard not to like have it in my mind, but at the end of the day, my focus is on this fight. I mean, at the end of the day, I've been, preparing for this fight like for a couple months, but in all actuality, I've been preparing for this fight my whole life. This is my dream. This is what I've built up to. So like, I'm not going to be distracted. Like, the wedding has been set, and I've told everybody, like florists, venue people, like at 6 weeks out, I was like, don't contact me anymore. Like it's already all set and planned, and I need to focus on my fight. If you have to contact anyone, contact my fiance.
Why did it take so long to make this fight?
I mean, that's hard to say. Like, I think this fight was a long time in the making. I think it got to the point where it was like, it's undeniable that, I was the next one for the fight. And the only option, the only other thing they could do, there was nobody else that I think was in line for this, was just like, okay, well, let's do a rematch with Whaley, because she was pushing for it. So, it's hard to say, but I mean, I got cut on my eye. I did a jiu-jitsu competition, so that might have put it off another like month or two. Like there's a lot of things, but at the end of the day, I try not to like speculate and wonder about those things. At the end of the day, like I got to fight next week, and that's all that matters.
How's the cut?
It's doing great.
Okay.
It's pretty much, it's fully healed. The doctor told me, I think it was like 90% healed or something at 6 weeks. And it's, it's been a few months. So, I feel good. I feel good about it. I mean, it doesn't look as super pretty as, I'd want it, but, we're fighters. That's how it goes.
When you finally got the call a couple months ago that it was finally going to happen, what kind of a relief was that for you? Because I feel like, I mean, I said it, I thought you should have been fighting for the belt in November. I thought you should have gotten the fight after the knockout win over Zhang Weili for Rose. Didn't happen. Yeah. And then there was still like, they weren't quite committing to you. It wasn't being put out there. So when you finally got the call, what did that feel like?
I actually wasn't necessarily like a call that I got. It was more of, Like when Dana kind of committed to the fight, like when he was like, Carla is 100% next in line. That was just like, like I could finally take a breath. It was a huge relief. Like, okay, like now I know what's happening. Like big guy said it, so it's going down for sure.
Okay.
So it's definitely a big relief.
Have you watched the first fight and the build up in the training camp leading up to this one? And if so, how many times?
Have I watched
your first fight?
What do you mean the build up?
Like as you're preparing for this fight, do you go back to 2014 and watch that first fight a lot?
I did in fact watch that fight, and more of just like studying and kind of seeing what tendencies are still there, because I know how she's going to react to me, and the things that I do, because although like it's been almost 8 years, we both evolved and changed a lot. At the end of the day, like there's still a lot of tendencies that are the same on both sides in any fighter. You hope to evolve and change as a fighter, but you're never going to completely lose who you are and your style.
So what do you think is the biggest difference between her today and her style today as opposed to the one almost 8 years ago?
I mean, it just seems like she's just, like a better version of herself. She's so much sharper. Like when I see her footwork and, her composure in the cage, because she's had so many high level fights, I feel like the composure is a big, she's definitely grown a lot there. She was very young in her career back when we first fought. Her footwork, is really crisp. Her recognition of like when there's kind of like a quick moment of like someone's maybe off or like kind of not paying attention, she capitalizes on it really well. She's really good at seeing that. Just her hands are really up and sharp. Like her striking's crisp, like just overall, I mean, of course, in like her jiu-jitsu and everything, it's always been sharp, but we haven't seen as much of it in the last few years because, she's tended to beat most people on the feet. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of growth everywhere. And
what about for yourself? What would you say you have improved on the most since that first fight?
I would say just kind of like my timing, like I'm better at, setting things up. I think back in the day it used to be a little bit more like wild, and now it's kind of hidden behind my like mix, my striking and my, my takedowns are a little bit mixed in better. My striking's definitely a lot sharper. I think, just kind of like all over my jiu-jitsu, like I think has gotten better. Like I think I'm more going for the submission now and the finish, as opposed to back then it was just kind of stay safe and stay in place. Now it's like, no, like let's get that win. Let's get that finish.
I always thought that you got a raw deal 8 or so years ago, if I may say so myself, because you had just come off that show. That's a whole process in its own right. Then you're fighting for the belt and you're beating Rose, and that's a huge moment. And then like it felt like 3-4 weeks later they booked you in another title fight and you're fighting in March. It was one of the quickest turnarounds. I always thought you got a raw deal then. What do you think? Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely felt that way at the time, and looking back, I mean, I still feel the same, but like over the years, it's like I can, I did dwell on it for a little bit and I was upset, but it didn't really serve me to be upset about that and like upset, just in general, because that's not going to change. Like that fight is done and over with. I lost, gotta lick your wounds and like come back and keep growing and, and go for the title again. And, it may have taken me almost 8 years, but I'm here again. So that's what I'm focused on.
And on the flip side of that, and I want to give a shout out to a media member, Scott Fontana, who tweeted this. If you win the belt on Saturday, it would be the longest period of time in between two title victories in the UFC, over 2,000 days. I think it's like 2,700 days or something like that. But you would break the record. Do you know this?
Yeah, no, I just had heard that. And I was like, wow, before that, I think it was Frank Mir at 4.5 years, and this would be almost 8 years. So, I mean, to me, that would be like such a proud achievement, because I think that, I mean, even stepping into this title fight is a huge achievement for me, but like winning that would solidify that like, hey, back then it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't because there wasn't anyone in the division. Like I've continued to grow and get better and evolve, and I'm still hanging with, the new young up and comers. Like I'm still here at the top.
Yeah.
Almost 8 years later.
That's an amazing thing. And obviously witnessed the fact that it would be a record. So not a lot of people are doing that. By the way, the nails, I just saw them again. What do they signify? What is it? It's one blue. I'm colorblind. Is that pink or white over there?
It's white. It's white. Like I just, championship color white. I love wearing white. I have pretty good luck in why I wore it my last fight, and got a lot of blood on it, but it wasn't mine, so that was cool. I wore white when I fought for the title for Invicta and won that. So I'm just, hey, so it'd be cool. Like the blue, I'm going to be in the blue corner, and I'm a Cookie Monster. Like I just thought it was cool. I actually had just seen it in my photo I posted from my last fight, and I had done the same thing, and I was just kind of like, that's cool. I'm gonna stick with that.
Recreate it. And so for you, when do you go to Phoenix? Tomorrow?
I fly tomorrow afternoon.
And are you the kind of
flight from
on the West Coast? Are you an anxious person on fight week? Like how would you describe, it's been a while since you fought for the belt or defended the belt. Back in March of 2015 was the last time. Do you feel different this time around? It's been a long road to get back here. How would you describe what's going on inside of you?
It's really hard to compare the experiences because, the last time I fought for the title, nobody even knew I was fighting for the title. I mean, it was under wraps because the Ultimate Fighter, the final season, the final episode was airing that week, which would determine who would be in the final. So we pretty much didn't have to do very much media. It wasn't like this big pay-per-view that was, built up. It was just kind of it was an Ultimate Fighter. I think we fought on a Friday, it was definitely a different vibe. And so, it's hard to compare the feelings, and I don't know how I'm going to feel when I get to fight week, but it's weird. The last few camps, I've felt this weird, calmness and just confidence and everything that I've done. So I actually feel pretty good going into fight week.
By the way, did you think that she beat Zhang back in November? Some people thought she actually lost. What did you think?
Yeah, I thought Rose won.
Okay.
I thought she won the fight. Yeah, I watched it a few times, and and obviously there was both people had their moments in the fight, but I felt that she was the sharper fighter, she was the more accurate fighter, and Zhang wasn't really able to do too much. Usually when she would get this great position, other than a mount she got at the end of the second, I think. But
in your opinion, if you can share it, maybe not key to beat. She's looked really good as of late. Dare I say she's looking the best of her career, especially that knockout of last year was amazing. Key to beating her, especially early on. What do you have to do early on to set the tone, set the tempo?
I think I just really have to kind of impose my will and kind of fight the fight that I want to fight and not really let her set the pace. And, I think it's got to be a fast-paced fight, So, I mean, we'll see. You never know, because at the end of the day, you have a game plan going in and they have a game plan going in. You never know what they're going to come at you. I've had fights where I was okay, I'm going to take this person down. And then, they kind of circled me, and I had to with when I fought Watterson, we were on the feet the whole time, and it wasn't the fight that I expected, but you just got to kind of be able to switch in the moment.
Well, I can't wait. I'm thrilled that you got the fight. I'm thrilled that we're getting to see it again. It's such a great story. And I hope that it's promoted the right way this week. Almost 8 years in the making. Both of you were very different people back then. You were coming off a crazy show. She had hair. She doesn't have hair anymore. You're about to get married. I mean, there's so much going on in your lives. So well done on getting it. Congrats on the success recently. And well done on taking the fight and even being willing to cancel your wedding if you had to in order to get this fight. But I'm happy it all worked out. And of course, congratulations to you and your fiance on the wedding the following week. But good luck to you, Carla. I appreciate you doing this. I know I told you I'd keep you short so you can get to training. So appreciate you doing this very much, and good luck this week.
Cool. Thank you so much. Good talking to you.
Great talking to you. There she is, Carla Esparza, the Cookie Monster, legend of the game, and at one point considered for quite a while the best strawweight in the world. I can't wait for that fight. And again, it was the fight that I thought should have been made last year, but it doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Oliveira Gaethje is tremendous stuff. Esparza Rose 2 is tremendous stuff. Chandler Ferguson is a really interesting lightweight fight, of course. OSP versus Shogun Rua 2, also on the main card, kind of flying under the radar. And what about the legends Donald Cerrone and Joe Lozon? kicking off the main card. Other fights of note on 274, Randy Brown versus Chaos Williams, Macy Chiasson versus the great Norma Dumont, Brandon Royval against Matt Schnell should be fun, Blagoy Ivanov against Marcos Rogerio de Lima, Francisco Trinaldo against Danny Hot Chocolate Roberts, Tracy Cortez against Melissa Gatto, Clayton Rodriguez against CJ Vergara, Lupita Godinez, our good friend, against Arlan Camalosi, Journey Newson against Fernie Garcia, and Andre Fialio against Cameron Van Camp. Tremendous name, Van Camp. So that's 274. There's a Bellator event, by the way, on Friday. And there's also PFL this week as well. There's a lot going on. And we're going to talk about all of that as the week goes on. But in a matter of moments, it's fun. It's only 1:30, and I feel like we've been on the air for quite some time. Matter of moments, we're going to be joined in studio by the reigning defending Bellator featherweight champion, women's featherweight champion, Cris Cyborg. After that, we're going to be joined by Holly Holm, and I can't wait to get her thoughts on the Taylor Serrano fight. And after that, we're going to be joined by the great Marlon Chito Vera, who had a fantastic win over Rob Font. I hope you guys watched that fight as well. I was watching it. I usually don't like doing this, but I was watching it ringside because obviously, you know, I thought it was a very important fight. I think Chito's the man. Stuck my neck out, called him the underdog pick of the week. First round and 3/4 did not look like it was going his way. Then he drops him. Chito drops Rob, end of the second, and then he just like freaking win. Beast mode. Incredible win for the Ecuadorian. But in a matter of seconds, so we'll get to him later on, check in with GC, New York Rick, of course. Cris Cyborg, who's coming off a win just 2 weeks ago for Arlene Blencowe. That was in Hawaii. She successfully defended her title. A lot to talk to her about. She's on quite the roll as of late. She has won her last 6 in a row. Of course, she's the Grand Slam champion. She has won titles in Strikeforce, in Invicta, in the UFC, and Bellator, one of the greatest of all time. And she was in attendance on Saturday at Madison Square Garden to witness history, Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. So I want to talk to her about that. I also want to talk to her about her situation, her fight career, of course, very much in the news as of late, not only because of her fight, but because of the Kayla Harrison stuff. And so without further ado, I think she is going to walk in any second now. The great Cris Cyborg stopping by right before she goes to the airport to fly back home. So this is great. Here she is. Yes, Cris.
Hey.
Thank you so much for coming in, Cris.
Welcome.
It's great to see you again.
Good,
How are you?
Good.
I'm going to take, you have a belt here. Huh?
Yes.
I'm going to take my belt down. This is my broadcast belt. No.
Nice. Look
but
nice.
Your belt is way cooler than mine. And who's that? Ray over there?
Yes.
Ray's in the house, the man. Thank you so much for coming in. Yeah, that's great.
I bring a towel for you too.
You brought a towel for you came bearing gifts, Cris. Wow.
Yes.
Your stuff, by the way, Ray hooked me up with the shirt from the last game.
Yes.
Very good quality stuff. I really appreciate it. Please have a seat.
And then my first day, so
Okay.
my first time in person.
I love it.
The sticker.
I love it. Look at this. Wow, this is great. I got the towel right here.
Yes.
I mean, you do very well with the merch.
Oh,
so thank you so much, Cris. I
Yeah,
really appreciate this.
welcome.
And thank you for coming. I know you're going to the airport after this, right?
Yes.
So I really appreciate you stopping by. Welcome. You were at the fight on Saturday. We have a lot to talk about.
Yes.
But we just had Eddie Hearn in, so I wanted to ask you about the experience. What did you think of the night, the event, Madison Square Garden, all that stuff?
No, it was a great event and very nice to see the two women did an amazing fight too. You know, Serrano Taylor did an amazing fight. And the nice thing, all the women from boxing support the event too.
Right.
You know, it's have Layla Lee, Clarissa Shields, have Christy Martin.
Yep.
Have a lot of girls that support the women's box. It was nice. It was
Now,
a great experience.
why were you there?
For support the
You just wanted
women's
to.
boxing
You just wanted
too.
to support. That was it.
Yes, of course.
It was a pleasure trip. It wasn't a business trip.
Yes, it's everything. You
A little
know,
bit
you
of both.
work, you have fun
Okay.
after my fight, and it's nice to. I would like to do an unboxing fight.
Yes.
So it's the perfect time for me.
You said this after your recent
Yes.
win that, and correct me if I'm wrong, your next fight you wanted to be boxing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Next one. So when you're watching that on Saturday, when you're seeing how great of a scene it is and the fight, what is going through your mind?
I can do that thing. I'm ready. I want to do.
You want to do it. You want to be in there.
Yes.
Why do you care? You're one of the greatest MMA fighters of all time, regardless of gender. Why does this mean so much to you?
It's a challenge. And then in the beginning of my career, before I do MMA, I was doing boxing. So, and then I did the MMA. So, I did the wrestling, computer wrestling, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, but I never had the boxing opportunity. And before I finished my career, for sure, this is one of my dream. And I like strike. All my fights finished by KO. I like to strike. So it's going to be good.
By the way, who do you think won the fight on Saturday? It's a bit of a debate.
I was a great fight. It was back and forth. But I saw, but to make me surprised, like let's say Serrano win just 3. I believe he's won more than 3. And the 5th round, I believe if it's supposed to be like a 3-minute round,
yes,
I think Serrano can take that fight by KO. It was a great fight, back and forth. Yeah.
How do you feel about the 2-minute rounds, 10 2-minute rounds? So in total, it's 20 minutes of fighting.
Yes.
You would do, 5 5s. There was once a time when the women were only doing 5-3 or 3-3, right?
Yes.
When you see 2 minutes, what do you think?
I think it's very quick, and actually, I'm the first fighter to fight 5-minute rounds.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, I was the first.
Was that for Gina?
Gina Carano,
yeah.
Yes.
August of 2009.
Yes.
August 15th, I think it
Yes.
was, right? Yes.
Yes.
Wow. That was the first ever one.
Yes.
Yes. Now it's all coming back to me. So
I think 2 minutes is very quick. So when I'm doing sparring, I do boxing sparring all the time, and I like to do 3 minutes. I know I asked the person to spar for me, we can do 3 minutes. They say, yeah, okay. Like, I prefer 3 minutes. I think it's good because we do 5. It's a little bit more than half.
Right. Yeah. Why do you think MMA and the community and the promoters, why do you think we have embraced female fighters a lot quicker than boxing, right? It feels like, even dating back to Elite XC and Strikeforce, we've been talking, you guys have been main event for such a long time, but just now it feels like the women's boxers are getting that type of recognition. Why do you think that is? I
think mentally, I think changed a lot. After this weekend, I think it changed a lot. I know a lot of people say, man, it was an amazing fight. And a lot of people text me. I think it's just mentally think maybe the girls are going to fight great like the guys. I don't know, but the girls show amazing fight. And, and they always, when I fight, I try to do the best fight I can. Like, they can watch my fight, say, no, girls can fight like a man, they can do exciting fight, and I think this girls proven Saturday, and every time when I step the cage, I try to prove it too. And MMA was getting slow too, but now you see the MMA growing a lot. I believe after this weekend, it's going to grow a lot of boxing.
Was that your first time at MSG? Watch a fight?
I believe for watch fight, yes, but I came when I fought Gina Carano, we did the open air
Yes, I remember, yeah.
That was amazing.
Feels like a lifetime ago,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Yeah. But to watch a fight, that was your first time?
I think so,
What'd you think of it?
It was amazing. The crowd was crazy, and Irish fans and the Puerto Rico fans. It was an amazing vibe. Yes.
I saw you had the belt there.
Yes. I walk around there for sure. Yes.
You're proud of it.
Yes.
Did you get a lot of love?
Yes, all the fans, very nice. And every time I like to go in box events, and I have a lot of good fans come in, talk to me. It's nice to share the love, give love for them.
Was there any boxing talk? Business talk?
No, I meet a lot of people. I think it's going to change a lot, card, and they talk to a lot of people. It's nice.
Okay.
Yes, it's always not just have fun, but the work,
By the way, what do you think of Jake Paul?
We did one video together, and I talked a little bit for him. So I think what he did for Serrano is amazing. He's changed the sport, and of course with Eddie together. But then really he been changed the sport. I know he talk a lot of things is true, a lot of things we don't know. But I think it's doing good for boxing movements.
He talks a lot about fighter pay. I would imagine you agree with most of the things that he says. Yeah, is that accurate?
No, I believe like we are the stars. We're supposed to getting paid better, good. You know what I mean? I think his stock, because I start this. So I start this, everybody throw rockets at me, but you see another fighters doing, John Jones, Nagaya, and Jake. I think a lot of things he's saying, it's true.
You were part of the video that he did, the Dana White diss track.
Yes.
How did that come about?
They just contact me, Chris, we have one video to do, and then I say, oh, cool, I'm free, let's do this. And
you didn't think twice, no issues?
No, I really don't know, not sure everything.
Yeah.
Just, Chris, we're just going to sign on contract. Oh, cool.
What did you think of the experience? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was a great experience, yeah.
Did you watch the
acting?
video?
You know, they call me I'm acting. You
That's
know,
right. That's
they
right.
call me Chris. We want to be acting. It's good.
What do you think of the final product? The song, the video.
You know, I don't know. A lot of things I don't agree. A lot of things I'm just there for acting. So
Right. Okay. On that day. So, did you get any heat for that? I don't think so. Right?
yeah, not too much. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Antonio McKee was there too.
Yes.
You saw him, right? He was in your scene.
Yes.
So you're at this event, and even Eddie was talking about you as a potential crossover fight for Katie. You mentioned after your win, and we'll get to the win as well, over Arlene Blencowe. But can you clear up once and for all for me, Chris? What is your status with Bellator at this point?
I'm not free yet, but I'm gonna be free agent MMA. Gonna be, I think, sometime in summer.
Okay.
But I'm free to boxing. I don't need to ask Scott
Wow.
Coker for boxing.
Has that always been the case?
Yes.
So why didn't you do the boxing earlier?
Because I was continuing gonna be busy, MMA busy. You know, it's like little time. You know, it's different sports, so
Right.
I need a little time for continue training, just focus on boxing. But I was thinking I'm gonna be more busy, you know, in MMA. So I let it forward a little bit.
Okay, so do you know, you don't know exactly, or you don't want to say exactly when you're a free agent?
It's gonna be like sometime summer.
Summer.
Yeah.
And is there like an exclusive negotiation period, or is if this date comes, you're free to go?
No, I have some points to look at Bellator.
Got it.
It's
Yeah.
Bellator, and then after, yes.
So what do you think right now? Are you going to resign?
No,
Have there been talks?
I love work with Scott. I love work with Bellator. It's family, you know. But it's like the point is maybe this is gonna be the last time it's gonna be a free agent, you know.
Right.
And at this point, I think is I feel like maximize my contract. You know, it's the last one in sport, and so yes. But you know, let's see what's gonna happen. I'm excited.
Has there been any talk since your fight? I know it was just a couple of weeks ago, but about you sticking around, re-signing with them.
You know, I think everything is gonna work out. I don't know. I'll see how it works, but I believe like it's the last time it's gonna be free.
Sure.
So I have to make sure be right about. It's a business, so it's the last time. I have to see what's gonna be perfect contract for me. The most money I can make is gonna be great, and let's say I want to fight 3 times a year. You know, I want to keep acting and keep fighting.
Are you happy with Bellator?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
You like the way they
Have a good-
treat you?
Yeah, they treat me amazing. I think the first thing you have to be respect. So the first thing you want to sign with me is about respect. You know, I think I'm gonna it's respect each other. You know, and I think it's the first thing.
My question as far as your future with Bellator is there enough options for you to keep you motivated? Enough opponents, challenges to keep you motivated? Blencowe, it was a great fight, but like you already conquered that mountain, right? Yeah. And they were talking about, you know, I don't know, Kavanaugh. You've already conquered these mountains. There's, correct me if you feel otherwise, I feel like there's one challenge left in Bellator. It's Kat Zingano. So why hasn't that fight happened, in your opinion?
There will Bellator want to make this fight happen. I think the big issue is it's her, like to really say, okay.
She doesn't want it?
Yeah, we're supposed to fight before, you know, but I think she's asked for fight before. I think the big issue is she's accepted fight. So depending on who I'm gonna sign, who's gonna be with, they're gonna have to find a girl to me fight. You know, the big thing, I want to be 3 fights a year, and I want to continue to be acting. I want to finish my career as no fighting, and yes, I want to be active.
Do you agree with me when I say there aren't a lot of new challenges for you left there, unless they bring in new people that aren't on the roster?
Probably. I think the first challenge, I think for them too, is bring more girls to fight, for sure.
Right.
Yes. But I see Kat Zingano, I think probably going to be the next one.
So is it possible, by the way, that you get one in before the contract is up?
No, I think it would be all included.
Yeah. It would have to be part of a new deal,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
You're not going to fight like in the next month or something.
I can. I'm ready.
You are ready. No
Yeah.
issues in the last fight.
Yeah. I kick a lot.
Yeah.
So, but I was just kick a lot in the fight. Maybe my shin a little bit sore, but no, I'm ready. It's nice when you be active, you know, fighting all the time. So it's hard to wait. I don't like to wait.
So like for a fight like the one you just had, because you already beat her and because maybe she's not the biggest name, like what was your level of motivation going into that fight? Was it hard to get excited about a challenge you had already conquered?
I believe the big challenge, okay, it's your opponent too, but the big challenge for me is myself. Every fight I want to do better. I feel like the fights I'm doing, I'm being patient. I'm show a little bit of my skills in mixed martial arts. Before the people see just a strike, now I can do a lot of things together. So I think me is the challenge every day. So doing better fights, motivate fights for all my fans. I think I want to do the biggest fight now. I believe I don't have to prove anything. I think my legacy is be the Grand Slam champion. This I already did. So now I want to do the biggest fights for my fans and the most exciting fight I can.
By the way, was she tougher than you expected her to be?
She's tough. She was tough. It was a great fight. Yes.
Yeah. More than, comparing her this time to when you fought her a couple of years ago. Tougher, right?
Yeah, it was
Were
tough.
you expecting that?
I always wait to 5 rounds, but I work a lot of patience in this fight too. So I've been working a lot of things for sittings, timing, and I was really happy the way you're going.
When you started your career, did you think that you would be still fighting at this point? Like when you envisioned how long this whole thing would last for you? Now here you are doing this you're a legit pioneer. You're one of the greatest ever, if not the greatest ever in many people's eyes. But have you almost exceeded how long you thought you would stick around in this crazy sport?
At the beginning, I didn't think I was going to fight because don't have girls to fight. It was not like this. The people say, Chris, just keep training. The time is going to come. And they say, but it takes so long. Sometimes 1 year, 2 years of training, no fighting. So I didn't see I was going to be fight one day, but I didn't see what I really just want to do something I love, and everything for me was the consequence. The belt was the consequence. I was to do my best, like what I do, not just fighting. Everything I do in my life, I like to do best every time. So do my best, but make me very happy. What I'm doing, not just for me, but for the women's MMA.
What do you remember? So the official date is May 17, 2005. That was your debut. Do you remember the name of the show?
Show Fight.
Show Fight.
Yes.
You remember the opponent?
Yes.
Erica
Paz.
It's crazy. You lost.
Uh-huh.
What do you remember from that night? It happened in Curitiba, right?
No, it was São Paulo.
São Paulo. Okay,
Yes.
here it says Curitiba. Okay, São Paulo in Brazil.
Yes.
What do you remember from that?
So I was 145 pound that fight. I remember I trained 6 months for the fight. First, I started training, and then I told Rafael Cordeiro, I would like to do one fight. First, how it work. Say, okay, I'm going to looking for. And then they told me, Chris, okay, you're going to fight no Muay Thai, you're going to fight MMA.
Oh, you wanted Muay Thai?
Because I started training Muay Thai.
Yeah.
And then he said, okay, we got to fight for you, but have problems. And mixed martial arts. I said, okay, you're going to work a little bit wrestling, a little bit jiu-jitsu. And I did my first fight. For me, it was... I wasn't nervous or anything because I don't know how. It's everything new. It's just exciting,
Right.
Just to make weight exciting and then go to the fight. And I was win that fight. And then this is like a pride rules. Like I can kick in the head, I can jump.
Wow.
So, and then I was working this and then shoot the box because most fighters fight in Japan that time. So, and then that fight, I tried jumping her when she was doing guard. I jumped on top of her, and then she pulled me, and then I fall and they dislocated my elbow. That fight. And then I continued punching another hand, but I cannot continue anymore. So the fight finished, then closed the fight. But I say, man, I'm born for this. I want to do this for life now.
Wow.
And I always play handball, so I have a scholarship. My mom don't agree about fight. She even don't know I was going to fight. So, but after that fight, I say, even lose, I say, I want to do this for life. I want to fight. So.
You didn't tell your mom?
Yeah, she's no agree for this.
No. She didn't want you to train even?
No,
What did she want you to do?
She want to be dentist. She want to be study. She want to, and I always play for her. I cannot be dentist, but I take 2 off.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So when did you tell her? Did you tell her after the fight?
I had to tell her after the fight, but it's because I have my arm.
No.
Arm have
Is she mad at you?
Yes, a little bit. She doesn't understand. You know, at the beginning, she didn't understand this is one sport. They have rules, like you can leave it doing this. The beginning, people don't understand. People say fight is no good thing to do, especially for girls.
Right.
So, but after that, I married, you know, my ex-husband, Cyborg, and then he would support me. We support each other, and then she start see it's a sport,
Yeah.
it's a job, and she start accept.
She ever code any of your fights?
Yeah, she's came a couple
She's come,
fights.
so now she
don't like to watch.
doesn't like to watch.
No, she every time I fight, she disappear, and then nobody knows her. She's in the arena, and then after she show up. Yeah.
What about your father?
My father went to one fight of mine in Brazil, and then he feels sick. He's never show up again.
Never. Wow. What about watching on TV?
TV, yeah, he's watching.
Live or after the fact?
After.
So your whole career, he's only been to one fight.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Would you like for them to be there, or?
You know, the day the fight, I don't like to stay with the end of the week, the fight. Like, I'm getting ready to war. I'm getting ready to be huggy, love, nothing.
Right.
I have just focused to the fight. And usually I talk to them after the fight. My mom show up when she show up in the week, but they know, like, have to be leaving me alone. Then she go shopping. She go with, you know, my team and stay around. But I like to stay focused on my fight.
So even though you got injured and even though you lost your debut, there wasn't a part of you that was like, I don't really like this sort of thing. You actually loved it, despite all of that.
I didn't know. I didn't know I have everything that thing inside me. Like, I didn't know. Like, after this fight, I say, man, I'm born for this. Like, and then funny because I tell my friends, don't have a red card. Because before I play handball, and all the time they tell 2 minutes, you have out. When you're too aggressive in the game, they put you 2 minutes out. So I say, no, have it 2 minutes. I can do whatever. So I was feel home first time.
How good of a handball player were you?
I was good. I was good. I have when I was teenager in high school, I have a scholarship.
Wow.
Some points I then call me for represent Brazil too for play handball.
Wow.
Yeah.
On what level?
Yes.
Like Olympic level?
Olympic level. Yes.
Wow.
And then when I was going to one great team outside my state, then I did my first fight.
Wow.
But I was already go to play one good team.
Why didn't you go to the Olympics?
Then they have to, because I don't continue.
Okay.
I don't continue, but then I always then put me to try out.
What position you play?
It's I don't know called in English, but it's the three on the front.
Okay, so you're like striker.
Yes,
you're forward. And you score a lot.
But I was good too for defense too.
So that was the sport you played growing up. Who introduced you to fighting?
So I was playing handball in university, and then we always play with the guys when they have competition. So one kid have that his father watching the game. He's from shooter box, and he saw me play handball with the guys. Then he came talk to me. I think you can be a great fighter.
Wow.
And I told him I don't like to fight. And then he said, no, you can be a great fighter. And he came talk to me. So then I show up the shooter box and start training Muay Thai, and training boxing, and then when the people punch me, I want to punch back. But I didn't know punch back, but I was really this is inside my heart. So he's figured out I can be a great fighter. And I always talk to him, thank you for that, because this has never come out from me.
Yeah.
I was never going to say, no, I want to be a fighter. No, this is...
Did you even watch fighting?
No.
You didn't watch anything?
No,
UFC Pride back in the day?
Nothing. And then I started training in shoot box. They have Vanderlei Silva, Shogun, all the guys. I don't know who they are.
They were just guys.
Just there,
at that point, this is what, 2004?
Yes, 2004.
They're legends at this point.
Yeah, they're all legends. Yes. I just watched them.
Anderson?
No, Anderson's not there yet. He's already left. Yes.
Okay. And you're in and then at some point you start to figure out, wow, these guys are incredible.
Yes, then they fight in Japan. Then the one in the beginning of my career, the one of my dreams is fight in Japan.
Yeah.
Because I see all the guys fighting there, but after in the future, they put some girls fight there, but it was...
Did you ever go to those shows?
I went a couple of times to Sengoku.
Wow,
Pride didn't have the opportunity.
Yeah, but Pride was done by the time you went. But you went to the other ones, of course. Incredible, right?
Yes, it's an amazing show. Yes.
So that guy, the father, shooter box guy, do you still have contact with him?
Yes, I talked to him.
Wow.
Yes.
If it wasn't for that guy.
That guy, I always tell him, thank you. You put me the sacrifice. I feel my heart tell you. I feel like just God used me telling you this because I was going to have a different direction for sure.
Right. Yeah. And so the style that you have, like you're one of the most aggressive fighters of all time. Was it like that from the beginning, or did shooter box make that? Like when you came to the gym for the first time, Were you aggressive right away, or did they transform you into that type of fighter?
I think I already have this, but I think the shooter box style, I think it helped me more. The philosophy, never quit, keep going. Doesn't matter who is gonna fight, you're just gonna be ready. So I think is the philosophy from the shooter box. I didn't teach me a lot of things, but I believe I have this in my heart. Because it's hard to teach you this for the fight.
Right. That's like part of who you are as a person. The time that you had at Shooter Box as opposed to the time, obviously now that you're in the United States training, having your own gym and your own coaches, how would you compare your life? You're a much different person now, right? You have a family, you adopted a daughter, but like training with those guys then compared to now, what's the biggest difference? Is it because now like you're the star, everything revolves around you as opposed to one of many in the gym? How would you compare the two experiences?
I believe at the beginning I just more maybe no more heart than skills. I think in timing you start learning the experience too. I think learning. I think when I moved to America, like I don't do so much sparring like I do before. Like it's more training. I believe at the beginning of my career was so different a little bit, but make me who I am now. You're never gonna see me back out in sparring. So I'm always, I think make who I am now, like to punch, no afraid to punch. I think making who I am. But I believe in the skills, like I learned wrestling. I trained wrestling in Brazil too, but it's boxing. I think everything is getting better. Eventually, it's a lot of fights and the experience and the coaches. I think I tried getting the best coaches. Now I have my private gym, so we pick the best. Okay, who is gonna fight this girl? So we try getting the person who's gonna help for this fight. Who's gonna fight? Okay, this sparring. I think maybe improve more my game and when I'm fighting.
When did you start to realize that you're a lot better than everyone? You could be a legend.
I feel like I can put in my plans and in my heart when I fight it. Every time I don't feel like you bet. I know some girls good at the other things than me. I know this, but I'm very good at what I do too. So, and then I can handle it. They can be good, but I can handle it. Like the moment they quit, it's far away. In me.
I remember I was at your fight in Stockton against Shayna Baszler. Remember you won twice that night. First time you were celebrating, they tell you to come back.
I said, what?
Yes.
But it's funny because this moment, I remember I did one fight in Brazil, and I did unbar the girl, and the girl said didn't tap. And then Rudimar Federico was my manager at that time. He said, no, okay, if she don't tap, come on back. I said, what? Come on. And I have already my mouthpiece and my shorts, and they come on back and they finish the fight, by punches. But when this has happened, Shayna Baszler, I just remember, okay, have to come back. But I was looking, what? I was thinking the finish fight.
Yes, that was it was very confusing, but a big stage. Do you still follow Shayna? Do you see her on WWE?
Yes. I just watched this weekend too, Ronda Rousey too, everybody, yes.
Yeah, what do you think when you see them over there?
It's nice. They change, they change it, different thing, different challenge, and it's great. They move forward,
You have flirted with the idea of pro wrestling. Will you do it? Is this another thing like boxing where you feel like you have to do it before your career is over?
Maybe. I did some training with Talara Rosa. Maybe there's opportunity to have a little bit of time off. I can go to Florida, Texas to train it for her a little bit. She came to my gym, and she did one boxing fight too, so my Thai fight, MMA fight. So I think it's good, yes. It's a big challenge.
Have you talked, your team, have you guys talked to anyone? Is this maybe a part of like the new deal? Because in Bellator now, are you allowed to do wrestling?
Yes.
Okay, you are.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel like this is a thing that's going to happen? Because I feel like you've been talking about wrestling for a while now.
Yeah, I think I have to have a little moment for training, for see how's it working, for the good.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, it's different. You have to do good too.
Yeah.
But I think nothing I can do. I think it's something you training and you be ready. I think it's a big good idea.
How do you think Ronda's doing as a wrestler?
I think she's she happy. She chooses what she's doing. I see she's doing acting good and. She's a real athletic girl, I think she uses the skills of judo too. It's great to see.
Did you ever meet Ronda? Have you ever had a conversation with her?
No.
Never? Never crossed paths with her anywhere?
Never. I went to, when she fought Sarah Kaufman, I was at her wins, but I never had the opportunity to talk to him.
Wow.
To her. She just hate me and then never talk to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, never.
That was such a crazy time. I remember when you fought the night before her fight against Katzengano. That was in Invicta. And didn't Dana and Lorenzo go to that show as well? Or maybe it was just Lorenzo?
No, I don't know.
You don't remember?
No.
That's when like the deals where we started to find out that they were paying you to be in Invicta to try to get down to 140 and all that crazy stuff. But you met Lorenzo, right?
Yes, Lorenzo, yes.
And then of course you've met Dana as well. Did you ever feel like it was close to happening, or did it always feel like it was
now
super far?
I'm thinking about, okay, the beginning, like when I did it, I think they used this something I want for me signing for them. But now I'm thinking about it. Now, if you stop and think about it, I think it was never the goal.
Really?
I think so.
What do you mean?
I think it was never the goal to make this fight happen, I think.
Why not?
Because they have the opportunity. Like, they have the opportunity.
Well, she didn't want to meet you at 140, right?
Yeah, but I think then maybe they want to protect her. Maybe she doesn't want to fight. I think you cannot force, but
right.
I think it's never the goal. But I don't know. I just stay behind the scenes, because Ronda fighting in UFC, and then I was fighting in Invicta.
Right.
Because that moment I was gonna leave, I was gonna go to another event, and I think it then try hold me there. So
where were you gonna go?
I was having other events, Bellator, another event show up for me. But I think over there they can control me there. I don't know. Sometimes I think.
Does it bother you that it never happened? Like, do you think about it from time to time?
No, I have a lot of things like don't happen. Like me, Ronda, maybe me, Amanda. Second fight, never rematch. But this is no change in my legacy. I think is you can worry about something you control. Something you don't control, nothing can do.
Do you have any regrets about the way you left the UFC or the way your time there ended?
I don't think so. I think I have great moments in UFC. I think I'm very thankful for all my fans. Thankful for the people working at UFC. I think Dana White, everyone give the opportunity. I have great moments over there, but at some point I have a hard time. Like there's no agreement. Then say something, then don't do what's supposed to do. So they say, you know what? I want to retire at the moment. I say, man, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah.
Around what time was this?
I don't know. Maybe before Amanda Nunes fight, I already have, I don't want to deal with this. I was thinking it's going to be very simple. So just go over there and fight. So, and then we started a lot of things, and with the management, with the team training, and with UFC, I say, man, you know what? It's too much. So then after, I want to finish my contract, and I was signing finish the fight with Amanda Nunes, the rematch, but they don't tell me, okay, you're going to sign it, but we're going to make this fight happen. No, the Amanda say no after 2 years. I said, I'm not going to wait 2 years for this. So I said, no, better I see what's the option I have and see what I feel in my heart. In my heart, I feel like you want to be happy, or you want to be like, you feel no fire in your heart about fighting. So I choose to have a fire in my heart, and then I sign the Bellator, the fire coming back, and then fight happy. No problems outside the cage, just in the fight.
Did you consider retiring after the Amanda fight? Did it ever cross your mind? You handled it so well. I remember you showed up to the press conference, you said all the right things. It's one of the best examples of someone, handling a loss of that magnitude. But quietly, privately, did you consider retiring?
No, I believe before. Before the fight, I already don't have it too much. I was already tired. I'm tired. I was already tired. Fighting online, I was very, really tired.
There was a lot of drama.
A lot of drama.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm not like drama. And then and the people say, she just complains, I'm not the complaint person. But now then see, it's not just me complaining. You see John Jones, Nagaya, you see Chito, have a lot of guys, complain about a lot of things I did. So, but I feel like, know about this, but after the fight, I feel, man, it's okay. I was not feel. And then, in the sport, one day you lose and then you win. I don't feel that I lost Amanda. I think it is supposed to happen. My life changed for better after that, I think.
How did it change for better?
A lot of things changed for better.
Really?
Yes. I'm fighting Bellator. I'm happy. I'm getting paid good. So people respect me. I don't have to fight online with the promoter. I don't have to listen to the promoter, put my brand down. We work together. I think the first thing in my life is respect. This I learned from my family. So I think a lot of things change.
Because if you were still the champ, you would have had to stay there for a longer period of time, right?
Yes.
So
maybe.
So that's why you were so...
No, maybe this is the idea. Maybe, okay, if I was still the title, I had the belt, So I'm gonna have to keep it 1 year, the 3 fights after, and because the clause, the champion clause. Maybe I was gonna be there. I don't know. Maybe not. But I was tired to be there. Maybe if it was champion, I was gonna get out anyway. So
That's why it felt like there's a couple of times, it reminded me of Demetrius Johnson when he lost the belt. And then we found out he was able to leave because he wasn't champion, where there was almost this sense of relief.
Yeah.
Because you had been undefeated for so long and you're kind of tied down. When you showed up to the press conference, you were in such a good mood afterwards.
Yeah, but I didn't feel sad.
Yeah.
I feel sad because a little bit because when I come out the cage, a lot of fans crying. And I feel like, why they not letting me talk to the fans after? You know, like then they're not letting me talk. I was there, we can't talk. Okay, but I was not sad because it's a sport. You know, I lost a lot of things in my life when I play handball, when I play another sports. So it's losers, you can happen. You know, you lose or win. You know, how do you learn about from that? And so I think I'm a better fighter, better person after that fight, and supposed to happen what happened.
Will it bother you if you never fight her again, or you don't really?
No, I think if in the future, maybe in the future happen, leaving against God's hands. If this fight can return for me, it's gonna happen.
Were you surprised she lost to Juliana Pena?
Actually, we talk at the house and everybody together. I bet Juliana Pena is gonna win.
You did?
Yes,
Wow.
because she's same style to Ketzingano. Amanda Nunes lost for Ketzingano, and I believe they have the same style fight, and then the style make the fight happen. So I was believing maybe she's gonna win the fight.
Do you think she wins the rematch, Juliana, or do you think Amanda wins?
I think I keep with Juliana. Let's see. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Amanda Nunes changed the team now.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
She didn't come herself. You have to have a lot of discipline for do this. You have to. No, you have to train it. Nobody gonna be on top of you. You're gonna have to be your own. Let's see.
Surprising though, after all those years, no? To like one loss and then everything changes?
I can understand.
You can understand. Why?
No, sometimes when you win, everything's nice. When you lost, everybody point fingers, each other, your fault. There's no fault happen, Let's try to fix it. Let's take another page.
Did that happen after your loss to her?
Yeah, some stuff happened, yeah.
You had to
change? A lot
change?
of things going on at that moment, yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Even Halle Berry. She's in your locker room, then you're not in the damn movie. Crazy,
Oh,
right?
it was crazy, yes. Yeah,
She was like your best friend, and then all
I
of a
was
sudden...
the first person, man.
Yes.
She came to my gym.
Yes.
She cried. She said she was my fan. She said she was being inspiration.
She cried?
She cried there.
Really?
Really.
Cried for what? She was so happy to meet you?
Yeah, she was,
Okay.
I was crazy. I was crazy. And then she was crying. She said she was really inspiring her. She watched my fight. And after, disappeared.
Cut out.
Yeah.
It's all right. Did you even watch it?
I watched the movie.
Was it good? I didn't watch it.
No watch?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't like what they did to you. And what they did to Kat, too.
I know. Kat, she was going to want to sue. Yeah, I know. It's just to use it.
Yeah.
Just to use it. But a lot of people in your career, in your life, is going to pass through you for use you. So if she's happy with what she did, man, she's going to have to handle herself. For me, it's okay. Just one more, change the page, like the next one.
So now here's the big thing. This is what I'm building up to. By the end of 2022, we have to see you versus Kayla. This is the fight. This is the fight. And you're a Grand Slam champion. No one has ever been a 5 organizational champion. I don't even know what to call that. Quintet champion? I don't even know what the name of that is.
Yeah.
And so I'm not advocating for, I would love a co-promotion, or, hey, it didn't work out where she went to Bellator. They were talking, they matched. What about you going over there?
I don't see the value of being co-promoted.
You don't see the value?
No, because why would I share the money for 2 promoters?
Ah, okay.
If you have money to pay for make the fight happen, you have the money to have to make the fight happen. I don't believe I need Kayla for prove anything. I think it was going to be a great fight for the fighters, for the fans.
Fans, yeah.
I think she's great grappling, great judo, but it's a mixed martial arts. I think she's gonna have a really hard time with me. I think the girl she's fight is not the same skills. I know she talk a lot, but I think it's gonna be different. If it's gonna be the fight, I want to make the biggest fight. If in the future it's gonna be the biggest fight, be against her, maybe happen.
Do you have a desire to make this fight, or is it just kind of like, if it happens, it happens?
I want to make the biggest fight. Is she gonna make the biggest fight for the
Right
mixed
now,
martial arts?
she's the biggest fight, right? For you, is there a bigger name right now that is possible? I'm not talking about someone in the UFC.
Maybe the biggest fight for me. Maybe my next fight, boxing. This is for me. My goal.
If it was up to you, boxing is more interesting than a Kayla fight right now.
For now, yeah.
Yeah? Is there an opponent that you want in boxing, or is it just boxing?
We're looking for for the promoter and then see who's going to be the next the opponent. But
there's no one in particular.
This moment in my career, I want to do an unboxing fight. Yes.
I would love to see you versus Kayla, only because I hope you understand. I don't think you need Kayla.
Yeah.
Your legacy is cemented forever. You're one of the greatest ever. I just think right now, do I want to see you versus someone you already beat or someone who just isn't on your level? Do I want to see her against people that, let's be honest, aren't on her level? Like, of the potential opponents out there for both of you, you're number one, and it feels like it's the closest that we are ever to making this happen.
It's going to be a great fight for me. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
You're going to pay good. It's going to be a great fight, but let's see what's going to happen.
Do you like PFL?
I think it's a great show. I know Don Davis talking a lot of things in Twitter.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
I didn't like it really.
Why didn't you like
I'm not gonna answer him for when the time comes.
Why not?
I believe the first thing is respect. I think he's been tweeted too much stuff, and then
what's he been saying?
I don't know. You can check after.
Okay,
but I believe if you really want to deal with me, Cyborg, you have to be respected. Is the first thing I was saying.
So bad first impression.
Yeah. So
have you met him?
I don't know I think a couple times. Yeah, I think I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you ever met Kayla?
She went to my fight in Miami.
Oh, that's right. Yes. But did you say anything to her?
No, just shake hands. She was there watching. Yeah.
What do you think of her? You think she's do you like her? Do you not like her? Too cocky? Too confident? Overhyped?
I don't have anything against Kayla. I think she's the next Ronda Rousey. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure. Is that a compliment?
I don't know. She tried to be Ronda Rousey, maybe.
I think she's better than Ronda.
I think in judo skills, I think Ronda's better.
Really? She's a two-time Olympic gold medalist.
I know, because she's heavy. The girls just fight is different skills.
Okay.
I think Ronda fight the girls is different skills. I don't know. This is my point.
MMA-wise, at this point, you think Ronda was better than her?
I think Ronda is a danger. Is mix more, in the fight. Kayla, I think she's been learning. Yeah, she's doing.
If you fought her, would it be at 45 or 55?
Give me a 55.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You would do it up there?
Yeah, it's good.
Isn't that to her advantage?
No, it's good. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe we're going to be a little slow for her on 55.
Right.
55 is fast.
Well, what's the highest you ever fought at?
The weight?
Yeah.
I was on 45.
45. You never fought 50 or 55?
No. But I was wrestling, I was doing on 72 kilos when I competed wrestling.
Why not make her go down to 45? She's fought at 45.
I can go 55 because.
Right. Wow. Easy.
Maybe
all right, we're making the fight right now. This is great.
Pay me.
Yeah. What are you looking for this?
What I mean?
Well, what do you want to get paid for it?
Pay good. I'm the A side. So
I love it.
I'm the A side.
I love it. I love it. Do you want it to be for a belt? Does that matter to you?
Yeah. No, pay me is good. Yeah. I'm happy with Grand Slam champion. She can stay the belt if you want. Yeah.
So to be clear, you're not interested in a co-promotion?
Yes.
No co-promotion?
No. If you have the money to make the fight happen, have the money. If you don't have it,
so the bottom line is,
share the money?
For this fight to happen, it has to happen in PFL then, because she already has this deal signed.
So I don't know.
Were you sad when she didn't sign with Bellator?
I don't say. I knew she was going to bring back to PFL.
You don't think that she was genuine about it? I think she was. Really? They just matched.
I don't know.
But you felt like it wasn't happening. So you didn't even get your hopes up.
Yeah. It's okay.
Now I feel like this fight isn't happening.
You feel no happen or happen?
No happen.
You feel don't happen?
No, I feel like it's going to be too tough. You want to box. She's got the PFL thing.
But I have more years.
How many more?
I want to make 20 years.
20 years?
So
2005. We got 3 more. So you got 3 more years. Okay, actually it could happen. But maybe my hope of it happening in 2022 is a little aggressive.
Give it maybe.
When do you think you have your boxing match if it's up to you?
I'm ready to August. If I make August.
Hey, I heard Jake Paul is fighting August 13th.
I know. It's going to be perfect, the same card.
You want to be same card? You want to be with MVP?
Of course. What he did for Serrano is amazing.
Did you talk to him or Nikisa at the event?
No, I did. No, it's a little bit just, but don't talk about this. Just say.
That could be big.
It'd be big, yes.
Who would be a good opponent for that? I feel like we need a name. We need someone. Anyone come to mind?
Katie Taylor?
Okay. That would be something, right?
Oh, it'd be good. Yeah,
Would that be the dream fight for you right now in boxing?
It's a big challenge for me. It is, you know. But you know, I like challenge.
But we can't.
Good.
You.
But maybe she's a
little small, right?
But Eddie, he's been calling me out for a little while to fight her. So maybe this time.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, I know.
All right. So right now, by the summer, you'll have some sort of clarity on your situation with Bellator. But the good news is you can you can sign a boxing deal tomorrow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. And you know, for me to make me happy, if you want to do the Kayla fight, I don't care. By the way, I don't care who promotes it. You guys could fight in.
Just pay good both, maybe good fights.
Just for the fans, you know.
Yes, for the fans. Yeah.
No, you guys deserve to get paid a lot, and I heard her deal is great. I think you deserve the same, if not more, in terms of everything you've done in your career.
Yes.
You're a legend, a pioneer, and it was great to have you in studio.
Thank you.
It was really awesome for you to stop by.
Amazing.
I really appreciate it, and I appreciate that sticker. That is not moving, by the way.
Oh, nice.
That is going to stay there. Do you have any toys?
I had, but the last time I sent to you, broke the weight.
It broke?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Remember?
Yes. You know what I did? I super glued it. And I have it in my office at home.
Yeah.
That thing is amazing. It's like a 3D thing.
Yes, it's great.
So I don't feel comfortable having it here because things break. You know, I have a Connor one over there. It's broken. You
Maybe
and Connor are cool? You and Connor okay?
I didn't met Connor.
You never met him? You're with Paradigm.
Funny because we have same age.
Yes.
But we don't have a relationship.
Nothing?
Nothing.
No message?
Like Jake Paul with Serrano. No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Would you like him to be more involved?
The time now is late, né? It's now
Why?
A little late, maybe.
Why? It's never too late.
I think
no
it's
message,
late.
no nothing, support?
Nothing, not support.
DM?
I support my opponent, but yeah.
Who do you support?
Shanik.
Oh, that's right. It's Irish.
Yeah.
You didn't like that?
No, I don't care. I don't care.
They're treating you well there?
Yeah, it's good.
Paradigm?
Yeah, it's good. It's good team.
If they're not treating you well, I'll call them up.
I love everyone. Yeah,
I call up Body, no problem.
Yeah, it's good. I love everyone.
Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Ray, you're the man.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Joe's going to walk you right out here.
Yes.
We just keep it rolling. And safe travels to you
find my
guys.
phone.
Appreciate it. What do we got there, Ray? You're the man, Ray. Thank you so much. And you guys sent my wife some tights there. I don't know if it was for me or for my wife. I'm not that slim, so I gave them to her. Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much, guys. Ray, Chris, all the best to you. Talk to you soon. There they are. Cris Cyborg in the house. Got this beautiful towel here. This is amazing. Cyborg Nation. Oh, gotta put my belt back. They're going to the airport right now. So get out of the way. I almost broke everything. Jeez Louise. Let me put my headphones on here. Oh.
How's that sound?
Oh, that sounds great. This is fun. Who else is coming by? Whoa, what was that noise?
It's a door closing.
Oh, okay, I understand. Oh, there's a lot going on here today, and we still got a couple more guests to go. Holly Holm going to join us in 10 minutes. Chito Vera also joining us. Best thing about wow, a lot of calls here. How's everything back there? Everything's okay?
Everything's great.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like she wants the box. I'm excited about that. Oh, let me tighten this up. Oh, I hear some activity back there, Frank.
Some excitement?
Yeah, it seems like some excitement. All right. Let's reconfigure. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to be joined by Holly Holm. I'm excited to talk to Holly. I haven't talked to Holly in quite some time. She's going to headline the event on May 21st in Las Vegas at the Apex. Womp, womp. And then after that, we're going to be joined by Marlon Vera. And then after that, we're going to reconvene with GC Rick, talk to the boys about the big event on Saturday. But I want to play a classic clip here. And then I just want to regather myself and maybe even say goodbye to them. So let's play the clip of when Chael stopped by, I think it was back in 2017 in studio. Am I right about that? I think it was 2017. He was about to fight for Bellator. So speaking of Bellator, 2017, Chael stopped by in studio before we were in this space, but we didn't redesign the studio. We'll take a quick little breather here, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Holly Holm going to stop by, Chito Vera as well. Don't go anywhere. MMA Hour right here, live in living color. You know the drill. Wow. For the first time.
What kind of a break was that, Helwani? My goodness, what do you do? 20 minutes there?
Well, there's a lot to reconfigure here. As you can see, it looks completely different. We're now sitting side by side. It's a different configuration. Yeah. What do you think?
Go ahead. I'll quit interrupting. Pretend like it's your show.
I mean, I can't believe how things timed out there. That was kind of the first time that you ever sort of threw a grenade in the direction of one Vanderlei Silva. And now here you are about to fight him at MSG of all places.
Look at that. Are you coming?
I will be there.
MSG stands for Madison Square Garden.
That's right.
You've heard of it?
Yes.
It's
the
in
world's
New York.
most famous arena, home of the New York Knickerbockers.
That's what they say. How can you possibly prove it's the most famous? Or what do you take a poll of somebody? You've gone to Tokyo and asked them if they... Come on.
So here you are.
Westland High School. Right. More people know about Westland High School.
So you are unimpressed with the fact that you're fighting MSG. It could have been anywhere.
Yeah, listen, honestly, yes, but you don't want to sound like that. I mean, that's anticlimactic. You don't want to sound like a dick about it, but it's like, well, what do I care where they put the fight at? I mean,
a big deal.
At some point, they're going to set up a cage and we're going to walk out there and we're going to fight. So I certainly don't want to downplay and take away from my own esteem of getting to headline the Garden. But as to where the fight happens, yeah, man, they could do it wherever they want.
Only 2 other people in the history of this great sport have headlined MSG, and it just happened.
Is that right?
Well, yeah.
Because we just got in here. So yeah, Connor
and Eddie Alvarez.
2. Connor and Eddie.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the 2 people. 1, 2. All right.
Usually they take 2 to tango, you know.
That's right. And I apologize. They just boxed there a week ago. Triple G boxed
Daniel
there.
Jacobs.
I guess it was awesome.
It was a good event, yeah.
Pay-per-view flop, 170. But did you go to it?
I didn't go. No.
I heard it was great. I just met a gal with Sports Illustrated named Maggie. She was there. She said it was a scene, man. Yeah, she's great. She's smart.
Yeah.
She knew the sport.
Right.
You deal with people, and so do I, that are reporters and they cover it, and 5 minutes in, you go, oh, you've never seen this. Oh, you don't know my name's Chael.
Yeah.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
They'll call you Kale or something.
All the time, and you just roll with it, and it sucks. But she knew what was up. She knew what time it was.
Are you feeling a buzz for this? I mean, look, we could talk about whether it's the world's most famous or not. This kind of came out of left field. I don't think anyone thought, A, Bellator was getting back in the pay-per-view business just yet, and B, they were going to MSG. It's expensive to run MSG. You know that as a promoter, right? I mean, this thing costs a lot of money. Were you surprised when they told you this was our plan for the fight?
Yes, on both. In fact, so here's what I got. You always wonder how Bellator keeps a secret. I tried to share this with you privately, but I think you thought I was working you.
Sure.
The way Bellator keeps a secret, by example, Mitrione versus Fedor, nobody knew till they walked the ramp. Now, I can tell you nobody knew they were going to fight because I was on the broadcast team live on television, and I did not know until Mitrione and then Fedor walked the ramp what was going to happen. I fought Tito. The night I fought Tito, King Mo and Rampage walked out and did a spot to build up their fight. I've been hanging out with King Mo all week. I said, why didn't you tell me you're fighting Rampage? That's a big deal for me.
Yeah.
He said, man, I didn't know. And this was the same thing that happened with Fedor. They had him sign a blank contract. It's how they keep a secret. So they did that with me. It said New York. It said 205 pounds, and that was it. And it said June 24th. Didn't tell me who the opponent was. I didn't know it was the Garden. And I signed it. I came out of practice, and Luke Thomas had sent me a text. Apparently, Bellator broke the news. And he said, hey, can you come on and talk about your fight with Vanderlei? And I said, am I fighting Vanderlei? So that's how it stayed a secret. Wow. And then I didn't know it was the Garden. I thought that was a big deal. I thought it was a big deal that they came in, booked the Garden.
Yeah.
Pay-per-view, always a big deal. And it's been a good energy, man. People are pumped about it. But Bellator has been doing that. I'm brand new with Bellator. Came in November. First show I did was a commentator. I did it at the Mohegan Sun. Second show I did was San Jose. So opposite sides of the country. Sold out the Mohegan Sun for Phil Davis main event. Sold out in San Jose on the West Coast to watch Chandler fight. So yeah, man, they're gaining steam.
Okay, so we have a lot to talk about, and I've been waiting to talk to you. I was waiting for the right opportunity, and I'm glad that we're doing it in person. Before I get into everything, I don't want to forget, because we're going to get on a roll here. Dylan Dennis mentioned that you had some breaking news regarding him. So can you tell us, just so we're still on that thread, what is the breaking news?
Submission Underground 4 is going to be May 14th, live at Flow. Flow Combat, to be exact.
That site's still around? I'm kidding.
Yeah, that site's kicking ass, man. Dylan Dennis is going to be taking on none other than Jake Shields in the main event.
Wow.
Co-main event will be Paulo Meow. He is going to be taking on the California kid, Uriah Faber.
Whoa.
Plenty more matches on that card. Nathan Orchard, Perez. We got more matches to announce, but the main and co-main, yes, Dylan versus Jake. I'd like to say this about Dylan, because he does rub some people the wrong way. I will just tell you, behind the scenes, that dude is the real deal. He will come on and talk tough. Behind the scenes, he will sign the contract and do the heavy lifting. And I cannot say that about everybody from grappling. I have been so disappointed with grapplers. The biggest bunch of wusses I've ever met. I thought fighters were a bunch of wusses. The grappling community is the biggest, fakest bunch of tough guys I've ever met. And you cannot get any one of those cowards to do anything that involves putting their reputation on the line. Dylan Dennis will do it against anybody at any weight.
Did you try to do him versus John Jones?
No, we never tried that. Now, he wanted that. He wanted that match. Gordon Ryan, Gary Tona both wanted that match. And John was all for it. John didn't have a problem, but no, we were never behind it. We did try to do Mitrione and John Jones, and that may still happen down the road, but you saw what happened with Mitrione. Sure. And no, we did not try to do it. But he did. He was on board.
So the last time we spoke was the week of your fight against Tito Ortiz. So you had yet to really go through a full Bellator fight week as a fighter. Being in the UFC for so long, in hindsight, what was it like? Were you impressed? Are there still some things they have to work out? Is it a well-oiled machine? I mean, just that experience of going through the entire fight week. What was that like for you? Changing scenery after all those years with the UFC.
So you actually asked me a question that I thought you were going to ask me about my own preparation. However, yes, it's a very well-oiled machine. Like as far as being in the back, you know right where your cues are. You've got your room, your locker room. Commissions largely run that. They just kind of tell you, Bellator just kind of tells you when to walk. It's great. So many people ask me the differences between Bellator and the UFC, and it's a really hard question because, Errol, there's so many similarities. You know, don't forget, Scott Coker, when they bought Strikeforce and Dana brought it, and Dana's the mastermind of this whole sport, right? Nobody knows more than Dana. Dana saw a problem right out of the gate, and he did his best to put Coker on the shelf because he knew, look, there's no reason to smarten this guy up. This guy's already a smart guy. He's only got X amount a month non-compete. We're going to be seeing him again. That's a tremendous compliment. Dana knew there's no reason to make this guy any wiser than he already is. So, I mean, he really knows the game. He has a lot of similar employees. He's got his own team around him, but they have traded a little bit. And I just saw more similarities than I did differences.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so you enjoyed it. You had no issues.
Yeah, that's right.
Did it feel like it was your first day at school? So, you know, like the new people, new faces?
A little bit.
Were you a little more nervous?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a little bit. And I don't do first day at school any better than anybody else. I can remember going into ESPN for my first day. You know, I didn't have any friends and who to talk to. And I still experience that even as an adult. And so, yeah, there was a little bit of that at Bellator, but it is smaller. So it's easier to meet people quickly. Make name and recognition and shake hands. So, yeah, man, I feel like I've always been at Bellator now. I mean, it's only been 4 or 5 months, but I don't remember any different.
I remember saying on the Monday after that fight, perhaps in hindsight, we put a little too much pressure on you. We forgot that you had not fought in 4 years. We forgot that you were fighting for a new promotion. We forgot that, you know, you had been through a lot, you know, both personally and professionally. Fox, ESPN, things with your family. There was a lot of stuff on your shoulders, in your mind going into that fight. This is sort of trying to make sense of what happened in there against Tito Ortiz. Is it fair? I mean, I'm not trying to give you an out or make you say any excuses, but did we expect a little too much after such a long layoff?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Ring rust was a real thing.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything about that. I denied it. I've heard other fighters deny it, and then when they come through it, they go, "Oh my goodness!"
Can you do me a favor? Can you put your phone, because it's like right on your thing, and I'm like thinking of
right on my crotch there.
Cancer.
I'm sorry. Here, let me
making me
turn
very
that down.
nervous.
Really, I appreciate you thinking of me.
I'm worried about.
We don't want my testicles to get cancer, do we?
That was a great moment right there. I wanted to know how it ended up with his phone. By the way, can we just address the elephant in the room? Yes, I am wearing the same shirt. Now, I didn't know this when we were running through the options. I was looking at the clips, and, you know, just hearing Chael in my headphones is a great feeling. It's a very nostalgic feeling for me. It's a very warm and fuzzy feeling. And they played that clip because I didn't remember which time, because I think he's been in studio a couple times. I was like, am I wearing the same damn shirt today? And that made me think maybe we shouldn't. Let's just save this and play another clip. The guys in the back said to play it. I'm not sure if they were looking out for my best interest or they wanted, you know, to make fun of me. I guess I should be happy with the fact that the shirt still fits. I mean, that was 5 years ago, 5+ years ago. Obviously, I've changed a little bit, wear glasses, but I don't know. I don't know how to feel about the fact that I'm wearing the same shirt in the classic clip that we played 5 years ago. From 5 years ago. If anything, it makes me think that maybe I need to get more shirts. Maybe I just need to upgrade or update the wardrobe. What do you think, Frank?
I think you're thinking about this too much.
You don't think it's weird that we just played a classic clip from 5 years ago and I'm wearing the same shirt?
It's kind of your thing. You like to wear a plaid shirt. How many different plaid designs are there?
Yeah, but you could get a bunch of different plaid shirts. You need quality ones. Sometimes I'll see people, they're at, I'm not going to name names of stores because I don't want to offend anyone, but like, hey, look, I saw the Ariel Helwani section here. I'm like, you know what? If I'm being honest, I ain't buying the $25 plaids. Okay. We're going for a little bit higher than that. I just want to let the world know. All right. I mean, it's like 20. For plaids, and by the way, do I have to repeat the question or is that on air?
Yeah, you have to repeat the question.
Okay. Well, Tucker was asking me if there were any recommendations. I used to be a big Supreme guy, by the way. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Supreme, but now it's become like a cool kids thing. So I don't want to say the other thing that I said that apparently New York Rick said was not a good thing to say. But this would be like, I think Supreme is lit for the kids, right? Not the other word that I said that apparently I can't use anymore. I'm still confused as to why. In any event, I used to have a lot of Supremes. This is a Freeman Sporting Club one. Those are great. I like a good J. Crew. I'm okay with J. Crew. And then you just have to kind of find the ones. But I don't like the mass-produced ones. You know what I mean? I like a one of one, a one of two, kind of high-quality stuff. Those are my thoughts on the plaid scenes. But, it's been a great journey with the plaids. It's been great to have 2 in-studio guests on today's program. For a second, I looked at the clock and I was like, it's 2:30. Why am I so tired? Oh, yeah, it's really actually 3:30. So I had to break out the butternut for a second. In a moment, we're going to be joined by Holm. Then we're going to be joined by Chito Vera. What a win for him on Saturday. Massive, massive win. Great performance against Rob Font. So I look forward to talking to him about that. He's now won his last 3 in a row. But without further ado, let us throw it to a person that we've talked about a couple times on today's show, including with Eddie Hearn earlier on. She is a legend of not only the world of mixed martial arts, but also the world of boxing. In fact, this June, she will be inducted into the International Boxing Hall of Fame. That's how good she was. A lot of MMA fans might not know this or remember this. Of course, they know her as the one who dethroned the great Ronda Rousey back in 2015. We know her as the one who will be returning to action on May 21st, headlining a UFC event at the Apex against Ketlen Vieira. She's the one and only Holm, the preacher's daughter, kind enough to join us. There she is. Hello, Holly. I don't want you to get stopped by the cops.
How are you?
I don't want any problems. Is everything okay?
I'm parked.
Okay, you're parked. All right. Well, thank you for doing this. Are you holding your phone up there right now?
Oh, yeah, I was about to try it. I don't have a phone holder in here. My other car did. Let me see if I can switch this up.
Well, you could just nudge it. I just don't want to stress you out. Your arms get tired.
We'll makeshift it.
Okay. All right. There you go. Maybe if you just pan it down just a little bit because it's like almost cutting off your chin. Is that possible, or am I getting super annoying now? Oh, there, yeah.
No.
All right. Yeah. Oh, this is good. This is great. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate it.
Am I in frame? I don't know.
You're perfect.
Right.
You're perfect. You're perfect. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it very much. Lot to talk to you about, but I'd love to know your thoughts on this past Saturday. You are a pioneer of women's boxing, and I know you were posting about it a little bit. What did you think of the fight between Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano?
I'll tell you what, they got out there and they knew that a lot of people were watching. They knew they had this big opportunity, being the main event, Madison Square Gardens, and they showed up to fight. It's always inspiring to watch, the hard work that these women put in there, and they go in there and they fight with passion too, and it was a fun fight to watch. Definitely a close fight, which is good. You don't ever want it to be this like big awaited fight and then just one person getting schooled, and I figured it would be a split decision, if anything, I knew it was going to be just a really close battle, back and forth fight. They're both very good boxers. So, a little bit towards the end, they just started swinging, just slugging. And I guess that when you're in those later rounds, it's kind of just like, let's just go. I didn't know if I knew I would see like back and forth, like a fight, but it kind of was even almost like a little bit of a brawl there at the end, just like throwing.
Did that surprise you? Because that's not usually Katie's style.
It did. I mean, I can't say it surprised me because when you have a lot of emotion and you're through a 10-round fight and you're just in there and you're going, I'm not going to say I'm like shocked that it happened, but I do think I didn't expect, that much of it. To just, it was basically like your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn.
Who do you think won?
I feel like it was how the judging went. A split. I know that Serrano, especially like in the later rounds, kind of pushing forward, but Taylor, I think, was, landing more, moving and landing. The last round, it's kind of hard to tell because they both just, it's kind of was going. I wouldn't have argued it either way. If they would have said it split decision Taylor, split decision to Serrano, I just feel like it was definitely a close fight, and a lot of times it depends on which eyes are watching it, who's pushing forward, who's landing shots, how many compared to how many are power compared to, there's a lot of ways, to kind of look at a fight like that. There was a lot going on. So
if that was 12 3-minute rounds, do you think Amanda wins?
It's very hard to say. I definitely think they're both very tired in the end. I think Taylor looked slightly more tired, or maybe just a little more slowed down. But when you do 3-minute rounds compared to 2-minute rounds, your pace can be different. You do 12 rounds compared to 10 rounds, a pace can be different. So you never know what's going to happen with that. You go longer. Do they pace a little more? Does Taylor have more of her boxing and her movement to where it makes it more clear that she wins? Or the longer it goes, does Serrano be the dog fight and, pull out those later rounds by making it a dog fight? That's why fighting's so awesome, because it's so unknown. You don't know what's going to happen. Each round can be so different. And you see some boxing fights. It's not like MMA where you get dropped and then they can get on you and the fight's either over or not. You see some fighters, they get dropped, they get a standing 8 count, and they get 3 standing 8 counts through the fight, but then they wind up knocking the other guy out in round 10, 10, 11, or 12. So I think it's just different than MMA. MMA is so unpredictable. It's like, if it's not a knockout shot, it could be a submission. It could be just, wrestling. It could be, slamming someone. There's ways that are more unpredictable in MMA. But then there's boxing where it's like you get dropped. There's still, you get a break. You get not a long one. You get 8 seconds to try and come back. It's not like MMA where you get dropped. It's like, man, the fight could be over just right there. So it's really unpredictable. And when you change from a 10 2-minute fight to a 12-3, that changes a lot. Would their pace be the same? Maybe, maybe not. 3 minutes compared to 2 minutes, it can be, it's not just 1 extra minute. It's half of 2 minutes. So it's 1.5 rounds. So I think a lot of times people think, oh, just 3 minutes or 2 minutes. It actually adds quite a bit. When you add a minute, you're adding half of a 2-minute round, onto it. And that can change a pace. And does that pace does that help Serrano or Taylor's style of fighting? You never know.
With all that said, would you be in favor of women's boxing adopting 3-minute rounds?
I'm honestly open. I know a lot of people say, well, if they want to get paid like men, they need to fight as long as men. And I think that basically it comes down to entertainment. Women are just as entertaining, in their fighting as men. But I do think that we might be able to see some of that more having to make 3-minute rounds work and a longer fight. And sometimes a women's fight can seem pretty short. It's 10 rounds, but 10 2 minutes, that's still shorter than a title fight in MMA. 5-5s is 25 minutes. 10-2s is only 20 minutes with more rest, So it's just a different pace. If we change it, are people going to be trying to pace too much to where the fight's not as active. Maybe not. Do you know what I mean? I would totally be down to be fighting 12 3-minute rounds. But are people going to start, doing the kind of move, let time pass, pace themselves more? Because 2-minute rounds can be kind of a sprint sometimes. It can be really active. But you start adding, 12 threes is almost double.
So
36 minutes or 20 minutes, it's almost.
Women's boxing a lot more popular today than it was when you were fighting, thanks in large part to the likes of Katie and Amanda, Clarissa Shields, Michaela Mayer, a bunch of others coming up. If women's boxing was as popular back then when you decided to leave as it is today, do you think you would have never left?
I think I still would have. Only because I came to MMA because I just started getting really excited about MMA. It's not that I was like, oh, I need to make money, and so I'm going to go over here. I want more people watching me, so I'm going to go over here. It was like, I kind of want to learn how to take someone down. I want to kick someone. I want to, that was more why I made the move to MMA. And I always say to myself, I need to follow my heart. And that's where my passion was like going. And I really didn't miss boxing. Sometimes now I do get intrigued, especially with this fight with Katie Taylor and Serrano. Was kind of, because we had talked, Taylor and myself, before I wanted to go into MMA. We had talked about a possible fight there. But I always want to do something that hasn't been done. I always get super intrigued by things. And so, I fought at 3 weight divisions, 40, 47, and 54. And I never got to fight at 35, but I've done most of my MMA career at 35, and that's what their fight is at. So it's like, it makes me like, I want to go back in and show what I can do at a whole different weight class that I never even fought at that weight class when I was in boxing. I think I'm bigger and stronger than a lot of the 135ers. And I still have conditioning, and I still got a lot of that ring experience behind me. I also think another thing with women's boxing now, they didn't even have women in the Olympics when I was first, so I had never had the chance to even try to, because I was already a professional fighter by the time they even allowed female boxing in the Olympics. I think that's helped a lot of women have these dreams, like to be able to fight in the Olympics. And so they became, the more opportunities there are, the more women are going to be shooting for those goals. Their competition is going to be harder, so they have to be better. Their skill level has to be better. And so, yes, I can see how that, I think that's a huge reason why women's boxing is a little bit more in the public eye right now, because they started being able to have bigger opportunities. There still needs to be more, but I do think that is a big reason why. And so I kind of missed some of that. But I don't hate on the career that I had. I fought all the girls that were the best. And currently, I didn't fight them when they were already done. I always was fighting them when they were currently ranked high. And so I'm proud of that with my boxing career. And I'll never think, oh, I wish I could have done this or could have done that. Who knows what the future holds anyway.
So interesting what you just said, but also interesting we had Eddie Hearn, who's Katie Taylor's promoter, in studio a couple hours ago. He mentioned you as well as a potential future opponent for her. So could I ask you bluntly, would you like to fight Katie Taylor in a boxing match at 135?
It's hard for me to think past, I've got my own fight, MMA in front of me, and my eyes are still on the UFC gold. But I will say this. If I was to go back to boxing, that would be the fight I would want. And it does intrigue me a lot, to the point where I'm, before I was like, I'll never box again. And I'm not saying that. And there's a lot of people that have tried to transition back and forth, and nobody's really been able to do it successfully. And that drives me. I want to show people I was able to come to MMA from boxing, but I can also go back. And, it does get me excited.
Man, you versus Katie in Ireland, here in America, that would be a massive deal.
It would be. And who wouldn't want to who wouldn't want to just, I mean, if I didn't think about it, that'd be crazy, right?
Right.
So my goals are on my fight right now and with MMA and all that. But I always say there has to be like short-term and long-term goals. So, and there has to be, you know, dreams that you see right away, and then dreams that you see. You have to live for today, but you still have to dream for, you know, what you want in the future, or else you'll never get anything done today, right? You have to be working towards something. So yeah, I like to live for today. I'm in my training camp right now for May 21st. But that doesn't mean that I don't think about like, wow, this would be a great, you know, thing to kind of pursue.
Could I ask, what gets you more excited? Getting that UFC title back again, or being the one who is able to go from boxing, win a UFC belt, and then go back and potentially beat, you know, the undisputed 135 champion, in many people's eyes, the greatest of all time?
What gets me excited is if I had one on each shoulder.
Get the UFC title, then go back over there.
Do it all.
Could I ask, maybe you can tell me, maybe you can't, how many fights do you have left with the UFC?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I don't really know. It's like 1 or 2.
Oh, okay, but it's not like you've got 8 fights left and this is like a crazy.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Correct. It's not like a long, it's not like a ton, you know, but the thing is my passions are right now with that, you know, and for me, I have to be all in with what I'm doing. And so I'm all in with the MMA right now.
Okay. But, we haven't seen you compete since October of 2020. One of your best performances, other than, of course, you know, the Ronda fight, but this was a fantastic win. And I thought a fight that a lot of people in retrospect thought maybe that Aldana would make her name off of you. Like, this was one of those classic fights where they were trying to build up the youngster. Could you even describe how frustrating the last year and a half has been for you to not be able to get back in there and have these setbacks on the heels of such an incredible performance?
Yeah. You know, I think nobody will really understand the frustration, but I have to remind myself I've had a very long career. You know, I had a whole boxing career before I even started an MMA career. It's basically a decade and a decade, you know, and I had my first boxing pro fight at 20 and I'm 40. So I have to sit back and think, I just didn't want to be that person that's like, oh, woe is me. You know, I've been able to fight without having these huge setbacks from injuries and things like that. And that's what's been handed to me over the last year and a half. Some being from like actual, you know, my, you know, just wear and tear on my body. And then my kidney surgery, which was totally unexpected. And it's perfectly healthy now. Didn't realize I was even fighting with it like that all those years.
And what was the issue with the kidney?
So basically, well, I was born this way. And it's called hydronephrosis. And so basically I would get this pain in my stomach, and it would happen mostly, it started in fight week. And I remember the first time it being really bad was in Singapore. When I fought Bechkohea, I had to go lay down. I couldn't even run. I had this pain in my stomach, and everything's clear hindsight. Basically what was happening is I was water loading, drinking 1 gallon or 2 gallons a day. And then my kidney couldn't drain. So it was enlarged. It was like 3 times the size. So what it was is my kidney, you have your kidney, and then your ureter is the tube that goes down to your bladder. And my ureter had an artery and a blood vessel that was like crossed over it like this. So it was basically like pinching a hose. So none of the fluid could get out. So my kidney was just like super enlarged, and it started happening more frequently. And finally it just got to the point where it was like every month and then every 2 weeks. You know, it started like on fight week when I was water loading. And then it was like on these other times. And sometimes I would cramp and be like, oh, I'm cramping. I need to drink some water.
Oh, no.
Which make it worse, right? So I drove myself to urgent care, and because I was like folded over pain, and they're like, what's your pain level? And I'm like, well, I drove myself to the urgent care. I've never driven myself to the urgent care before. Like, something's wrong with my body. Like, something's very wrong. I have abdominal pains and I don't know what it is. And they did my blood work, and my kidney levels were like really terrible. And I freaked out. I was like, am I having like kidney failure for some weird reason. And so they did an abdominal scan and they were like, oh, good news is we found out what it is and it's fixable. Bad news, like it's bad. So you need to go in tonight. And they admitted me to the hospital that night to put a stent in there just to relieve the pressure out of my kidney, had me on antibiotics because there's bacteria with all that. Basically, urine is sitting in my kidney and there's bacteria and things like that. And they're like, have you not had like chronic UTIs and bladder infections and kidney infections? Like, have you not had chronic stuff like that? And I'm like, I mean, I guess I would feel things here and there. And I would just think like, oh, I need to drink more water, And a lot of people that have gone that long would actually have like damage to their kidney that would be lasting. And I was super fortunate that my kidney is perfectly healthy. So they put the stent in, and then a week after that, I had to go for the actual reconstruction surgery. They went in, cut it, reattached it on the other side, and it's perfectly good.
Man, so you're all good now. How long ago was that?
I'm good. That was 1 year.
1 year.
That was last. And then I had some knee things at the end of the year. So it's kind of been, definitely 2021 was a frustrating year, but I mean, I feel good, and I'm excited to see how it's going to be to cut weight without having a kidney problem.
Yes, that is very exciting.
I'm just I'm super thankful that it's not anything that was, like a long lasting, like problem. And I finally got, they wait I think I waited like 6 or 7 months before they did another, they call it a renal exam. And they put you in this machine and see how much each kidney is flushing. And then they give you like IV, and then they give you like LASIK in the IV to like make you have to flush and see how well your kidney's working. Because before, it's like one was working, my left kidney was working so much more than my right. And now they're equal.
So this will be your first fight in your 40s, as crazy as that may sound.
Crazy.
Yeah, I feel your pain as someone who's about to turn 40 as well, if you consider that a painful thing. But how much longer we got? I mean, you got big plans here. UFC title, Katie Taylor. Doesn't sound like you're slowing down.
No. Why would I? Coming and we never know what tomorrow brings, but right now, this is still my life. This is still my passion. Whether I'm 40, 39, 38, 42, it's not often that you see a lot of fighters in their 40s, but look at Andrei Arlovski, just had a win last week and he's 43 years old. Look at someone like Tom Brady. He's 44 and he's, still cranking it. So yeah, do you got to take care of your body a little more? Do you got to spend a little more time on recovery? Yes, but that doesn't mean that, that I'm not still doing well. That doesn't mean that I'm not still evolving as a fighter. I'm still learning and I'm still getting better. So, yeah, I mean, I'm 40, but I still feel like I have big dreams, like as if I was just starting out.
Why did it take them so long to induct you into the Hall of Fame?
I don't know. I think it's something they just do later anyway. I don't think they ever do it like right away. It's usually after, fighters are retired and stuff like that. Usually, I don't know.
Was that a big deal for you when you got the call?
Yes. There's always I'm very humbled with any award or any kind of honor or recognition that I get, but there's something different about the actual International Boxing Hall of Fame. You're not just in a woman's kind of recognition.
Yeah.
It's not just a state. It's not just, it's international. It's everything. It's male, it's female. It's not just like a state, local. It's not. And I want to be clear, I'm still super humbled with whether it be just women's recognition or just state or just, I'm humbled with all of it. But when you're considered amongst the best in the whole world, that's just on a different level.
We need to have one of those in MMA. Don't you agree? And you would be in there as well.
I agree.
What's taking so damn long? I don't get it.
Let's do it. I don't know what's taking so long on that. I agree. I agree because it's the best fighters from all over the world.
Right.
There definitely needs to be one.
Did you ever think you'd see a day that two women would headline MSG for a boxing match and make 7 figures in your lifetime? Or does this feel like I mean, for someone that invested so much in that sport and got a lot more notoriety internationally in another sport, in MMA, than you did in boxing, but had a legendary Hall of Fame career, to just see that on Saturday, I would imagine, did it even make you emotional?
Yeah. It made me super proud that that is something that's big that's happening, and I was part of it because I'm part of what helped women's boxing get to where it's at. Definitely would love to have been the person that's headlining it, but without what I did and without the opportunities that have been built over all the years between whatever that might be, between the first girls that finally, were able to go to the Olympics, between the first time they fought on TV, it takes all of it. It doesn't just happen overnight. And there has to be building steps, and there has to be a lot of different people to put performances on to get to that point. So I definitely, I'm very proud. I remember when I actually first went to MMA, and a lot of my interviews were like, what about boxing? Like, do you think it's dying? Is MMA going to take all the women over? That was the big talk, right? And it still had been for like a while. Like, MMA was growing so big, and people used to ask me about that all the time. In every interview, I said, boxing will never die. It has its ups and downs, and it's not going to die. Like, even though women's boxing, when I had left, really didn't have anybody working, even for a while. I said that it will never die. There's always going to be someone else. There's always going to be someone better. There's always going to be someone with big dreams, and it'll always be there. Boxing is around forever. It will never die, ever. And you see now, everybody was talking about MMA, and now you see, all these people from MMA are going back to boxing. Everybody's asked me if I'm surprised. I said, no. I said from a long time ago, boxing will never die. It is one of the oldest sports of martial arts. It'll always be around till the end of time. It will never go away. It will definitely has ups and downs. I think it all depends on who's fighting and what promotions are. There's a lot of elements that go into a big fight. Those girls train their ass off their whole life, but they still couldn't do it without the people that believed in them to say, hey, let's do this fight at Madison Square Gardens. Well, they had to perform in order for people to even think like, hey, maybe we could put this on. Like, you had to have the commission that's okay with it. You have to have like all the promotion. You have the TV behind it. You have to have the promoters. You have to have the managers. You have to have the coaches. You have to have the fighters. There's so many elements to one fight that sometimes all the cards kind of line up, maybe for boxing or maybe for MMA, but they're all going to be big. They're all going to be experiences and a journey, but boxing will never die. And I knew that there would be another big fight that would be bigger than before, because now that there's getting more and more, because guess what? Now that they had that fight at MSG, then people start to brainstorm, I wonder what other women's fight we can put together. Just like the fights I had help you bring here, the women before me help like the opportunities I had. The things I did help, because then people see and they go, oh, I wonder if we could promote this, or I wonder if we can do this. So, and that happens whether it be MMA or boxing. And sometimes it depends on who's there, who's the star, who's the one. And maybe you have one star, but if there's nobody else that's like out there to fight, then what's an exciting fight to promote? So sometimes it's not even just one fighter. It has to be two fighters, or else what's the excitement behind it? So there's just a lot, but boxing will always be around. It will never die. And I've said that from day one.
Couldn't agree with you more. It was great to see on Saturday. It's great to see that you're healthy, that you're doing well. Congrats on the
thank you.
The induction in June. That's a huge deal. But first, May 21st, we get you back in there.
May 21st.
Against Ketlen Vieira. That's a really important fight at 135. And I wish you the best.
Absolutely.
Holly, thank you so much for the time, as always.
You.
Great to talk to you, as always.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you.
Good luck.
Have a good day.
There she is.
Thank you.
Holly Holm, the preacher's daughter. Great stuff. And a legend. And by the way, Holly Holm versus Katie Taylor would be a pretty damn big deal. A pretty damn big deal. One second. dun, dun. You guys remember on Saturday they were saying dun, 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 dun. Number one for me would be Katie versus Serrano 2. It's just too big, too fresh, too new, all that stuff. But golly, if Katie wins the rematch, a dream match, a dream fight against Holly Holm would be something special. And maybe the timing works out. She has 1-2 fights left. Maybe the timing works out. I know she wants that UFC stuff. Maybe the timing works out. So Saturday I was at MSG. I'm watching that fight, but I got to tell you, I was keeping in my eye, and I caught up with everything all good. But live, I could not watch after the fact. Our guy, Chito Vera, Marlon Vera, the pride of Ecuador, was in the main event against Rob Font. So I was there. Ask the people next to me. I was there on press row. Rare time I'm on press row, and I was watching on the phone on ESPN Plus. And first round, a little dicey. Second round, early dicey. And then it's like he took the energy and the power of the entire nation of Ecuador and freaking brought it on, proving me right. Dog of the week, proving me right with a fantastic win, a fantastic performance against Rob Font. Without further ado, let's say hello to the pride of Ecuador, the one and only Marlon Chito Vera. There he is. Wow. Rocking the Knicks jersey, huh, Marlon? I like that.
If I'm coming to talk to you, I gotta bring something, you know.
Respect, my
you
brother.
always bring something to the table, so I gotta bring something to the table too. So when I jumped in my car, I was like, fuck, where's my shirt? And I knew it was here in the car.
I love it. Congratulations, my friend. I was watching you. I wasn't at the fight. I wasn't at your fight. I was at the one at MSG. You were going to, but I was watching you live, my friend.
I know.
It was incredible. I was a little worried after the first, just a little bit. What was going on in your mind after the first round? What were you thinking?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I was just making readings. I was finding him out. You know, when you go in there and fight, you know, that's a new soul. That's a new person. That's somebody you never fought in your life. So you gotta get at least a couple minutes of reading and checking out and figuring things out. But you know, I wasn't there. You know, I was reading. I was trying to figure him out, and you know, after the first 3 minutes, I was like, cool, I got you. So, you know, I train, I prepare myself like for the hardest fight of my life, and it was a good fight. I'm happy with the outcome. I'm happy I won 5 rounds. I felt the fight could be stopped earlier because, you know, why get that much damage? But at the end of the day, that's not my problem. You know, I give it to you until a referee stopped me. And 2, you know, my first main event, I won 5 rounds. So, you know, you never know until you know. Now I know.
How did you feel in the week leading up to it? You know, first main event, you're getting a lot more attention, a lot more media. You're the last guy. You're going 25 minutes. Were we nervous? Were we anxious? What were we feeling leading up to the fight? This was a big deal.
It's a huge deal, and I just knew I'm gonna be able to deal with more. I got more cameras on my face. I got a camera crew 3 weeks before the fight. I have a camera crew the entire fight week. I have a camera crew on Friday, you know. And they, you know, even if you're cool and you know how to do it and you play the game and you know how to shift your energy, it's still sucking out of you. It's still like a distraction. But I said this before. Sometimes a month before a fight, you know, you're like, fuck, I'm feeling good. My weight is good. I'm ready. Yeah, but you're not fighting a month before the fight. You're fighting whenever the fuck, you know, the dot line says, you know, April 30th. Doesn't matter what happened in the world. That day, I have to be ready. So it's whoever handles it the best. You know, there's a lot going on, and always there will be more going on. How you handle that is how you show up to the fight. So I just feel I know how to play the game. I know how to handle myself, and I know how to keep myself calm, cool, and collective, and stay sharp, stay focused, and you know, it's just part of the deal. The bigger you get, the more attention you get. But at the end of the day, I pay attention to the inside. The inside is the most important. If everything is okay, we're good to go. And I make sure I'm always checking on myself, the people around me. I trust them. I know they're checking on me. I know they're making sure I'm good. So I think we're in the right path, Ariel. We're in the right path.
Yes, and I want to ask you about the path in a moment, but he missed weight by 2.5 pounds. Was there any part of you that thought, I'm not going to do this? Historically, someone misses weight. No, you didn't think about that.
I know, dude. When guys say, I will fight you for a couple of pounds, I'm like, how much of a difference that will be? In my head, I'm thinking, if you didn't make weight, there's a couple of things going on, but if you already lose that fight, most likely you're losing the other fight. Because the last 2 pounds, I was fucking sucked the fuck out. I was tired. I was everything on the negative side. Everybody is there. But you gotta know how to go through hell in order to see the light. So I did my job. And then, of course, Sean Shelby came on Saturday on Friday morning and said, hey, man, like, this is the first time somebody missed weight on you. In the past, if you say you don't want to fight, cool. Like, no hate. We won't push you. We won't talk shit. Like, I'm like, Sean, you're talking to me, right? And it's like, no, I know. I'm just being professional. I'm doing my job. I'm like, I appreciate you for that. I'm like, that motherfucker can be 100 pounds bigger. I'm fighting tomorrow night. Because I can find a way out. He's, oh, fuck yeah, no fight? Woo! Pressure is out. Let's go home with half my purse. But fuck that. You don't get the experience. You don't get to get your feet wet on the deep waters. You don't get to go championship rounds. I was like, I told Sean, I'm fighting tomorrow night. If this guy collapses and he's not fighting, you bring me a 45er, you bring me a 35er, we fight it tomorrow. I need this. Fighting is fucked up. Fighting is hard. Fighting, your mind, your heart, your soul go through everything. But again, it's how you handle it. And I was ready to fight, and I'll be ready to fight because that's what I do. I'm a consistent person. I stay in the gym, and there's only one thing I do: is train to win fights and become a world champion. So he was laughing at me. He's like, I knew. I was like, you think I would sell it? I will use it to find a way out. I'm the biggest pussy if I did. I'm the biggest. I'm a weak person if I'm like, oh yeah, he don't make weight. That's not professional. I'm out of here. Fuck that. Let's go.
What'd you get? 20%? You got 20% of his?
20%. And I'm gonna be honest to you. I told Sean, like, hey, whatever is the average, give me that. I wasn't trying to get crazy, like, oh, give me 40, give me 50. I'm like, I don't want his money. I work for my money. But, those are the rules. He fucked up. Thank you. But at the end of the day, I never focus on my opponent. I focus on myself. So when they tell me, like, this is your new, like, this is what you're going to receive, I'm like, cool. But I'm not trying to, I don't want no one's money. I want my money. And I earn it.
How'd you feel about the fact that you were the underdog?
I don't see those things, man. I don't pay attention to that. Like, a lot of people ask me, like, hey, bro, I'm like, bro, not to you, right? There's some friends or family, whatever. I don't give two fuck about who's the underdog, the super dog, the metaverse dog. It's a fucking fight. Just let's go. Let's get in there and let's get paid. Let's climb the ladder. Like, I'm not seeing who the fans support, who the UFC is pushing, who the media push, who they put favorite. I don't give two fucks, man. I'm too busy training, too busy trying to get better. I don't. What Adesanya says all the time, like, fuck the noise. I love that. Like, that's one thing that gets sink on the back of my brain, and I'm not paying attention to nothing. I got way too many things around me, family, friends, kids, to be focused on, like, little petty shit like that. So, fucking living a good life, Ariel. Happy man.
It worked for me because you were my underdog pick of the week. I was like, oh, because every week these days I've been picking an underdog. I was like, what? Chito Vera's underdog? God, I mean, this is going to be the easiest one. No, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Rob, but I was just surprised. To me, it didn't feel right that you were the underdog.
I swear to God, I didn't realize underdog. Like, I'm not trying to see those numbers.
No, I know.
I don't even know how to go to see that.
Yeah, it's for the best.
Like, I just heard like, oh, you're the underdog. I'm like, cool.
Now, what about
Yeah,
in
you
that
know.
second round? You dropped him. It looked like you were very close to finishing him. What did you think?
It was close to finish him. I think in one of those ones, he kind of like rushed to the single, like, and he did a good job getting up. But in one of the knockdowns, the bell just ran off. I think the one that the bell ran off, it was the closest one to finish him. And I was just like, I was kind of surprised, like, you know, in the past, you know, if I drop somebody, you go for the kill crazy. This time I was very focused. Like, I dropped him, and even when I was going down to fall him to the ground, I was almost like taking my time to get there. Like, I was just trying to fight smart, but at the same time be as violent I can. Like, I was throwing some heat, and I know he's a big guy. He cuts a lot of weight, and that's why he punched kind of like hard. But I'm like, are you a gifted guy that punch really hard because you're a powerful man, or are you just a guy that cuts a lot of weight, and that's why you punch kind of hard? So that's a different power too. And I knew he cuts a lot of weight. I saw him before out of camp, and I was like, holy fuck, who's that?
What?
Oh my god, that's a 35er. He's huge, but
Oh, I thought you actually saw someone walking by when you said that. I thought someone just walked by your car. When you said,
no. I was talking like when on times I saw him on the bus, I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, this guy is enormous. But you know, I just feel like, you know, just cut the right amount, you know, just cut the right amount, whatever. But talking about back to the fight, it was just like, I felt like the whole time I own it. Like the whole like, even when I was going for a walk, going side to side, like I was pulling him towards me. I was like, I was just present there. I was fighting there. I was seeing everything, and I just felt like that's why I was so concerned about the fight don't getting canceled with him missing weight, because I was like, I really need this. And what I showed Saturday night was why I really need it. Because you need those fights to show the improvement. And now that you show the improvements, they get sync on yourself. And now moving on to the next one.
how'd you feel after 25 minutes?
I feel great. I was laughing after every round with coach in the corner. And coach is funny, dude. He's like, ah, you little shit. He came to me one of them was like, little shit. You like to make me talk too much, but those are cute karate kids. And I was like, thank you, coach, for teaching me those things. And he was just cracking up. We were having we have a good bond with Pereira. And so he just knows me. He knows everything. He knows if I'm tired. He knows if I'm getting a little overwhelmed. He knows if I haven't figured it out. So he was leaving. We were talking for 20 seconds out of the minute rest, and he was leaving before the time, because he just said what I need to hear. It's like she said 2 3 little things, and he goes to the back, and I just breathe. I'm relaxed. It's a good gimmick. I think that also helped to put performances like that and don't get tired, because it's 10 more minutes, man. I'm like, we train, at least me. I take my job seriously. I train year round. And if you go in there and get tired in 10 minutes, you're probably doing some shitty work.
Were you surprised he lasted 25 minutes? I mean, you were nailing him with some big shots.
That's why I say, because everybody's tough, you know, and at the top 5 level, which, you know, the dogs are like pretty good, pretty tough, and pretty everything. I'm like, somebody should understand people is willing to die in there. So I get it. Some people is like, oh, I'm ready to die here. I say that, and probably I'm willing to do. I know I'm willing to go to hell in order to win. But it's like, if a good coach probably will either throw the towel or you stop it. Because I heard in round 4 going to 5th, the referee asking, are you good to continue? And of course he said yes, but fuck, you just look at his face, man. Like, it's not worth it. But again, I'm not a nice guy in that way that I'm gonna hit you less. I'm gonna try to make it worse for you, because there's a chance I'm in your shoes and you won't give a fuck about me. And I have a family watching, and I don't want them to see me like that. And the only way that happened is training my ass off, being consistent and being true to myself. Like, I can lie to you right now and tell you like, oh yeah, I'm the hardest worker in the game, and then I'm just eating shit and not training. I mean it. When I say it, I mean it. And I'm not fucking around, man. I'm using these years of my career, the best years of my career, to do the best I can for the future, to be a good world champion, to go in there and beat those guys. I'm maintaining myself as long as I can. After, I can have a little fun. I can take off training. I can, But now, when I'm active, when I'm in the real deal, I'm consistent. I take it seriously, and I don't let these wins get to my head. Right now, how I feel, Saturday night is gone. Like, I'm not leaving of it. I'm not walking on the streets like, oh, cool. I don't give a fuck what happens Saturday night. I'm already concerned about what's coming in front of me, and I'm already thinking what I need to get better, what we can do to be healthier, to keep a good way, to train, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so afterwards you said Aldo would be your choice, a rematch against Aldo. Do you feel like that could happen? Do you feel like that's possible, or do you think it's a long shot?
Now that I'm in the top 5, basically, I took number 5. It's not too hard, So, and since that was a close fight, I feel they can make it happen, That can be easily title eliminator, former champ against me, he beat me. Back then, probably people were like, oh, see, you're not ready. Well, then I went back to the drum work, kicked 3 asses, come back, and I was like, oops, we were wrong about that one. Well, you got to prove people wrong. Now I'm here. I would love that fight. It's something that me personally I would love to take that one back. So I hope I can get it.
It would be nice. I like the Cruz fight as well.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Before, in the 10 times he declined to fight me, I'm not calling him a pussy, but he declined a couple times in the past.
Okay.
He was always talking he wanted to fight somebody above him. Guess what? I'm above you right now, motherfucker. So now we can go.
Oh, man.
Now we can go.
When was the last time they tried to make this?
They tried to make it when I lost to Aldo. I was I think 14 or 15 back then. I was like, no, it's not worth it, blah, 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 too low. Then they tried to make it before the Edgar fight. I was like 13. Yeah, I was 13, 11. He was like, oh, no, too low, blah, blah, blah. I need somebody that push me to the bell. I think if you beat number 5, you can be pushed to the bell, homie. So the war is out there. If you want it, come get it.
What about Corey?
Right here. He can get it too. We were supposed to main event February something, and he wasn't available. I think it was her. He seems to be a fucking real one. So I can't talk shit if I'm not sure. I'm sure about Cruz saying he wants something bigger. With Sanhagen, I don't know what happened. And if we're talking about everybody, Jan called me out too. So Jan, you can come get it too, anytime, any moment. So, bro, I'm not picky. I'm not the type of guy like I'm like, okay, out of these 5 guys, who's more winnable? I don't think like that. I train too hard to think like that. I put everything into the line to think like that. So any of those guys we just talk, anyone, we can fight. And this is not talk. This is not noise. This is not cloud. I fucking mean it. So I'll be prepared. And I was talking to Hunter last night. And he said like, hey, well done, blah, blah, blah. I was like, let's talk about the future, So we probably will talk about it. We'll get something good on the news. And then I talked to Dana too. I said thanks for the opportunity. Saying to Sean Shaw, was like, hey man, appreciate you. Like, this is big for me. I really live in the dream. Fuck, and then he FaceTime and I didn't pick up the call. I didn't tell the call. And then I called him back, but we couldn't talk. But He knows it's all love. My phone turned off around 12 at night on Saturday, and I was just like, we're just fucking chilling, eating some pizza. But we tried to talk in this week and just figure it out. But that one hurt me. Means that FaceTime call hurt me a lot this week. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I mean it.
Man, you still got the call. Look at you, texting with Dana and Hunter, getting the FaceTime. You've made it, Chito. You're one of the players now.
It's all hard. It's all work, man. And I just don't let these moments fill my heart. These moments, like just having the chance to be like, hey man, thanks for the opportunity. Like I really appreciate this. Means a lot to me. And and they just coming back to me. I'm sure they're happy. I'm sure they saw me from Ultimate Fighter till now. They're like, fuck, this motherfucker married. So I can tell they're happy to the lake. They can see the joy that I'm feeling. I just think life is good, bro. I think when you do everything possible to achieve what you want, these things happen. Like it's really like magic happening, but it doesn't come just by wishing it. It comes because you dig deep and you put everything aside in order to get one little thing, but one little thing that will last forever, which is winning these memorable fights. UFC, I think it was the 100 fight night in ESPN. We keep it 100. So I'm happy. I'm happy with my life. I've been happy with my life, and I just want to keep this going. Keep creating things like this because the work never continues. Parillo was saying this already. Sometimes you never made it. Even when you made it, you never made it because if I stop right now, it's like nothing that I do is gonna be worth. So it's always like you gotta go onto the next step, onto the next step, onto the next step, and then enjoy the ride. Be with moderation, do fun things, but always until the next one, till the next one, until the day we depart from this beautiful area.
But what I appreciate about you so much is your confidence. Like you're oozing confidence at this point. You come across as a very confident person, and your appreciation for where you are at, what you have, where you've come from, how far you've come is a very beautiful thing. It's hard for me to even put it into words, but even when you talk about life and you talk about being content with what you have, but also wanting to continue to strive and not resting on your laurels, there's an interesting combination that you possess, my friend, that quite frankly, I am, and when I say this, not in a negative way, like I am envious of that. I want that as well. I want that contentment, but that drive as well. You don't strike me as, you're not a jealous person. You're not a person who looks down on others. You are almost living in your own little bubble mind, happy as can be, appreciative as can be, confident as can be, but hungry as can be to continue wanting more. Do you understand? Am I making sense to you here?
Oh, you're so right. And everything you say is how I see things. And it's because, it's not just me. It's the people I have around, it's my mother and my dad, my wife, my family, my head coach, my manager. Like I feed from people, and my friends, like the cool people that got to meet. Like I feed from the little best I can find from them. I'm like, okay, this person is really good when something comes to their life, they figure it out, they strive for it. Like, oh, this person is really good at giving an advice. I like to hear other people talk. It's like a never-ending reading a good book. You always are like picking from the best, and pick people's minds, and just being content with the reality. Be happy with what you have around, because there's somewhere someone that is in a really shitty, fucked up situation, and they will love to be in your shoes. But don't see. I'm not talking about the material. I'm not talking about the wealth. I'm talking about pure joy and happiness. There's no price for that, and you cannot buy that. You can buy hang out with somebody. You can buy going somewhere, but you cannot buy tying your own pair of shoes and be fucking happy about it. And I try to be that. That's why I don't mind what's in my environment. I'm not looking left and right like, why he this have that? Why he have that? I'm saying thank you for what I have. So it's a hard thing to figure it out, but I guess when you do, you're just fucking happy. Like they say, laughing is a great thing to do. And we and the people that we are in the circle, my people, we was laughing all the time. Like the drive back to Vegas yesterday with me, coach, and my teammate, it was like a non-stop laughing. And we weren't talking about the fight. We were just talking shit, making jokes, driving. It was just like 5 hours just cracking up. On the dinner table with my family, kids, everybody, we were cracking up. It's like, I think that's life. I think that's that's when you really made it. So I think that's the only way to keep going like that. Like just enjoy what you have, and work harder for the other stuff you really want. But that's about it. It's a never ending wheel going on.
By the way, I also love, again, I think you have a different hairstyle today than you did on Saturday. I've never seen you look the exact same twice in a row. It's crazy. No one changes their look more than you. It's unbelievable. You're like a chameleon.
My wife last night was like, "What are you doing?" Because I was taking a shower and I saw my razor right there, like on the side. I was just like, "Don't tell me you're cutting your hair." I'm like, "I swear, baby, I'm not." And then she opened it up and she's like, "Why are you cutting your hair?" I'm like, "I get bored of that haircut." I'm like, "Why don't you go to the barber?" "I can do it myself."
Every time it's different. Every time. And by the way, the Ruka shirt, you were kind enough to send me one. I love that shirt. It looks a little old school. I saw Action Bronson, our mutual friend, rocking it. I was like, man, it almost looks bootleg. That's what I love so much about it. It looks like a shirt that you would get off the side of the street for $10. It has a classic feel, and that's a compliment that I'm giving to it. There's something like old school about it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, 100%. The guys from Ruka, when they made the shirt, they told me like, "Hey, we want to do like a picture of you with hand wraps, and we want to do like an old school like Mike Tyson or Roberto Duran." And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" I'm like, so we took the picture, and they do the same shirt for MSG with the date and MSG. And for this fight, they asked me like, "What do you want?" I was like, "Let's make the same fucking shirt without the MSG day because it's a cool shirt." And I just make sure I send it to my loved ones.
That's my guy.
Because they always give me like a box for me to do whatever I want. I'm like, I'm not gonna try to sell this. Like, if I see a friend, I give it to a friend. If I know somebody that we have a cool thing going on, I send it to them. But I send it to everybody. I give it to everybody. Sometimes I was driving, roll the window. "Hey, you want a shirt? Go for it." And I think people like that. People feel good. People feel good when you give them a gift. So that's how you also make people laugh. Like when people were like, you text me, "Hey, thanks for the shirt." I'm like, that's cool. I think people is always asking for things, asking. I want this, I want that. Sometimes you give a little bit, and that's how life works.
Two last things. By the way, Aljo was on the show a couple of days ago, he got mad at me because of our conversation. He says I was disrespecting him when I was talking to you. I don't think he's right about that. I feel like I've given him respect, but he's the champ now. Were you surprised that he beat Jan?
No.
Why'd you do that?
Look,
why did you just do that?
Because why you go, like, not you, but why people cry about shit? Like, "Oh, I don't think you respect me." I'm like, I don't give two fucks. Even before you get to know me and you were giving props to guys that I was fighting, I would throw like a joke in there trying to talk shit, but it was more in a joking way. If you were like that, like, "Oh, I think you said that about me," I was like, "How old you are, you motherfucker? Like, did you have hair in your fucking balls? Act like a fucking man. If I say something about you and you laugh, don't get mad. This is a fucking interview. Like, this is not like, we're not in the living room talking shit about another man. That's real. This is like an interview. But whatever. What do you think about the fight? Easy. 2-2, right? 2-3 for Sterling for the back take and control. Very well done. Almost finished it. Was trying, was punching, was active on the good position. 4-5. Jan came back, defended takedown, kind of like kick his ass. Everything goes back to that round one. We all saw Jan putting pressure. Maybe Jan won that round. But the 2 rounds in the back, they could be 10-8 because you are on a dominant position. and you're hitting. So the judges could give the fight to Jan, yes. Who was closer to finish the fight? So it's fine they give the belt to him. That's fine.
All right.
And I'm not hating on him. I don't hate on nobody. The guy's a little bit of a bitch. He's kind of dark. He's kind of dumb. Yes. He's a fucking champ. Good for you.
Respect. Well, your prediction, and I've said it as well, I think you're fighting for a belt. When are you fighting for a belt at this point? You're closer than ever. When do you think it happens? This time next year? What are you feeling?
I don't know the time. I would love if he's next, I would take advantage of the momentum, but it's all how the cards play on the top. Seguro wanna come back. If Seguro jumps the line, they have to give TJ the number one contender. It's all how that plays on the top. At the end of the day, it's like I'm watching a show from home, laughing. I'm letting all these guys like fighting. They're screaming, I'm next. I'm just chilling. I'm just like, cool. Like, I'm gonna get something. I'm gonna get something good regardless. So I'm just like, you guys kill each other, waste energy and time. Let in the UFC, you guys are next, and I'm just like fucking eating some popcorn and enjoying life. I'm not in a rush. I'm a young fighter. I'm healthy as fuck. So, something good will come. We'll see.
35 is incredible. What a weight class. There's so many great guys in that top 5, and you mentioned Cejudo coming back potentially as well. So a big fight is coming for you next. Okay, last one. When do you want to return?
Anytime. Like literally,
you're healthy?
Anytime.
You're good to go?
I do not have... Oh, come on, Jason House. Don't call me right now.
Jason House calling you in the middle of the interview? I mean, this is my last question.
I know. Come on, Housey.
Come on.
Do not fucking call me right now. I call you back. Nothing is hurt. Nothing is broken. Nothing is swole. So, like, literally, I can fight next month.
Okay, wow.
But when you're in the top 5, things get slow. So I'm not expecting to fight that soon. But I am expected to be back in the gym in the next couple of days. Today, of course, I'm going to take the kids for ice cream. I'm going to give my family back because they do so much for me when I'm in camp. And I'm also honoring my body because he let me use the fuck out of him every day. And on fight night. So I'm going to honor my body and my fucking soul. And I'm going to give him like 48 hours to relax and just walk around the world like a free man and just relax. Just don't push myself back to the gym.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be back in the gym on most likely Wednesday because I get bored. I'm like, what do you do now? Fuck people is training, they're going to kick my ass. I need to go. So I feel good when I'm keep the ball moving and I'm, getting a sweat. I'm training, learning new shit, grinding a little bit, but I just fought. So today and tomorrow, it's actually better when you rest. That's also, it takes confidence to be a little bit away from it. Not too much, but a little bit. It's a balance. Keep life with moderation. I literally got in a fist fight on Saturday night. So
yeah.
I need couple today and tomorrow to sleep well, relax, and then we reassess. So motherfucker, stop calling.
Same guy? Same Jason? Same
No, different person.
Oh, they're all.
Oh, people is aggressive.
Jeez, Louise. Okay.
I'm gonna decline them. Don't you worry about it. But just giving myself a little bit to be 100%. But I'm gonna train this week. I'm ready to be back in the gym and just keep it going. It's a never-ending process, bro.
You're a wanted man.
Ending.
So I'll let you go. I can't wait for your return. Now, especially when you go back to Ecuador, it's going to be they're going to stop the whole damn place, right? They're going to do like a freaking parade for you.
I know.
It's going to be incredible.
We're going to try to go soon. I'm going to talk to my lawyer if I'm okay to go. And we want to do like a little, just go in there, do some stuff and just say thank you to the people of Ecuador that support me and give me all the love just for a couple of days. And of course, see my grandma, see my family, and just hug it out with my family because I haven't been there since 2019. So I need to go in there and give a couple of hugs and kisses to my family.
Well deserved, my friend. Very happy for you. Congratulations. Incredible stuff. And I can't wait to see what you do next. You are on a roll, my friend. Enjoy it.
I appreciate you, my brother. Life keeps on going.
Amen. There he is. Chito Vera. What a win. And what a weight class. Like I said, best weight class in combat sports right now. I mean, the directions that they can go at 135 pounds right now, so much fun. Are they going to go in the direction of Aljamain Sterling against TJ Dillashaw? Okay, cool. If they do that, great. I think you can make a case as well for Aljo versus Aldo. Jan in the mix. Dillashaw in the mix. Sandhagen in the mix. Merab in the mix. Cruz in the mix. Font's still in the mix, don't get me wrong. Song Yadong in the mix. It's a great weight class. I really wonder what if they go with Aljo versus Dillashaw. Do they go with Aldo versus? See, Jan has a win over Aldo. I don't know if they run that back. You do Jan versus. I actually think there's a great chance that Jan and Font could be next. Excuse me, Jan and Vera could be next, only because of the timing. Cruz hasn't fought in a while. Merab hasn't fought in a while. The timing might work out where by the time Jan and Vera are ready to go, their stars could be aligning. Now, matter of seconds, we'll talk more about Chito's win, about the weight class, about the weekend with GC and Rick. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you all know, UFC 274 goes down this weekend. Told you the card earlier. 2 tremendous title fights. This music really gets me excited for UFC 274. I love it. The calf slicer, the Peruvian necktie, dare I say the banana split as well. I'm just reading what they told me to read. There are tons of ways to come out on top in the octagon. And for UFC 274, there's one more. With DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, new customers can bet $5 on any fighter to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. So choose your fighter, sit back and watch the action unfold. Anything can happen on fight night, but with DraftKings Sportsbook, you've got a sure thing for UFC 274. Bet $5, get $150 in free bets if your fighter wins. That's it. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. This is very important, so they know we sent you. Throw down $5 on any 274 fighter to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. That's code TheMMAHour this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. All right, let's talk to the guys here. They were there on set. There they are. Guys, how we feeling?
What a show.
What a show. Today or Saturdays?
Both.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. A lot to digest, a lot to discuss. We got some quick thoughts from this past Saturday, but you know what? I want to give Chito some love because we just spoke to him. I mean, do we want to, you GC picked Chito money line as well, so I can't do the thing.
I did the points. I did the plus
did.
5.5 thing, yeah.
And
Which was an easy bet, yeah.
Did you win?
Of course, yeah.
What was it?
The odds were minus 200, so I should have just rode the money.
No. What were the points in the end?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because he won. It was plus points. So, because he was the underdog, he got the plus points. It's a very confusing bet.
Yes.
I try to avoid it at all costs, but...
Wait, I thought it had to be like 30 to 20. It had to be the difference of the points added
That's
up.
if he loses.
But he won.
That's if he loses.
Oh,
yeah, so it's plus 5.5. Yeah, I know it's a confusing bet.
Oh, so it's a moot point if the dog wins.
If he wins or if he gets a finish, then yeah, it doesn't matter at all.
Football, right? +3, right? If you lose by a field goal, it's a push. If you win, if you lose by 2, you still win. It's adding points so that if you lose, you can still. If you lose the bet, you can, or your team loses, you can still win. If you win outright, it didn't matter. It was all gravy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He didn't have as much faith in Chito Vera as you had, but he had faith in Chito Vera to keep it close at least. I mean, no, that's just the reality of the bet. I think it was a great bet.
Chito actually would have covered if he was the favorite. He went 49-46, 2 scorecards, 48-47. So yeah,
great performance. What do you guys think? Because I feel if they do out, I don't really know who he fights. I actually feel like Jan might be the guy just based off timing.
Could work. I mean, that Dominic Cruz call out was fire.
That was tremendous.
There were some flames on that one, turning him down 10 times.
Word.
And I mean, he's calling his bluff. He said, "Look, if you're looking for a fight ranked above you, guess what? I'm ranked above you now." That was spicy.
So according to the UFC rankings, because that's what he's referring to, because he said Font was 5.
Yep.
Obviously, the MMA fighting rankings are infinitely better, but I'm going based on what he was looking at. Cruz was 7. Marlon was 8. I don't know if he gets all the way up to 5, but I'm pretty
certainly jump him.
So the point still stands. The one dude that no one's talking about is Merab.
Yeah, but is anybody going to talk about Merab? That's the thing. Does anybody want that problem?
Well,
right. Could Merab cause him problems?
He causes everyone problems.
That's kind of what I think. Like
Merab versus Jan would be a spicy one.
I mean, they had the backstage heat, right?
Yeah, big time heat. That might be the one as well. So then I don't know what you. Okay, let's just say you do Merab versus Jan.
Yep.
What do you do with Chito? Chito versus Cruz?
Dominic Cruz.
But the thing is, Cruz hasn't fought in so long. Is he going to wait?
I mean, do we say that every Dominic Cruz fight?
He fought in what, December?
Yeah.
Corey Sandhagen. Who's he fighting next?
Wait, but Chito said he could go right now.
Yeah, that's true.
What's the wait? I mean, that doesn't feel like a wait to me.
I always tend to feel like they will fight around the same time as someone else, but no, it doesn't work like that all the time. Yo, give me Cruz versus Chito. Give me Jan versus Chito. Do you guys share? Because it is by the way, I say it, and I say it boldly. Do you share my confidence that he will fight for a belt one day? Because it is quite the murderer's row between, there's Merab, there's Cruz, there's Jan, there's Aldo, there's Dillashaw. It might be the best weight class right now in the UFC.
Agree with that. For sure. I think across MMA, you even consider other promotions, 135-pound division.
Across combat sports.
Yeah, and then you consider boxing. For sure it is. Do I think Chito will fight for a belt? I don't know, but I say I hope so.
In his career, I say yes. How many fights do you think he is away from a belt?
2? 2 wins. Because the next 2 are going to be super high quality, right?
Yes, for sure.
I'll say this. There are certain fighters that, independent of matchups, will fight for a belt, right? There are certain fighters that are no-brainers. Khamzat Chimaev, right? I don't think it matters who he faces. He will fight for a belt at some point in his career. I think Chito will need certain matchups in order to fight for a belt. Can he do that? Can he win those fights? Certainly. But, you just look at the Jose Aldo performance. He got tuned up.
He got tuned up. That was 3 fights ago. He's improved a lot, I think.
It was 3 fights. Yeah, but... that's tough. That's tough to overcome. There's certain guys that I think will give him problems. Merab, I think, gives everybody problems. So it's possible. I don't think it's a no-brainer, but I think he could fight for it.
I don't think Aldo's down to run that back right away.
What?
There's no point. He's like,
what's the point of that?
Yeah.
I mean, if the champ Aljo is calling you out, he's calling out Aldo.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I look down to Marlon Vera? I'd be looking straight up at Aljo. Yeah, you called me out. Let's do it. Let's run that fight. I want to fight for the belt.
I still feel like they're going to do Aljo versus Dillashaw, so it'll be a moot point. But then it actually makes their lives a little bit harder because you can't do Jan versus Aldo, which would be the natural one. And then, so I don't really know what you do with Aldo. Then you do Aldo versus Cruz. It's
mucked up. It could be, a while. And I think Chito said that. Chito's like, look, it's, you got TJ coming back. He's got the whole thing sorted out. He's that dude, man, super sharp. He knows exactly what he's doing.
By the way, I say this with the, I don't actually want to do this, but it's like the best compliment I think I could give Chito. So I just want to make this very clear. I'm not saying that I'm vouching for this, that I want to do this, but it's just something that was crossing my mind. You're trying to see where I'm going with this. I feel like Chito Vera would be a really fun person to, smoke marijuana with.
Okay.
I feel like you could get really deep with that guy and talk about life and just feel good about yourself. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure. Go on a trip.
Yeah. I don't know about oh wait, I lost you there. GC, your mic went out.
Yeah,
were you talking to someone else?
Nah.
Oh.
No, I think Frank's figuring it out.
What happened, Frank?
Oh, you still got me?
He's still recovering
from, now you're back.
From Saturday.
Friday, maybe. The combo Friday.
Yeah, how about that? Frank was out.
Things happen.
Frank, it was great to see you out on the town. It was a lot of fun. We really bonded, I felt like.
Did we?
Did you not feel like we did? Wow. Okay. I guess I'll take that back, Frank.
I mean,
he knows your bond.
I want to remember all the details.
Wow. No, I felt like we really we had some nice moments. We had this little get together. A lot of hardcore fans of this program, fans of the sport, supporters of my career.
Just call it what it is. It's Hawani fans. Just call it what it is.
But there were some, EK was there. Who
shout out to EK.
Is always tweeting about the show. Penny was there, who was always tweeting about the show. My guy Brett was there.
Yeah,
always
Brett, Shawnee.
Yeah, Shawnee.
Whole crew, man.
Andrew Jones, the man.
Andrew Jones. It's always tricky when you start rifling off names because I don't want to forget anyone.
We've been here before,
definitely
right?
forgot people.
Yes. Oriel was there. Anyway, it was... Yeah, don't do it anymore?
Don't do it anymore.
It was just really nice. It was nice to put faces to names. It was nice to meet people, to get a feel for people.
It was a fantastic time. Got to meet Pizzi.
Got to meet PT, got to meet Chuck. But
got to meet Chuck.
Frank was there. Frank, I was telling Frank about it early in the week, and he said he couldn't be bothered. And then he showed up. There he was.
I had to beg him to
Holding
get out
court.
of the studio, yeah.
I mean, I have things to do on a Friday night.
Wait, you had nothing to do.
Did he show up is the question.
Did what?
Did Frank show up? Do we know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think Frank had a great time. Frank, what was the line you gave to your wife when you got home?
Wait, what?
No. What are you talking about? What's the line? Frank gets really weird. I mean, okay.
No, feel free to. Oh, no.
Cheat him up.
Not that one. What are you talking about? Although when Ariel asked where she was, I said that she was at home watching the draft because she's a true Buffalo fan.
Yeah. Oh, we had that moment.
Oh God, that
played
was
out.
such a great moment. I should have had the picture ready of you.
You should have put the
figuring it
clip up of Kyle announcing the pick. That would have.
Okay, can I just say something about that? I mean, makes me throw up.
God,
This
he
guy,
killed it. He killed it.
He did not
so
kill
good.
it. He is the very definition of pandering. He is pandering to the Bills audience because they show them a little bit of love, show him a little bit of love. He's a Bears fan. He isn't. I get crap. He has no connection. He's taught. By the way, the Bears should disown him. They should ban him from attending Soldier Field. This guy shows up in his brand new Zubaz pants that he just bought a day ago off Amazon, in his brand new jacket that he just bought a day ago.
It looks fantastic. I'm watching.
I thought he looked great.
It was ridiculous.
I thought he
got
looked
23,000 likes on Twitter after he posted the video.
Oh, well, good for him.
Killed.
None of those people are real Bills fans. Let me tell you something. They offered me a second round pick. He got third round, and we almost even traded out of the second round. It got a little, there was a part of me that was feeling a little good about myself for turning it down because I was like, oh my God, I actually dodged a bullet because my fear was fly all the way to Vegas.
Yeah.
They trade the pick, and then I'm, having to go up there with fake Bills fan, right? I'm having to go up there with him. They probably would have
that was the
comboed it.
highlight of the night when pick 57 came around, and then they immediately traded it.
Traded it twice.
Yeah. They were trying their best to make you feel better about not going.
And then they drafted a Georgia guy.
Yeah, James Cook. Shout out to James Cook.
Which
could have been you, man. Could have been a great
Well,
coincidence.
you know what's crazy about it? When I thought about going, I was going to wear my Thurman Thomas jersey. Running back's always been my favorite position. So
Wow.
imagine if I'm up there with a Thurman Thomas jersey and I'm drafting, the next Thurman, the next running back, the next
James
great
Cook.
run.
Yeah.
I mean,
Watch. You call these people fake Bills fans, but if they got that call, would they show up.
Listen,
Would
I
they
had
be
to
on the
be.
dais?
I had to be there. I had to be there, shaking hands with people. I had to be there, hanging out with the. It felt a little bit like a wedding, like a bar mitzvah. Like I had to go around to every table. Is the salmon good? Is the chicken good?
Yep.
I said this joke on Friday, but I feel like I could say it again here. Like I felt a little bit of pressure that I just had to hold court. Like, is
You
everything
managed it
okay? How's the We had a half a Guinness. I thought that was a big thing.
I
A
know.
lot of
It
people
was
were
a
excited
nice
about
move
that.
by you going to a table deep down on this floor so no one would see it. And then later in the night, you pointed out, you were like, all the way over there, that's my half Guinness. I didn't.
But that shows that I'm an honorable guy. I didn't try to hide it from you guys. I had my half. I felt the
I think
buzz.
you hid it from everybody else, though.
Well, they didn't have to know, but it was nice to partake. I got to meet Frank's lovely wife on Wednesday.
Oh, yes.
That was fun.
Lots happened.
I mean, a lot. I met
You
your
did what
lovely
now?
girlfriend, GC. I mean, I
Yep.
feel like I really got to bond with the team here. I got to bond with the significant others. Wait, Frank, you don't remember me meeting your wife? Were you drunk then too? This was like at 5 o'clock.
It's not
We had just gotten out of the studios.
Yeah, but we don't know. When he goes into that other room to edit the podcast, we don't know exactly what he's doing in there. It's a very dark, small room.
Mini fridge.
Right.
So it's a good thing Frank is mysterious, because if he wasn't, the slander.
No, this is all out of love.
Falling back on his head.
Right? Okay, before we get to the picks, I feel like I need to get Taylor Serrano out of my system once and for all. Let me go to you, New York, Rick, because you didn't have much to say here. What did you think? Give us the. You've been to some big boxing. You've been to a lot of MMA, of course.
Yep.
So this was. You've been to MSG for a fight, yeah?
205. I brought D Diaz for.
Oh, that's right, for the Rick's Picks thing. Yes, of course. How could I forget? What are your feelings? What are your takeaways from what we witnessed on Saturday?
Experience-wise, it was up there. It was a top 5, maybe even top 3, just in terms of atmosphere.
Greater than 205?
Tough. I mean, I think your point that you made about the split in the building affects that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this: 189 kind of felt similar. Now, again, a lot of Irish fans at 189, but that was probably my number one. Just in that, like, that place was shaking. That's probably the number one I've been to. But Serrano Taylor was up there, absolutely. One of the most raucous crowds I've been in, and they announced the sellout. You didn't see an empty seat in the house. It was special, and then beyond that, when the fight delivers in that way, it just amplifies that, and the magnitude of it goes up so significantly.
And where were you sitting?
Somewhere up in a media section.
Who were you with?
Other media, Pete, Chuck, the aforementioned, Oscar Willis, Mac Life,
the great
Tessa Hirsch.
Oh my God, it was a reunion. Wow. It was amazing. It was so amazing. What a great, I mean, there was just something, I can't even describe the feeling being there, and I was lucky enough to be closer than you guys. Actually,
way to rub it in.
Well, no. Connor and his crew and Frank, they were pretty damn close as well. But just to see them going toe to toe, slugging it out, the vibe, the crowd, everything. Boxing events sometimes can drag. They can feel empty at the end. They cannot deliver. It was just so much fun. Man, it was just so much fun.
Home run.
And of course, you'll get the haters that come up being like, you don't. Well, you did the same thing last week too. You don't care about boxing. You don't care about this. You pretend to be a boxing fan. How long? Go type in my name and Katie Taylor on social media and see how long I've been talking about Katie Taylor.
You're confusing two things. I didn't say you don't care about boxing. I said you didn't know about boxing. Two separate things.
Yeah.
One true, one.
Can I be straight up honest with you guys right now? So afterwards, I was in the back. And we're wrapping up. There's a lot of activity there. And now we're about to leave. I've been in the back. I've been lucky to be in the back for a lot of, big fights, big moments, see fighters after fights. Never in my career, ever, to this point, have I ever asked for a photo. I've never asked for a photo. I don't believe in the photo. I don't think it's my place to ask for a photo. And as I'm leaving the door that we're in, Katie and her whole team are like, so I'm walking out of the door and they start to walk by us. I didn't know at the time, but they were walking to the press conference. And you saw her at the press conference, right? She was beaten up. She was bloodied, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like stopped in my tracks. Holy crap, that's Katie after that war. I mean, I'm in awe of what not only she did, but what Amanda did as well. And I just said to her, she said, hey, Ariel, thank you, this and that. And I said, I'm in awe. Congratulations. That was incredible. I hope you feel better, all this stuff. And for the first time in my career, I didn't ask. Don't get me wrong. Moments later, the thought was like, it would have been great to have it would have been great. I would never ask, but it was the first time where I was like, that would be a cool thing to have in 20 years because it was so historic, because it was MSG, because it was her in the first fight and all that stuff. That was the first time in my career that I can honestly say, like, man, that would be a cool thing to have.
Yeah. I think that would have been, but look, 20 years from now, you and Katie, you go back to the Garden, you do an interview, you do something retrospective. It'll be great. It'll be great.
You think they're going to run it back?
They have to.
You think they are?
They have to.
MSG or Dublin?
For my sake, I hope it's MSG, but...
Well, we're the whole crew. We're just going to recreate the whole scene. We're just going to fly down there.
I know. If I can get flown out there, then let's do it in Dublin.
We'll charter a private jet, and we'll do the whole thing all over again. I agree with what you're saying, and I think that it would be even bigger at MSG because you'll have the Puerto Rican fans there, and they'll be even louder, and you'll have the Irish. But man,
I mean, it was so loud when they announced Katie Taylor's name. Like I've been to like some big sporting events, and that was like super loud. Like it was like my ears were hurting. It was like I was at like a NASCAR race, and they just turned the cars on. I was at LFA 124, and it wasn't as loud as that.
I was wondering if you could compare the two, like the atmosphere, the vibe of the crowd.
It's my only two.
The only two fights you've ever been
events, and they
to
were both
are
just-
LFA 124 in Phoenix and Taylor Serrano.
Yep. I think it was the Phoenix Alliance Theater, MSG, two historic venues. So
Neck and neck.
I'm spoiled.
I would love to know the story behind the flags and all that stuff. Why they didn't let you guys and others. Frank, your thoughts? I mean, can you just tell me the feelings that you had while watching this?
So I immediately noticed that the energy in the room really makes up for the fight. The fact that there's no commentators. It's kind of the same way that I feel about a hockey game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's kind of quiet, but the way that the audience is responding, it's like every time Katie threw a punch, it didn't even have to land. It was just pretty exciting, and the walkouts are great. You know, so it was definitely a spectacle, and I'm glad to hear that others enjoyed themselves as well. That was pretty cool, and I'd like to see it again. I don't think that I saw that ruling come through. Like I thought it may be a draw after seeing what happened on the 5th round.
You scored it for
Serrano.
Serrano at worst a draw.
Exactly.
Were you upset? Were you like throwing things? Were you booing?
Well, this is what's weird. So I'm not a really competitive person, but I felt disappointed.
Wow.
Not disappointed in her, like, oh, she didn't do well
In the
enough,
result.
but from the result. And I'm like, you know, that's actually that's kind of a scary feeling, because that could be like, now it's in me, right? Like now I want to go and not be disappointed and like get behind something that works.
No, but that's
out.
good. That means that you cared. That means that they had you. You were emotionally invested.
Like I got quiet on the way home. It's
Wow.
like, right.
You actually got quiet.
Yeah.
Wow, you really care.
Yeah, it was interesting. And then just the last thing, like on the way out of the venue,
Mm-hmm.
there were these 3 like well-dressed guys, and they were just walking, and they stopped these other people who were walking. They're like, hey, like try to ignore the fact that we're Puerto Rican and tell me if you think that was a fair ruling.
Wow.
There. And it was just, you know, and they responded, it's like, no, I kind of thought it was a draw. And like they were admitting to each other on the way out, like complete strangers. And one turned to me to ask, and I was like, I thought a draw too. So it was interesting to see how the community kind of responded to that. You know, it's like sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, by the way, Connor, when you guys were walking out, was there like, you know, turf war stuff going on? Were there you know, the crowd sometimes when there's a tense ending, sometimes it gets a little unruly.
Yeah, I sat and chilled for a minute, just kind of taking it all in. So by the time I was leaving, it was just a bunch of like Olay chants and different like Irish things like that. I stopped at the bathroom on the way out, though. The bathroom, every time I went, was like a party in itself. It was like a club scene, people smoking cigarettes, smoking blunts, taking shots. Like it was...
What?
It was
in the bathroom?
It was crazy.
I saw someone eating in the bathroom.
Each time I went, it got crazier and crazier. It was like I went when I first got there. It was, you know, ho-hum. Next time I go, there's a couple guys in the corner smoking cigarettes. When I went after the fight, it was a full-on party in the bathroom. It was something else.
Wow. That is weird.
It was really weird, actually. I don't know why.
Eating in the bathroom is just gross. Now, you guys, look, can I call you out on something? Late arriving crowd.
It's a boxing match. Come on, man. You got to be fashionably late. You got to be cool. You got to show
see
up.
Even the co-main? Were you even there for the co-main?
Yeah, we were there for the entire co-main. We saw the fight before the co-main.
I think we showed up at the right time.
Did you? I mean, I was there from 4:30. I was opening
our
the doors.
Uber or our Lyft was like a Mercedes Sprinter van. Like we looked official heading in.
Wow.
There.
You just pulled up. I was not there from 4:30. It was my son's birthday, so I pretty early. I saw my friend Molly McCann there. I do have something to tell you guys. I did happen to run into one Dylan Dennis on the program. Yeah, not at the program, at the event, not on the program. Yes, I was at the event, and I think I texted New York Rick that Dylan was near me. Didn't recognize him initially. Pushing 220, 230, I would say, just from afar. You know, this is just, you know, my
muscle, fat. What are we talking here?
You know,
wow.
You know,
speaks volumes right there.
And actually, as I'm leaving at the end, I'm waiting for MSGPR Larry Torres, great guy, met him to take me to the back. And Dylan and his crew of guys actually come up to me, and he comes up to me in a sort of very kind of casual way, and he's like, "Hey, Ariel, what's up, man? What do you think of the fight? It was a good fight, huh?" But it was more of like a sizing me up, and I'm standing there.
Was he hostile?
No, but close and sizing me up, not like, "What's up, dog? Long time." Yeah, that was some funny stuff back. It was like a. There was.
How uncomfortable were you? Scale of 1 to 10.
Not at all. I mean, I was standing there. I was like Katie walking out to the ring.
All right.
I mean, as confident as can be.
Most of the time, the eyes are on the floor, though, so you got to give them credit for approaching, right?
What do you mean, eyes on the floor?
I'm saying we've talked about this in the past, and right, not a lot of people do come up and broach the subject. He came up, right?
Well, we didn't talk about the actual subject, but
I mean,
he came up.
Could have.
He came up. He came up.
So that Dennis get 1 point in my book for that.
But then, as I was walking away, he said something. So we were all good. All right, man, I got to go walk away. Now, don't hold me to this, but I'm pretty sure he said, "I should kick you in the head right now." That's what I felt like I heard. That's what I felt. So I turned around and I said, "What was that?" And he then mumbled something. And I said, now I'm going to leave out one word that I said, but I said, "That's blank shit right there." I said, "You're a fighter. That's blank shit right there."
Oh, okay.
That's blank shit right there. If you have something to say it to my face. Now, he's also with a couple other guys. And look, I'm not looking for anything. Head was on a swivel. I'm on but one guy, he had the cauliflower ears, all that stuff. And
That's a dangerous game.
He says something. I was like, "What do you have to say?" Didn't say anything and walked away. But, it's like,
do you keep the point in your book for Dennis?
Yeah,
The walk
he still came up. Listen, you big dogged him after. That's fine.
I feel
and
like
the other
you
guy
come up.
too.
I feel like if you're gonna say something, you come up guns a-blazing and be
I
like,
just
"Yo,
felt
Ariel,
like
I should
this is
kick you in the
harsh.
head right now."
Initially, I was like, "Oh, this is nice. Maybe this is a peace offering. This is a nice moment. It's said, but it's not said. You know what I'm saying? It's implied." And then there's like a comment as I'm walking away, and I'm like, "Why? Why didn't you say it 2 seconds ago when I was standing right in front of you, nose to nose, mano a mano?"
I wish you had done that.
Saw Meatball Molly.
You want to see Ariel fight Dylan Dennis?
No. Well, actually, I mean, yeah. If it was happening, it would be an interesting thing.
Eddie wants to see me fight Jake Paul.
Well, what's the line on Dennis versus Helwani?
MMA or boxing?
Oh man, I'm not a lines maker. I'm a lines taker.
Wow. You could have said like
MMA or boxing. That's a pretty good question.
You could have said minus 350. I mean,
we'll do boxing. We'll do minus 350.
I saw Meatball. She, she was nice, a little big time, but I'm same old me. I'm not going to change. I'm same old me. Everyone else.
We know. We saw the shirt.
Same shirt. I mean,
17.
like quite literally, same old me. I just hope that they run it back. And to your point, I think it would be great at MSG. I think it would be amazing at MSG. It would be easier for all of us. But selfishly, I'd love to see it in Dublin.
Now that I know we're taking the PJ to Dublin, it has to be in Dublin.
It's going to be where they make the most money. This isn't like rocket
Please don't go to
science.
Middle
Like,
East.
It's going to be where I mean, it very
I'm
well
100%
could be.
with you. Don't go to the Middle East.
That would
it's got to be Dublin or New York.
It would ruin all the good vibes.
And it would make a buttload of money.
I know.
When Serrano wins 2, we'll figure out where 3's at.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. You would go with? Do they?
I'm like Frank. It's like I became more and more emotionally invested as it went on, especially sitting in a sea of Irish fans. And like I had a few Puerto Rican fans or Serrano supporters around me. And like we were kind of, all cool with each other. Like, it felt like we were behind enemy lines and everything. And I was genuinely disappointed. Like I was actually kind of hurt when she lost. So I'm with Frank. Round 2, it's a done deal. I'm betting Serrano again and hoping she gets it.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah.
Would you bet Serrano again, Frank?
Yeah, in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, we have to. Another cool moment. Frank went out of his way. We got Medalla Light, the official cerveza de Puerto Rico, and then here comes Serrano walking out in the Medalla Light hat. So
was she?
Yeah, it was a nice connection.
Where'd you get that, Frank? Black market?
He worked hard. To get it.
Definitely something we had to scrub through Manhattan for.
Not easy?
No,
not easy.
Yeah, not easy.
Never had that. What does it taste? Is it like Guinness?
It's like water.
No, yeah, it's like Bud Light. Yeah, we ripped through quite a few in a short amount of time.
Look at you guys. I mean, this is great. Really warmed my heart to see.
No, we didn't do Guinness on fight day. Guinness was on Friday. We didn't.
Right,
do
you
Guinness
couldn't do that.
We couldn't do that.
Rican.
No.
And by the way, are you now bigger boxing fans?
You always say when boxing is at its peak, it's like unbeatable, and I agree with that tenfold after Saturday night. Like it was like My expectations, I can't even say how much they got beat. And I had pretty high expectations going into it.
So you watched Canelo this weekend?
Oh, absolutely. I've already bet on that fight.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a good transition. Let's put this weekend to bed.
Let's put it to bed.
Friday. There was some Friday action and some Saturday action.
There was some Thursday action, too.
Oh, wait. By the way, before you get to that, if I may, I don't mean to interrupt. New York Rick just alerted me to an unbelievable tweet. I mean, this is incredible. Dominic Musiano, who is the youngest gold medal winner in U.S. Olympic history. I believe that record still stands. She was, when she won the gold medal, almost 30 years ago, has been, so she is a fan of MMA. She's a fan, I mean, she is a legit star, internationally recognized, a huge deal in the world of gymnastics. Big fan of the sport, and fan of mine, supporter of mine, has been very nice to me. She tweeted earlier, so she's pregnant, and she'd been telling me for some time that she was pregnant. She tweeted this.
Yeah, we have it right here. I'm sorry. It's not the video. It's the picture. But
no, that's totally fine. I appreciate it. Wait a second. There's actually multiple tweets. She tweeted this video here of her at the hospital. This was when? An hour ago. Well, actually, let me play the audio here. Just 1 second, Frank, if I can.
Go for it.
I mean, this is incredible. This is like the greatest honor. Wait. What happened?
Pass the time with the MMA hour, Ariel. Waiting for this little one to arise.
Oh, I thought it was that's like her heartbeat.
Yeah.
Or the baby's heartbeat. I was like, what is open on my computer? Wait, let's listen to this again. So that's Holly Holm speaking. I thought my YouTube was up.
Way to pass the time with the MMA hour, Ariel. Waiting for this little one to arise.
Let me tell you something. She's in bed having contractions right now in the hospital, and she's watching this show.
Unbelievable.
If my wife was pregnant right now, the last thing she would be doing is not only not watching my show, not talking to me. She would tell me to leave the room.
How cool that sounded as well. Like that baby's got a ticker that just sounds like a nice beat.
Someone, Nick Jonathan, replied to that tweet and said, "This baby is already more educated than most MMA fans." She replied, 18 minutes ago, our daughter is no casual. She's been listening to the voice of El Nariz for months. That was 18 minutes ago. Dominic, I just want to say, if you are listening right now, God bless you and your baby. I hope everything goes incredibly well, healthy, easy, speedy delivery, and I'll be very disappointed if his or her middle name isn't Ariel. I just want to say it's a unisex name. It's a unisex name. I mean, it feels apropos, right? Ariel. I mean, it feels like it would be a nice thing to do. That's all. Mazel tov. Could you believe that? That's legendary. I mean, that's a big time deal. And by the way, it's not only a big time deal because it's Dominic Musiano, who's, you know, a superstar, a legend in her own right. Anyone who chooses to listen to this show, watch this show, while in the midst of labor, I dare I say, I'm getting caught up.
So.
This is immortalization worthy.
I think so.
I think this shot right here, the screen grab of her in the bed watching.
No, I think the two.
What do you mean?
Together, the new baby.
Yeah, once she has the baby,
you know what? Fair enough.
Together.
Fair enough.
Well, with permission, obviously.
Yeah, with permission. We don't.
And a television in the background of this episode.
That's right. All right. I mean, that's incredible. Thank you so much. But most importantly, good luck to you and Mazel Tov. And I can't wait to hear that everything went well and that everyone's healthy. And congratulations to you and your family. God bless you guys. All right, GC, what do you got?
Oh man, tough to transition.
Yeah, I know. And thank you for alerting me of that, New York Rick. I mean, it's one of the biggest assists that you've had since you came back to the show.
All right, let's recap the weekend. Let's start with PFL. Adam Karish, one of my worst bets since we started the show. He got absolutely dominated. So yeah, that wasn't pretty. Don't start UFC great. Daniel Lacerda, our guy. Daniel De Silva, we're not sure which one it really is. We went with Lacerda. He loses as well, so we don't start off too good. But then we start coming back. Jocko Mearshart goes over 1.5. Grant Dawson, you see it. Then we win a few in a row. We get the Serrano-Taylor fight, goes the distance. Unfortunately, we lose Amanda Serrano money line. So it is what it is. Someone told me.
I'm not happy about this, by the way, but I just want to say, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so.
I was going to say, someone out there told me. We'll get to that in a second.
All right.
Parlays, though. Parlays, we do great. We go 4-1. The only one we miss is the one that was finishing off with Amanda Serrano. So we do well there. And then someone told me the H-Dog, wanting dog of the week. Look at that.
Man, you keep upping the ante.
I mean, Katie Taylor, Marlon Vera.
Are they wolves? No, it feels like they could be like
Is that
German
not from
shepherds.
the canine family, though? Is that not of canine?
Oh, are they actual wolves? Frank's calling BS.
I mean, they look maybe wolf or coyote-ish. Look,
It's
let's move
wolves.
on. I'm sorry.
Is that
At least you did do a prairie dog.
Is that 7 for 7?
It's funny you ask.
Oh,
I don't know if it's 7 for 7.
Well, yeah. I mean,
7 in a row, though.
It's a new streak, 7 for 7.
I mean, right there.
Wow.
Jack Shore, Mateus Nicola, Sarah McMahon, Mark Matson, Jordan Levitt, Katie Taylor, Marlon
Gave you
Vera.
2 last week.
It's a rare breed, man.
Yeah, it is a
It's
rare
a very sought-after breed, the Helwani dog of the week. But it's making a lot of people money. A lot of people sent me tickets.
Really? They're actually following it?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Really?
A lot of people parlayed them together.
What was that? Do you know what that was?
Oh, man. I'd have to figure it out. But
it's a plus something, right?
Oh, God. I mean, I don't know how it would be negative if they're both plus money.
Yeah,
it was like plus 300, something like that. Yeah, people were putting down real money on it. Now I have another thing that I have to bring, to the table here, to the jurors, the board of directors here. So when I tweeted out my picks on Thursday, I also gave out my draft. Like I did the NFL draft. I gave out a couple picks there. On Georgia players getting drafted, posted the bet slips and everything like that. Yeah, you can go to it, Tucker. Yeah, so there's the tweet, yada, yada, yada. There's the bet slips. And so then on Saturday, I was like, we're up a couple units here going into Saturday after PFL and the draft. And then my girlfriend was like, oh, are you counting the draft because it's not MMA? And I was like, that's a good point. I was like, that's a good point. I was like, I gave it out on Twitter. I gave it out on Instagram. I was like, but yeah, it's not MMA. So then I brought it to Frank on Saturday, and he was like, you should bring it to the show. And that's what we decided. It's a tough thing. There's the tweet, but it is an MMA.
Okay, well, here's the question. Have you been including I'm assuming you bet on other things that aren't MMA related.
I've counted everything that I've given out on Twitter. But everything I've given out on Twitter to this point.
Did you win the bets?
I did win them, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
What are the bets? Like where a guy's going to go?
Over 3.5 Georgia Bulldogs selected in the first round. Over 4.5 Georgia Bulldogs selected in the first round. They both hit, Most players drafted ever, no big deal.
Can you
national champions?
Yeah, I mean,
right there.
James Cook, who could forget? Could you pick that James Cook is going to go to the Bills?
No,
you can't do that.
No, they got to be big names.
Well, you know what? I don't feel comfortable making this call. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. New York.
I don't think anybody can make this call. I think.
No, we cannot include sports. That's not happening. Come on.
That's good.
Plus 375.
I mean,
come on.
If I'm being honest,
let's call it what it is. Even including WrestleMania is kind of dicey.
I included WrestleMania, and those were losses.
A little dicey, but no.
I included
I say scrub them both.
Triller Triangle Combat.
Take them back. That's fighting.
I lost on that also.
That's fighting.
Coming up again.
Oh God. I hope they don't have lines.
I think I'm in agreement with New York Rick on this one.
All right, so let's go to the final recap then.
Oh wait, so you included it with or without?
Oh, I had them both ready. You think I did? There's with.
Okay.
There's without. It doesn't matter.
Go to without.
This is without.
Go to with.
Zing.
It's a plus 3 something units, or maybe a little less, right?
It's plus 6.25 with plus 3.85 without. It's a good weekend regardless. If we had gotten Serrano, it would have been even better. If DraftKings had dropped the split decision prop, it would have been even better. Regardless, we finished up 3.85 units. We're back in the green here, up 32.66 all time. We're back over the 20-unit threshold here after a little bit of a rough April.
Not bad.
But yeah, we're moving along. We're moving along.
Interesting. You're doing really well in the parlay department last week, but not so well in the singles.
And then probably this week I'll do well in the singles and terrible in the parlays. It kind of goes ebbs and flows.
Can I just say something first?
Yeah, please.
Connor is giving out winning picks every week almost.
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, 1 plus 1.5 units. It's like you're not doing so well on the singles. Like, that's good. Like, this man is
I'm not hating.
winner.
I'm not hating.
I know, but and he does this
I think
too.
you got a lot of love this weekend, Connor. A lot of people came up to you and said, you know, they love your picks. They tail your picks.
He does this himself. He does this himself too. The bar, he continues to raise the bar, but the bar has been raised almost like too high here. Like these are consistent winning weeks, multiple units. Let's
I mean, a lot of green.
Give a lot of appreciation, respect for what Connor's doing here. I hate to break kayfabe, but the man is delivering winners. Like that is a fantastic week. Continues to deliver fantastic weeks. Being up 3 units, 3.5 plus. That's more than just like a good week. That's a great week, and he continues to deliver.
Listen, Rick,
Shout
I
out to this
appreciate
guy.
that.
Wow.
Shout out to this.
But we stay humble. Next cold streak's just around the corner.
That's right.
I'm genuinely surprised there wasn't a butt in there.
I was waiting for something.
Well, it's tough from Ariel's point of view. He's up in the penthouse, is cashing 7 straight underdog tickets.
Except for that underdog parlay. Whatever happened to that one?
Listen,
that one was
like you said. That's an old streak.
I know. That's why I was like, well, I don't know.
No, I'm currently 7 for 7
on the streak.
Wait, by the way, if someone's like on a free throw streak, they don't say he's 7 for 12. No, they say he's hit his last 7.
Sure,
that's what we say. Yeah, you've hit your last 7, but they wouldn't say he's 7 of 7.
I didn't say all. By the way, I didn't say 7 for 7 all time. I just said currently I'm on a 7 for 7 streak.
You're doing good.
Yeah, I don't know how many you gave out before I started. I feel
Who
like
cares,
UFC
right?
women is where
We don't
it was.
care.
I mean, 7
No,
straight.
nobody
Again,
knows.
7 for 7. I might retire at this point with all this slander that I'm receiving.
I don't think it's any slander. I think everybody's waiting on the next dog of the week. You taking a look?
By the way,
at
I took a little gander. Don't love anything, and you said it last week. I don't have to have something every week.
Don't force it.
Yeah. Why?
Don't
You see
force
one?
it.
You see one that you
I see
like?
a few, but there's one. I mean, Connor knows.
This guy, he loves himself some JG.
Justin Gaethje, that is a tasty, tasty line.
I think he said to me he sees no path to victory for Charles Oliveira.
Wow.
The man with the most finishes,
let's
the most
rewind.
submissions.
Let's rewind to Between the Links, hosted by the great Mike Heck.
Yes.
You'll recall we did champions coming up. Who's gonna win and defend? So far, I'm perfect.
He is.
Connor not.
Yes.
I picked Aljamain Sterling. I mean, I don't want to, Barry H. H picked Aljamain Sterling. I did indeed say I don't really see a path to victory for Charles Oliveira in this fight. I don't think that Charles is going to be able to get him down or get his back in a scramble or anything like that. And if he is standing in front of Justin Gaethje for 5 rounds or less, I don't see the legs holding up well. I don't see the face holding up well. I think Justin Gaethje is gonna put it on him. I really do.
I don't hate that pick. I would not be surprised if Justin Gaethje wins.
Here's the thing about
saying he doesn't have a path to victory.
Here's the thing about Charles Oliveira.
Plus 145, by the way.
I mean,
as of right this moment.
Manna.
That's your lock.
Charles Oliveira is not a very offensive grappler. He's not a takedown guy. He doesn't like shoot for takedowns and take guys down. It's always in a scramble. It's always opportunistic. And don't get me wrong, the moment it hits the floor, you're cooked. Charles Oliveira is gonna cook you to the bone, as Bryce Mitchell would say. But man, I have a hard time seeing Charles Oliveira getting Justin Gaethje in a scramble that he can't sprawl. I mean, we forget because of what Khabib did, and all due respect to Khabib for what he was able to do to Justin Gaethje. I rate that very highly. That man sprawls like nobody else. And I'm first of all, I don't even see Charles shooting that much, period. But if he does, that man sprawls like nobody's business. And I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be really tough for Charles to get Justin Gaethje in a compromised position. And if it turns into a striking firefight, I think he's right. He said this in an interview, I think, with ESPN about if he fights the perfect fight, if he doesn't let Charles get him in that position, it's going to look like the Chandler fight. And I think he's right. I think he's right.
So is this your dog of the week?
I mean, I don't have a dog of the week, but
I mean, you could.
Aljamain Sterling was mine last time. This is another one. Championship fight. And I'll say this, I'm not as confident, but I don't hate Carla Esparza either. I don't hate Carla Esparza either. I think there is a path to victory, unlike I'm predicting for Charles Oliveira.
No doubt. There's
Gaethje beat her already once.
No, for me it's Gaethje. I think I love Gaethje in this spot.
I mean, Oliveira's not afraid to get in the brawls. I mean, just watch the first round against Dustin Poirier. Like, I could see the exact same thing happening.
Carla, by the way, a plus 165.
That number's moving, man. Rose just keeps becoming bigger and bigger of a favorite.
Yeah. Plus 165, according to DraftKings. I see a 85, a 75, an 82. All right, what else we got?
Yeah, some big hitters. Let's rip through them real quick. Shout out to Cole Walderman. He's been telling me for weeks he's going to make the big hitter segment, and this week he does. He hits three parlays. 2 of them were 11 legs. 1 was 10 legs. Plus 2,036, plus 4,098, and plus 4,723. He turns $130 into 4,613. So can't really complain about that. That's a great weekend for our guy Cole. I mean, he's been telling me on Instagram, he's like, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. And sure enough, he does. So great weekend for our guy Cole. Some honorable mentions. Our man Brett Wacker, he gets the split decision. Not only did he take either fighter to win by split decision, he took Katie Taylor to win by split decision at plus 750. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of this. I was telling anybody who would listen that I thought it was going to end by split decision, but I ended up not being able to find the prop. I'm very disappointed in that. Mangy Human. He takes Joe Anderson Brito round 1 knockout. So the second biggest underdog on the card to Chase Sherman, of course, Joe Anderson Brito. He took him by round 1 knockout. Cash is easy for him, plus 2,200. Turns $50 into $1,150. And then our man Braden, he hits a huge parlay. Brito KO, Jocko by decision, Grant Dawson, Romanov under 1.5. Plus 5,001 turns $20 into $1,000. So there's always people doing it, man. There's always people doing it. And then we talk about big hitters. Our Draft King this week, our man Gaucho Loco. We've always got the video. He clean sweeps them. He wins the dollar league, he wins the money league, and he wins the big money exec league. This guy has been dominating it. Yeah, you recognize that one? Because this is like the 3rd time we've shouted him out. He just keeps winning. Like, this guy is unstoppable. I think his name is Eric Eastman. The dude is just...
What does 1 week season mean?
I don't know. I think every time we play this, you ask me what it means. Yeah.
Can I be honest with you right now? Like 100% honest. You say that you recognize that. I have no recollection of any of this. I mean, I could be looking at anyone right now, and I mean, it could be my wife up there.
Well,
like,
you're about to be looking at someone very special. We have a huge shout out this week.
Dominic?
It's not Dominique?
Oh my gosh. What?
It's not the exec league. It's not anything like that. Our man Killishaw finishes 2nd place in the money league. I had to shout him out. I mean, he gets $67 from it. I took his headband off. I put on a crown. Look at how good we look standing together.
He gets a shout out for 2nd place?
Dude, he has been dying to get a crown put on his head. And the fact that Gaucho Loco clean swept everything.
You felt it was only right.
It was right.
I don't know how I feel about this. For one,
where does
he didn't have the chutzpah to show up to...
He didn't show up.
Yeah, he didn't show up. He hit me up asking me if I was going to show up, and he didn't show up.
Didn't show up.
Nah.
In New York, which is apparently where he lives.
And I saw you record a video for him.
Yeah, I did. I was trying to be nice. He thought he wasn't welcome or something. But he does that gimmick all the time where he thinks he's not well. He plays the victim.
It's all an act.
Here's the thing, though. Where do we draw the line? Now you're giving out shout outs to 2nd place. Next week it's the 3rd place guy. I mean,
it was very special circumstances. The fact that Gaucho Loco is just dominating everyone. I mean, this is child's play for him, and he's swept every league. 2nd place. He didn't get a video. He really wanted the moving crown video.
You got to get 1st place for that.
That's also, I don't know if people noticed. Really in the details, that's a prince crown. That's not a king crown.
Okay.
Very different things.
Oh, the one you gave Killishaw.
Yeah, Killishaw. That's clearly a prince crown. That's something that a prince would wear.
All right, so don't get too big of a head.
There's not even a jewel on it. There's no jewels. There's no nothing.
I love it.
It's for a prince. So.
By the way, what is his picture?
It's an NFT, bro. So I just swiped that from him. That's my NFT.
Why is that an NFT? To me, that's just a cartoon. And what is it?
I mean, that's all it is.
But what is it?
I can tell you because he has the special Twitter NFT thing. I can tell you exactly what it is.
What has he got? Like an earring there? What is that?
That's doodle number 3833 by OpenSea.
Jeez, what a scam.
Easy.
What? Are they all going to come after me?
The force of the internet is
Do you remember that one time we were talking about, what did we talk about that we made a documentary? We made it onto a documentary.
We were talking about League of Legends. I went to MSG. Talk about events that were crazy. Taylor and Serrano, talk about events that were crazy. Watching pro gamers play League of Legends in person is up there with how wild. It was crazy.
And we were talking about it, and I was like, I don't really understand all of this. And then they put us in a documentary about it.
Yeah, and it was all over Reddit.
Yes, it was a huge thing on Reddit.
You're literally
MMA
sitting
guy.
in a seat, and there are dudes on stage with computers. There's nothing like obviously there's a screen where you can watch the action, but it's just dudes in front of computers, and it's sold out, packed, wild, raucous. It's wild. It is truly
sitting
wild.
in chairs that are similar to Ariel's?
Yeah,
okay.
Gamer chairs.
Yeah, just trying to picture the idea.
Yeah, we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
I would like to see Ariel in a tournament.
I was anti-gamer. Now I'm sitting in a gamer chair. Dude.
How can you call NFTs a scam and call TST your friend in the same sentence?
Why is he into that?
Oh yeah, he has his framed in his house. Cozy Llama or something.
Wait a second.
But then but that's like
isn't like
the
a
whole
digital
joke
thing?
of the thing. Yeah, like
what do you mean
if it's framed in your house,
is it a
then it's
digital
not-
frame?
Karen Camel, I think that's what it is.
Is it a digital frame?
Dicey.
Nah, it's a real one.
Dicey.
Do you guys see any good comedy specials this weekend?
No, I didn't.
No, there was the one.
Those refs
Can't
were
say I
pretty
have.
funny, yeah.
No, there was the dude.
There was a guy, right?
No. I'm being serious. Sebastian.
Nah.
I love that guy.
Serious?
I love that guy. You know that guy, Marcuzzi or whatever. What's his name?
Maniscalco.
He's amazing. That's what I was referring to.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
That was good. That was a good one.
That was good. You see that, Frank?
There were no other ones that I can think of.
You see the Sebastian one?
I didn't. I think it was mentioned to me, but I didn't watch it.
Doo-wop, dippy, doo-doo-wop. You remember that scene in Billy Madison?
Yes.
Hey,
Is that what you're doing there with the chapstick?
We should meet up sometime. I'd like that. All right. Well, I'll see you later.
Man, am I glad I called that guy.
Yeah, that's right. All right. I think we're out of time. Anything else, GC?
That's it from me.
I mean, we've gone well over our allotted time. You know, the best part about me saying that we were going to go an hour earlier today was I was like, don't worry, everyone. It'll be a shorter show.
Home early, tell the wife and kids, get ready for a nice early supper here.
Did you say supper? I thought that was a Canadian thing.
Oh, I thought it was a Southern thing.
Interesting.
Wow, worlds collide.
Yeah, because my in-laws say supper. We say dinner. Your Rick definitely says dinner.
100% dinner.
What do you say, Frank?
I say dinner.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the South and Canada have something in common. Who would have thought? Supper. You don't say dinner. You only say supper.
Oh, no, God, no. I say dinner all the time.
Oh, okay. Well, you just said supper.
When I think of supper, I think of like 5:15 dinner. Like
there's a difference.
Oh, you're talking early bird. So early bird is supper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I think of going to Panama City, Florida to visit my grandparents and going to a restaurant called Po Folks for the early bird special.
And that's a supper. But if it's
supper.
past, what time is it dinner?
Like 6 o'clock we start.
So if it's a 6:15 sit down, it's dinner.
Yeah. When I think of supper, I think of old people.
A lot of great food talk on the show today, on and off the air. Because we started an hour earlier, there was a huge debate in the office. Are they going to have brunch? Because it was 10 o'clock, 10:15, 10:20. Are we going to have brunch? Are we going to have bagels? Are we going to have salads? I felt really bad about it all. I felt like I threw all you guys off.
Well, you were still just sitting there with your.
I had the same old. Yeah, I had the butternut. I did not I didn't waver. I didn't get thrown off. It felt like everyone was thrown off. But the good news is Wednesday we're back to our normal time. Unless Eddie wants to come back on again, and we could do a quick spot from Las Vegas. No, we're not going to do that. All right, I think we're good. You guys good?
Good.
I need to take a nap. I'm very tired. Frank, you good?
Golden.
Yes, Golden Corral. I hear that's a great place. I've never been. No, not a good place.
I love Golden Corral.
My father was like an operating partner for them for like 15 years.
Wow. See, I learned so much about you on Friday at the get together. I learned more today. I feel like.
Wait, that was on Friday?
Well, no, we spoke about a lot of things on Friday. So I said, I learned so much about you on Friday. You're like an onion. Slowly but surely, we are peeling you. You know what? I take that back. You're not an onion. Because when you peel an onion, I feel like you get a little bit teary-eyed. You're like an artichoke.
Well played.
An artichoke. You can peel the artichoke, and then what you get in the middle of it all, you get a heart.
Oh, that was really nice.
Yeah, that's right. All right, we're out of time. Can't wait for Wednesday's show when we're joined by Shakur Stevenson, Dimitri Biv. No, I'm kidding. Relax. UFC 274. I'll see if I like, New York Rick, it was a good case that he just presented to us why Justin Gaethje will win. And I could see it happening. There's no doubt about it. I could see it happening. That feels like a toss-up to me. Rose versus Scar. Chandler's a big favorite, -410 at the moment against Ferguson. And I've tried. Ferguson keeps tweeting about doing media, and I don't see him doing any media. I'm guessing he's gonna do some in Phoenix this week. But I've tried to have him on. He's a tough one to get, but I wish him luck, and I'm really curious to see how he looks in this fight. All right, we're out of time. Of course, we'll be back on Wednesday, but I want to thank everyone who stopped by. Always special when you get one in-studio guest today. Back-to-back shows, by the way, 2 in-studio guests. So take that, you bunch of haters. Thank you very much to Eddie Hearn. Appreciate him stopping by. That was a great chat. I enjoy our chats very much. Safe travels. Good luck this weekend. Thank you very much to Carla Esparza. Good luck to her on Saturday as well. UFC 274. That should be a lot of fun. Thank you very much to Cris Cyborg for coming in. Tremendous stuff. Thank you to Holly Holm. Good luck to her, May 21st. And of course, congrats to the great Marlon, Chito, Vera. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to the team. Thanks for watching and listening. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.